The jade green ball had changed direction too suddenly. In addition, Venerable White was still changing his clothes, and wasn't paying close attention to it. Fairy Lychee didn't have any time to dodge, and got hit, getting hammered to the ground. Fairy Lychee called out in alarm as the terrifying strength of the impact was transmitted to her body. After all, the strength of this impact was enough to send flying even a demonic hive of the 8th stage. Fairy Lychee immediately activated the talisman which could allow the user to pass through the various filtering nets the White Cloud Academy had given her earlier. As such, she passed through the net of this level where the demons of the 5th stage were, and fell in the level of the demons of the 4th stage. While she was falling down, Venerable White was finally able to react, and stopped the ball in its track. Damn it, why the hell did this jade green ball suddenly change direction and hit me? Fairy Lychee thought to herself. Just as she was in deep thoughts, Fairy Lychee noticed that the aura of several tribulation transcenders exploded from the ball. Within the aura of these tribulation transcender was concealed hatred, anger, and fury, and all these negative emotions were directed at her. The aura of over 20 tribulation transcenders scared Fairy Lychee to death. She was a small and cute cultivator that had just advanced to the 6th stage true monarch realm. When did she offend so many tribulation transcenders? It was over. A tribulation transcender would need just a finger to crush her to death. At this time, in the level of the demons of the 4th stage. It just happened that Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Yu Jiaojiao, Medicine Master, and the others were standing right in the place Fairy Lychee was falling toward. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had entered the filtering nets from the courtyard of Venerable White's residence. As such, although they were on different levels, their coordinates had basically the same longitude. Shuhang, your mama Lychee got hit by that jade green ball, Su Clan 16 said to Song Shuhang. At this time, she and Song Shuhang had once again joined hands to get rid of a demon of the 4th stage. However, they needed to gather the corpses of 300 demons of the 4th stage if they wanted to get a seed of the virtuous Golden Lotus. As such, there was still a long way ahead of them. Strange, isn't that jade green ball Senior White's magical treasure? Why did it hit Fairy Lychee? Song Shuhang said in puzzlement. While they were discussing. In the level of the demons of the 5th stage, Venerable White had finished changing his clothes, and noticed that the ball had hit Fairy Lychee, making her fall downward. As such, he quickly made a hand seal, and shouted, "Stop!" Under Venerable White's control, the jade green ball quickly stopped in its tracks and lost its power supply, falling from the sky. But even if the jade green ball had stopped, Fairy Lychee's complexion was still pale as she was falling downward. She got hit so hard that she didn't even have the strength to stabilize herself midair. Song Shuhang quickly took out his silver dragon puppet and soared into the sky, promptly catching the falling Fairy Lychee. At the same time, he grabbed the jade green ball as well. After a short moment, the silver dragon puppet landed next to Su Clan 16. The not-too-distant medicine master and purple mist quickly rushed over, and created a safe zone for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang held the jade green ball in one hand, and asked, "Senior Lychee, are you alright?" "How can I be alright? I feel as though my entire body was smashed to pieces. If not for Senior White stopping the jade green ball in time, would be spurting blood from all over the body now," Fairy Lychee said as she forced a smile. After saying this much, she took out a medicinal pill and ate it. Su Clan 16 stretched out her hand and supported Fairy Lychee. "Senior Lychee, why did that jade green ball suddenly hit you?" "I have no idea, either." Fairy Lychee felt very wronged. Just as they were discussing, the nearby medicine master, somewhat surprised, said, Little friend Shuhang, what's the matter? There is something wrong with your complexion." After hearing these words, Su Clan 16 turned around and looked at Song Shuhang. She saw that Song Shuhang looked deathly pale, and his brows were furrowed. At the same time, his eyes had lost focus. In a distant place, Yu Jiaojiao, who was still fighting against several demons of the fourth stage, shouted, "Senior Medicine Master, quickly prepare a healing technique." What was happening to little friend Song Shuhang? Although Medicine Master was confused, he still prepared a healing technique, as well as some healing medicinal pills. Immediately after, a large amount of blood spurted out of Song Shuhang's body. Only on his bare arms appeared more than 10 wounds. The amount of blood was very large, to the point that it wasn't flowing out of the wounds, but directly spurting out. As for why he was losing blood, it was obviously due to that scary, secret appraisal technique. Even if he wore swordsman wooden ox's glove of passion, there was still a chance that the secret appraisal technique might get triggered. The thing he appraised this time was the jade green ball he was holding in his hand. Fairy Lychee blinked her eyes. The person that got hit by the ball was me, right? And the one that should be spurting blood from all over the body should also be me, correct? As such. Shuhang, why are you losing so much blood, and even spurting it out in such an exaggerated manner? Song Shuhang forced a smile. So painful. Medicine Master quickly used the healing technique on him. At the same time, Rivoli Purple Mist poured a bottle of medicinal liquid to treat external wounds all over his body. The effects of Medicine Master's healing technique were pretty good, and with the addition of that bottle of medicinal liquid, the wounds on Song Shuhang's body had started to heal after a few breaths of time. Ouch, thank you, Senior Medicine Master. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. In the meantime, the result of the secret appraisal technique was also transmitted back to Song Shuhang's mind. This is a mysterious jade green ball without a name. It was personally polished and forged by true Monarch White, who was still a cultivator of the sixth stage realm back then. The raw materials of this ball are the fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcender rank that the Tribulation Transcenders of the ancient heavenly city left behind after dying in battle or getting defeated. The ball is made of 23 fragments of the Tribulation Transcender rank altogether. After the destruction of the heavenly city, brought the fragments of those godly weapons to the crystal clear water pavilion, and scattered them all around to pay tribute to the already defunct crystal clear water pavilion. The 23 fragments of those godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcender rank carry a deep hatred within them that can't be eliminated. Even after tens of thousands of years, this hate is still there. That should be a powerful cultivator. However, Song Shuhang was unable to get more information about this person with his current level of strength. As such, the name of that person was replaced with, in the piece of information the secret appraisal technique transmitted back to his mind. Song Shuhang held the jade green ball and fell in deep thoughts. After the destruction of the heavenly city, a mysterious cultivator brought 23 fragments of those godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcender rank to the crystal clear water pavilion as a tribute. It was rather strange. Back in the days, the crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed because 5 powerful sects were fighting in the airspace of the crystal clear water pavilion. Then, just as the various factions were engaged in a close battle and were killing each other, a group of mysterious monster hunters suddenly appeared and wiped out the various factions, and cruelly destroyed the crystal clear water pavilion while it was at it. Song Shuhang had learned about the history of the crystal clear water pavilion from Pavilion Master Chu. The ones that destroyed the crystal clear water pavilion were those mysterious monster hunters. In that case, why did use the remains of the weapons of the Tribulation Transcenders of the ancient heavenly city to pay tribute to the crystal clear water pavilion? Was it possible that that mysterious group of monster hunters was related to the ancient heavenly city? Or perhaps those monster hunters were a force under the heavenly city? Only this way the information the appraisal technique provided made sense. In that case, who was this? Was it Pavilion Master Chu, or some other cultivator related to the crystal clear water pavilion? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Yu Jiaojiao had finished dealing with the demons of the fourth stage next to her, and was stashing away her spoils of war. Soon after, she came over and gently patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. "So, how was it? Shuhang, what interesting information did you obtain?" Song Shuhang held the ball in his hand, and said, "I indeed obtained some information. This jade green ball is made from 23 fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank. The 23 fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank, if each person was wielding one godly weapon, it meant that there were like 23 Tribulation Transcenders. And even if the Tribulation Transcenders of the Heavenly City were wielding 2 godly weapons each, there were still 12 or 13 Tribulation Transcenders. This number was enough to keep pace with the 13 Tribulation Transcenders under the command of the Sage. At this time, Venerable White also got down from the level of the demons of the 5th stage while carrying the camera and the monster willow. While descending, he heard Song Shuhang's words. Venerable White said, "The fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank? No wonder it took me so much effort to fuse the various fragments together after I picked them up." Fairy Lychee ridiculed, "Actually, I find more incredible the fact that Senior White was able to remold into a ball the fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank while still in the 6th stage realm." Ahaha. Venerable White laughed, very satisfied. "Back then, I had to use over 20 different methods to polish and remold those fragments into a beautiful spherical shape." Fairy Lychee sighed, and said, "Actually, I would really like to know why did this ball made from the fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank suddenly hit me? When did I offend it?" Venerable White took the jade green ball from Song Shuhang, and said, "I'm not sure either. However, I felt as though the ball was extremely angry while flying toward Fellow Daoist Lychee. But why is the ball angry at me?" Fairy Lychee felt very wronged. Even if this world was a world where one's face was everything, Fairy Lychee was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. As such, why did the ball suddenly attack her? "The fragments of those godly weapons come from the ancient heavenly city," Song Shuhang reminded at this time. In the meantime, he started to link together the various clues in his mind. The Tribulation Transcenderank godly weapons of the ancient heavenly city hated Fairy Lychee. There was seemingly no relationship between Fairy Lychee and the crystal clear water pavilion. However, when Senior Sister Ye Si met Fairy Lychee, she felt a kind and familiar feeling coming from her body, and now, this kind and familiar feeling was passed on to Song Shuhang. As such, there was surely some close relationship between Fairy Lychee and Ye Si. The fragments of those godly weapons come from the ancient heavenly city? Then, it has nothing to do with me. When I was born, the heavenly city had been destroyed already, and not even its bits and pieces were left behind. Fairy Lychee said, depressed. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then asked, "In that case, perhaps one of Senior Lychee's ancestors did something that angered to death the Tribulation Transcenders of the ancient heavenly city?" 762. The demonic hamster enters into action. This is impossible. Fairy Lychee shook her head, and said, "Even if my ancestors angered to death the heavenly city, I don't practice any of those cultivation techniques that are passed down from generation to generation. As such, my aura is basically different from that of my ancestors after so much time. No matter how powerful these broken godly weapons are, in the end, they are still broken weapons, and it should be impossible for them to sense anything from me now that so many generations had passed." Medicine Master added, "Unless, the Tribulation Transcenders of the ancient heavenly city cursed Fairy Lychee's ancestors, and used one of those curses that are left behind in one's bloodline and passed down from generation to generation. However, those kinds of curses are very easy to detect, and it's impossible that the cultivator wouldn't notice." Song Shuhang held his chin and fell into deep thoughts. When he finished linking the clues together, he was suddenly enlightened. The fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank of the ancient heavenly city. The revenge for the crystal clear water pavilion. Ye Si getting the same feeling of a mother from Fairy Lychee's body. When all these clues were linked together, Song Shuhang couldn't help but think about that ghost spirit that gave birth to senior sister Ye Si. That ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Ye Si's family had unknown strength and origins. The only thing they knew was that the ghost spirit was passed down in Ye Si's family, and didn't sign a ghost spirit contract with her. However, the two of them were still very close to each other. Senior sister Ye Si died during the destruction of the crystal clear water pavilion, but that ghost spirit passed down in her family used some kind of special technique to get pregnant with senior sister Ye Si and give birth to her, allowing her to come back to life in the form of an entity that was the fusion of a human and a ghost spirit. Finally, that ghost spirit changed into a figure wearing a Daoist robe and Daoist cap that zigzagged away from the crystal clear water pavilion, and even Pavilion Master Chu had no idea where the ghost spirit had gone. Is it possible that the ghost spirit went to look for those monster hunters after leaving so that it could take revenge for the crystal clear water pavilion, and ultimately changed the target of its revenge to the heavenly city after discovering that the monster hunters belonged to the ancient heavenly city? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, after an unknown amount of time and a tortuous process, the ancient heavenly city was finally destroyed. After that, the ghost spirit passed down in Ye Si's family picked up the fragments of the godly weapons of 23 tribulation transcenders belonging to the ancient heavenly city and brought them back to the crystal clear water pavilion to pay a final tribute? If that was really the case, a lot of things made sense. Such being the case, what was the relationship between the ghost spirit handed down in senior sister Ye Si's family and Fairy Lychee? However, all of this was just Song Shuhang's guess. In addition, Fairy Lychee looked rather different from that ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Ye Si's family, and wasn't a ghost spirit. Therefore, Song Shuhang didn't tell the others about this theory he had in his mind. It was better to head to the crystal clear water pavilion first and have a talk with Pavilion Master Chu to confirm things. But right at this time, Venerable White delivered the jade green ball to Fairy Lychee after pondering for a moment. Fellow Daoist Lychee, I might as well give this ball to you. Who knows, you might even recall something important if you keep it with you. You can consider it an apology gift on my part. Senior White, allow me to refuse. I don't want that thing. Fairy Lychee quickly waved her hand and refused. Who could guarantee that the ball wouldn't suddenly go crazy in the future and pound her face? In addition, she didn't suffer from amnesia. There was no need for her to recall anything. Fellow Daoist Lychee, don't be so quick to refuse. After all, this is a treasure forged from the fragments of godly weapons of the Tribulation Transcenderank. I can teach you how to control this jade green ball, and with my restrictions, you won't have to worry about the ball rebelling against you, Venerable White explained. Senior White, I still refuse. Fairy Lychee waved her hand, and said, whenever I see that ball, I feel pain all over the body. Even if I can control that thing, I don't want it. Well, that's truly regrettable. Venerable White put the jade green ball away. Since Fairy Lychee didn't want the ball, what kind of gift could he give her to apologize? Then, Venerable White suddenly thought of something good, and clapped his hands with a smile, saying, speaking of the ancient heavenly city, I remembered that I brought several fellow Daoists to those ruins at the bottom of the ocean the last time. Those ruins were left behind by an immortal related to the ancient heavenly city, and the things inside were particularly interesting. Perhaps we can find some time after the shooting of the movie to bring the second group of people to those ruins. You can consider it one of the rewards for helping me with the shooting of the movie. After he had said this much, Venerable White turned toward Fairy Lychee, Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Yu Jiaojiao, Medicine Master, and Rivoli Purple Mist. How can we refuse? Fairy Lychee said with a smile. She didn't want the ball, but she was surely interested in exploring the immortal cave that an immortal had left behind. If even Venerable White said that the things inside were interesting, the cave was bound to have good things inside. Purple Mist and I are free recently. Senior White, you just need to give us a call when you want to set out, Medicine Master said with a smile. Since turning the scene in the movie into reality and becoming real husband and wife with Rivoli Purple Mist, Medicine Master's image had undergone an earth-shaking change. His signature gravity-defying braids and all the adornments attached to them had disappeared without a trace, and even the smoky makeup around his eyes was gone. Even the dark circles under his eyes caused by the sleepless nights spent on refining pills had been covered with powder by Rivoli Purple Mist. The current Medicine Master was a handsomely dressed sunshine boy, very pleasing to the eye. He was completely different from his previous self. I also don't have any problem, Song Shuhang replied. He had prepared a rough schedule in his mind. After exploring those ruins at the bottom of the ocean together with Venerable White, he would look for an opportunity to explore with Senior White the forbidden area that Li Tiansu had discovered and see if they could find a method to cure Li Yingzhu's disease there. The earlier they could cure Li Yingzhu's disease, the better. It's settled, then, Venerable White said with a smile. After they were done treating Fairy Lychee and Song Shuhang's wounds, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group returned to hunt and kill demons. Song Shuhang only sustained some superficial wounds, and recovered with a few healing techniques. Fairy Lychee had actually sustained some internal injuries, but after taking medicinal pills, her wounds wouldn't cause her any trouble. In addition, she wasn't going to directly fight against the demons, and would only grab the camera and record the scene where Venerable White was killing 7 enemies after 7 steps, 10 enemies after 10 steps, and so on. However, Song Shuhang was unable to concentrate properly while hunting the demons of the 4th stage. His mind was filled with thoughts related to the ancient heavenly city, the monster hunters, the crystal-clear water pavilion, that mysterious ghost spirit, and Fairy Lychee. But right at this time, Su Clan 16 suddenly called out, "Shuhang, be careful." In the next moment, a small hamster-shaped demon arrived in front of Song Shuhang at lightning speed from a not too distant place. The small hamster was completely unaffected by the filtering nets that the scholars set up earlier, and its strength wasn't reduced in the least. As if that wasn't enough, its strength was at the peak of the 4th stage. It was a powerful enemy. This demonic hamster at the peak of the 4th stage realm that wasn't affected by the filtering nets of the scholars rushed over at lightning speed, making the onlookers feel as though it was impossible to evade its attack. Even Su Clan 16, who was behind Song Shuhang, didn't have any time to stop the demonic hamster. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide, and immediately activated the innate skill of his eye aperture, expert sight. This skill turned out to be much stronger than what Song Shuhang had initially expected. Even now that he was in the 3rd stage realm, he could still achieve the bullet time effect while using this innate skill. Thanks to the innate skill of his eye aperture, Song Shuhang was able to see the silhouette of the demonic hamster with great difficulty. However, there was hardly any point in it. The demonic hamster was so fast that Song Shuhang wouldn't even have the time to raise his saber and defend himself. Even if he could see the next moves of the demonic hamster through his expert sight, there was no way for his body to keep up with his eyes. As such, he could only helplessly look as the demonic hamster stretched out its right leg and kicked his chest. Bang! Song Shuhang was sent flying. The kick hurt a lot. The demonic hamster was small and cute, identical to an ordinary domestic hamster, but the strength behind its kick was shocking. Song Shuhang felt as though he had been hit by a truck. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and couldn't even breathe. "Shuhang!" Su Clan 16 called out in alarm. Then, she turned around and slashed at that demonic hamster. In midair, the demonic hamster faintly smiled. Its expression was very human-like. Then, it stretched out its hand, and extracted a toothpick from its waist. No, it wasn't a toothpick, but a sharp sword. An evil aura suddenly exploded from the toothpick-sized sword. It was the foul version of the True Yuan native to the demons of the Netherworld realm, similar to the innate True Yuan of human cultivators of the 4th stage. Afterward, the demonic hamster elegantly brandished its sword and protected its back from the incoming attack. The tiny toothpick-sized sword effortlessly blocked Su Clan's 16th saber light. In addition, the demonic hamster was only using one hand to wield the sword. After keeping off Su Clan's 16th attack, the demonic hamster said indifferently, "You are not my match, girl." After saying this much, it swung the sword in its hand. In the next moment, Su Clan 16 felt a powerful impact getting transmitted from the short saber to her body, which forced her to retreat 3 steps, and almost made her lose the grip on her saber. The minuscule body of the demonic hamster possessed superhuman strength. Demon-slaying heavenly dragon slash. Song Shuhang was finally able to stabilize himself, and seized the opportunity to attack. He shouted in a grave tone, and the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hand rotated, with flames starting to burn on its blade. Afterward, the saber slashed toward the demonic hamster at a weird angle. The demonic hamster was somewhat surprised when it heard this cool name. According to the information it received, this Song Shuhang didn't have any technique with such a domineering and exaggerated name. Was it something he'd learned recently? But in the next moment, it saw the flames burning on Song Shuhang's saber. The corner of the demonic hamster's mouth twitched. "Do you think you can deceive me just because I didn't go to school? Isn't that the flaming saber technique? What the hell does it have to do with this demon-slaying heavenly dragon slash?" Song Shuhang's momentum increased as he thought to himself, how can there be no relationship between them? When he shouted the name demon-slaying heavenly dragon slash earlier, his imposing aura increased by a notch, and only by shouting the name of the finishing move loudly could one strengthen their resolve. In addition, there was a chance that a cool technique name might confuse the enemy, achieving extraordinary results. Song Shuhang had learned this trick during the battle between the Chu family and the illusory sword school on the grievance-settling platform. The effects of this trick were pretty good. Would the demonic hamster before him get affected as well? The blazing flames of the flaming saber technique chopped toward the demonic hamster at the same time. In the rear, Su Clan 16 grasped her short saber and seized the opportunity to dash forward. She coordinated with Song Shuhang, and slashed out again, Spirit River Saber, Eerie Saber Technique, Uncanny Saber. This style was different from the Tyrannical Saber Technique, and the trajectory of her attack was eerie and uncanny. While facing this combined attack from Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang, the demonic hamster smiled smugly. Now is the time. In the next moment, the blinding radiance of a rune was emitted from Song Shuhang's chest. The demonic hamster left behind the rune when it kicked Song Shuhang earlier. The light of the rune covered both Shuhang and the demonic hamster. Although Su Clan 16 had unleashed her eerie saber technique after Shuhang's technique, it actually hit the target first. But just as her attack hit the body of the demonic hamster, 16 furrowed her brows. It felt as though her slash had hit empty air. The attack directly passed through the body of the demonic hamster. The reason for this was the mysterious light the rune was emitting. The strange light on Song Shuhang's chest had shrouded both him and the demonic hamster, creating 2 different worlds. Song Shuhang and the demonic hamster, who were both covered by the mysterious light, were now in one world, while Su Clan 16 was in the other one. As such, Su Clan 16's saber attack was unable to reach the demonic hamster and help Song Shuhang. Is this the power of space? Su Clan 16's pupils contracted. The situation was rather troublesome. Why could this demonic hamster of the 4th stage make use of something as troublesome as the power of space? Su Clan 16 put away her short saber. In the next moment, she raised her head and looked toward the level of the demons of the 5th stage, and contacted Venerable White via secret sound transmission. Senior White, this time, they had no choice but to ask Venerable White for help, since he was the only that could use the power of space. After Su Clan 16's saber attack missed the target, Song Shuhang's flaming saber technique followed suit. Song Shuhang was temporarily blinded due to the dazzling light from the rune on his chest, and the accuracy of his flaming saber technique fell, causing him to miss the demonic hamster. The demonic hamster put its sword back in the sheath, and quietly stood before Song Shuhang, allowing the flaming saber technique to brush past its body. From the looks of it, it already knew that this attack wasn't going to hit it. After discovering that his saber attack didn't hit the target, the blinded Song Shuhang quickly retreated. He still remembered the explosive speed the demonic hamster had displayed earlier. As such, he absolutely couldn't give the opposite party the opportunity to counterattack. However, the demonic hamster didn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. It stood in place with its hands behind the back, a relaxed expression on its face. The hamster had the demeanor of an expert. After recovering his sight, Song Shuhang gazed at the hamster, who had its hands behind the back, and was rendered speechless. But right at this time, the demonic hamster opened its mouth, and said, "The battle arena dimension was created without problems. You are Song Shuhang, right? Next, you and I will fight to the death." Afterward, both Song Shuhang and the demonic hamster were picked up by the strange light and led toward the airspace of this level where the demons of the fourth stage were gathered. Soon after, the strange light spread out, and transformed into a huge arena. Su Clan 16 and the others could see the arena as well, but they were unable to interact with it, since it was located in a different dimension. "Actually, I'm not Song Shuhang," Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. "I'm the saber-wielding scholar Su Wenqu." This demonic hamster before his eyes was very strange. Although it was the first time they were meeting, it knew his name. Then, it didn't seize the opportunity to attack him and severely injure him while he was blinded. Afterward, it even created this strange battle arena dimension, too strange, too strange. As such, Song Shuhang decided to deny that he was Song Shuhang. Below, Su Clan 16, Yu Jiaojiao, Medicine Master, and Purple Mist had finally converged together. This arena created by that strange light was located in another dimension, and the sound couldn't pass through. However, 16 and the others could still read Song Shuhang's lips. It wasn't difficult for cultivators to learn how to read lips. After reading Song Shuhang's lips, Su Clan 16, Yu Jiaojiao, Medicine Master, and Purple Mist were all speechless. "The saber-wielding scholar Su Wenqu? You are not Song Shuhang?" The demonic hamster was dumbfounded. "Damn, did I really get the wrong person? F***ck, these humans look all the same, and it's not easy to tell them apart." Actually, this situation was the same as a human seeing a large number of mice all at once, and it wasn't going to be easy for them to quickly find the mouse they were looking for. They would find it only if the mouse had some special pattern on its fur or another distinctive characteristic. With a serious expression on his face, Song Shuhang continued, "I didn't change my name or surname, I'm indeed the saber-wielding scholar Su Wenqu. Demon, why are you looking for little friend Song Shuhang? You are deceiving this hamster." The demonic hamster suddenly raised its head, and said coldly, "Song Shuhang, you sly bastard. I repeatedly checked my information, and you are, without a doubt, Song Shuhang." Song Shuhang. It actually checked his information repeatedly? What was the objective of this demon of the netherworld in the end? Was it possible that it was a demon from the Mountain of Next Life that discovered that the evil survivor of the Jingang Temple was still alive and rushed over to kill him? Song Shuhang, enough chit-chat. The arena is ready. As such, let's have a proper battle, the demonic hamster said coldly. Make your move with the intention to kill me. That way, I can let you die with a little bit of dignity. Afterward, killing intent exploded. The demonic hamster was truly angry this time. Song Shuhang gently held his treasured saber-broken tyrant. Since he hadn't condensed his saber intent, the strength of his heaven-burning flaming saber technique would be insufficient, and his strong gale saber was still at the beginner level. Therefore, he could only rely on his fists. Both the basic Buddhist fist technique and demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique had the extraordinary power to restrain the demons of the netherworld. As such, they were better than the flaming saber technique and strong gale saber while dealing with demons. After thinking up to this point, Shuhang spun his wrist and put away his treasured saber-broken tyrant. You decided not to use the saber? After seeing its strength, even I did not dare to meet head on your flaming saber technique, the demonic hamster said haughtily. While speaking, the hamster spread open its hands and gently waved them. In the next moment, a white robe appeared on its body. This demonic hamster actually had its own spatial equipment. Its robe was as white as snow, clean and spotless. It even changed its clothes before starting the battle. What a madman, no, mad hamster. The point is that I don't need to use my saber to deal with you, Shuhang said calmly. Ahaha. The demonic hamster got so angry that it started to laugh. Afterward, it grabbed its toothpick-sized sword, and said, "You will regret saying these words, Shuhang." After it had said this much, the aura of the demonic hamster exploded, and dazzling sword chi condensed inside the sheath of the sword in its hands. At this time, the demonic hamster looked the same as the sword it was about to draw out, cold and sharp. It gazed at Shuhang with a cold expression on its face, and then said, "This sword is a rare treasure of the 4th stage rank. It's 6.47 centimeters long and weighs 0.5 grams. Although somewhat small, it's an unusually sharp weapon that can easily cut through the true yuan, protecting the bodies of cultivators of the 4th stage." In other words, this toothpick-sized sword was a treasure of the same level as the treasured saber-broken tyrant in Shuhang's hands. Both could slash apart the bodies of cultivators of the 4th stage. At this time, the demonic hamster looked like a true swordsman. If it was just a little bigger and replaced with a white-robed human swordsman, the demonic hamster would look really cool. Unfortunately, it was just a minuscule hamster, and even if it wore a white robe, it would still be nothing but a hamster, a white-robed swords hamster. Shuhang. He discovered that he could actually tell that the hamster had a cold expression on its face at this moment. It was simply too weird. Was it because he lived together with Daodu for some time? Did he learn how to tell apart the expressions of animals, after witnessing the large set of expressions of a Pekingese like Daodu? "If you don't need the saber to fight me, what are you planning to use?" the white-robed swords hamster said haughtily. "Or do you really believe that I won't kill an unarmed enemy? You are too naive." "I don't have a sword, so I can only rely on my fists," Shuhang replied with a sigh. While speaking, he operated his steel hands technique, and the color of his arms changed into a metallic one. At least when it came to imposing manner, Shuhang wasn't inferior to the white-robed swords hamster. "Very well. It seems that your fists aren't any weaker than your saber." The demonic hamster narrowed its eyes, and slowly unsheathed its treasured sword. Along with the sword getting unsheathed, the sword chi condensed within slowly rose as well. This process where one had to draw their sword was extremely important for swordsmen. It was a pity that the opposing Shuhang didn't know how to use a sword. Otherwise, this battle in the battle arena dimension, between this hamster and this human cultivator would have gone down in the history of both the netherworld realm and the human world. The demonic hamster felt great regret for this good opportunity missed. In the next moment, it finally unsheathed its sword. Sword chi shot up into the sky, and there was sword intent as well. The whole arena was shrouded in their power. This demonic hamster was a rare genius amidst sword practitioners, and was an expert that had condensed its own sword intent. Shuhang tightly clenched his fists, and the metallic color of his arms became even deeper, changing into a jet-black metallic color. His initial plan was to take advantage of the fact that the white-robed swords hamster was still drawing its sword to attack first and break its momentum. However, the demonic hamster didn't show any flaw while drawing its sword. In addition, even before it had completely unsheathed its sword, it gave Song Shuhang a feeling of extreme danger. Therefore, he didn't dare to attack it recklessly. "Good," the demonic hamster said in a soft voice, "you didn't take advantage of the fact that I was drawing my sword to attack me. Not bad, not bad, otherwise, you would be dead meat already. Now, get ready to welcome this sword attack of mine. This is a sword attack that rains down from beyond the highest heaven, reaching the ground from the sky at lightning speed. In addition, it's super unpredictable. You can say that this sword technique is basically unparalleled in the world. You should be honored to die after getting to experience this technique of mine." Song Shuhang. The way this demonic hamster was describing its sword technique was weirding him out. Afterward, the demonic hamster jumped upward and unsheathed its sword, assuming a very elegant stance. "This next move of mine is called Otherworldly Flying Demon." Sword chi exploded, and sword intent soared into the sky, crushing Song Shuhang beneath it. It truly felt as though a demonic god had descended from beyond the highest heavens to strike him down. The move was both domineering and unpredictable. Song Shuhang took a step back, and valiantly welcomed the technique with his right fist. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique, 2. Both his fists were strengthened thanks to the steel hands technique. In the next moment, countless punches shot up toward the demonic hamster in the sky as though they were meteors. F***CK, what's the deal with this strange feeling? Damn, I didn't think that such a day would come. Otherworldly Flying Demon, God, versus Basic Buddhist Fist Technique. Actually, Song Shuhang had thought of giving the Basic Buddhist Fist Technique a better name while punching earlier. However, he ended up shouting aloud Basic Buddhist Fist Technique 2 under the pressure of the sword chi and sword intent of the demonic hamster. What a tragedy. The real battle had yet to start, but his momentum had already gone to shit. Sword chi plus sword intent equals domineering and overbearing. Steel hands technique plus meteor fists equals powerful counterattack. Bang, 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 the sword and the fists continuously clashed against each other. The foul demonic chi and Song Shuhang's 33 divine beasts innate true liquid fought midair without a stop. The sound of loud explosions echoed in the surrounding area. Song Shuhang's 33 divine beasts innate true liquid already possessed part of the properties of the innate true yuan of cultivators of the fourth stage. The steel hands technique had increased the strength of his fists, making it infinitely approach that of a cultivator of the fourth stage. In addition, the basic Buddhist fist technique could greatly restrict and weaken the demons of the netherworld realm. But regardless of all this, Song Shuhang was still on the losing end. The sword chi of the demonic hamster completely suppressed him, making him retreat again and again. In the blink of an eye, several deep sword wounds had appeared on his fists and body. As if that wasn't enough, all his wounds were contaminated with the foul energy of the netherworld realm, which caused them to heal at a slower pace than normal. At this time, he was dripping with blood. So, this is the strength of a demon of the fourth stage that wasn't weakened. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. He had no way of winning this battle by fighting his enemy head-on. After tens of wounds appeared on his body, Song Shuhang's expression didn't change much. Since he learned the secret appraisal technique, it was pretty normal for hundreds, or even thousands, of deep wounds to appear on his body. Therefore, he was already used to it. Such being the case, it was the time to let the demonic hamster have a taste of his next fist technique. After fighting with the basic Buddhist fist technique for a while, he finally found the right opportunity to launch his next fist attack. Song Shuhang's other fist exploded. Demon Subduing Buddhist Fist Technique 1, Descent of the Buddhist Warrior Attendant. When they were fighting in close combat earlier, he had been waiting and secretly preparing this big move. The fist advanced forward, and the light of virtue on his body shone, coordinating with the fist technique and transforming into the projection of a Buddhist warrior. The sound of Buddhist prayers echoed in the surrounding area along with the cry of a whale, which now resembled the cry of a dragon. Just as the light of virtue transformed into the projection of a Buddhist warrior that shrouded his body, the evil energy of the netherworld contaminating Song Shuhang's wounds immediately dispersed. At the same time, the healing technique attached to the ancient bronze ring on his finger activated, healing the wounds on his body. Ahahaha, I was waiting for this move of yours. The demonic hamster laughed loudly midair. Did you really think that I didn't know that you had this fist technique at your disposal? After all, the hamster had been paying attention to Song Shuhang since the moment he'd come to the levels of the demons of the 4th stage together with Su Clan's 16. Not only the saber techniques of this guy were pretty good, but he also had this fist technique that he had inherited from the Jingang Temple. As such, the demonic hamster had been waiting for Song Shuhang to use this move. In that case, I'll let you take a look at the real strength of my otherworldly flying demon technique. Even if that is a technique of the evil Jingang Temple, I'll defeat it, the demonic hamster shouted as its white robe fluttered in the wind. Afterward, the power of the sword chi and sword intent that had condensed on its toothpick-sized sword increased by a notch. The sword chi transformed into a 5-meter-long black demonic sword that chopped toward Song Shuhang and the projection of the Buddhist warrior wrapping him. Swish! The sword attack dashed forward without stopping. The sword caused a thunderous explosion, with booming sounds continuously echoing. The current of air that Song Shuhang's demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique had created was slashed apart. Immediately after, the projection of the Buddhist warrior wrapping around him was likewise cut into 2 halves by the demonic sword. The demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique had been subdued and destroyed by a demon. As expected, this technique also turned out to be useless. There is simply too much difference in strength. Even by taking into account its power to subdue demons, as well as my body-tempering techniques, I'm still unable to fight against this hamster on an equal footing, Song Shuhang muttered to himself and sighed. Next, he calmly activated the talisman in his hand, and he threw himself to the ground. In the next moment, a transparent barrier completely wrapped Song Shuhang and protected his body. It was the same transparent barrier that the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had used to feign death while shooting those scenes where they were battling against the demons in Venerable White's holiday residence. It was a defensive barrier with a defensive power at the peak of the 5th stage, and even a demon of the 5th stage wouldn't be able to break it within a short time. An ordinary demon of the 4th stage wouldn't be able to break it even if it were to attack for 1 whole hour. Song Shuhang had 2 of these defensive talismans with him. It was the gift Mama Lychee gave him back then when she recognized senior sister Yi Si as her adopted daughter. He didn't expect that he would get to use it at this time. Boom! The full power slash of the demonic hamster bumped into the transparent barrier. The barrier didn't budge in the slightest, and firmly protected Song Shuhang's body. The sword chi dispersed, and the demonic hamster hovered midair, faintly gasping for breath. From the looks of it, the otherworldly flying demon technique had consumed quite a bit of its energy. F***ck, did I just kill this Song Shuhang guy after getting caught up in the moment? The demonic hamster muttered to itself. But right at this time, the light of the explosion dimmed. The demonic hamster looked downward, and discovered that Song Shuhang was lying on the ground with a calm expression on his face. At this time, his body was covered by a transparent barrier that was protecting him from harm. The demonic hamster was speechless. Are you done? Come on, why don't you attack again, otherworldly flying demon? Song Shuhang provoked the hamster. If you have the ability, use that otherworldly flying demon technique again to break my barrier. And when you are done breaking it, I'll just take out the second one. At the same time, Song Shuhang had concealed a few talismans in the sleeves of his Daoist robe. There were 5 evil-warding talismans in the sleeve of his left hand and 5 sword talismans in the other one. These were the improved versions he got from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, and they had the strength of the 4th stage. If the barrier got breached, he would glue these 10 talismans onto the face of the demonic hamster. As long as he had the opportunity to knock it to the ground, Song Shuhang would rush forward and use the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique he had prepared in advance to smash its face with a second wave of attacks. "Shameless," the demonic hamster shouted as it brandished its toothpick-sized sword, pointing it at Song Shuhang. While they were having a 1-versus-1 fight in the arena, this guy had actually cheated and used a talisman at the critical moment. What? Shameless? Song Shuhang stared at the demonic hamster in disbelief. Did this hamster think that they were having a friendly spar between cultivators? This was a battle to the death between a demon of the netherworld and a human cultivator. The objective was to kill the opposite party, and as long as they succeeded, everything was allowed. "Yes, I have never seen someone as shameless as you." The demonic hamster was fuming. "Actually, if we are talking about being shameless, you are the one who is being shameless," Song Shuhang said to the demonic hamster while lying inside the transparent barrier. There wasn't much he could while inside the barrier. As such, he decided to verbally attack the demonic hamster. "What? I'm the one who is shameless?" The demonic hamster brandished its toothpick-sized sword, and said, "How exactly am I shameless? You'd better give me an explanation real quick because I'll tear you to pieces otherwise." Song Shuhang lay down on the ground of the arena and pointed at himself. "What's the current level of my strength?" "You've just advanced to the 3rd stage," the demonic hamster replied. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "Very well. Now, why don't you tell me what's the current level of your strength?" The demonic hamster said smugly, "I'm currently at the peak of the 4th stage realm, and I'm only 1 step away from advancing to the 5th stage. Even if my body is small, my strength is much higher than yours. Don't you realize how shameless you are?" Song Shuhang said. "I'm someone that just advanced to the 3rd stage realm, while you are already at the peak of the 4th stage and only 1 step away from advancing to the 5th stage realm. Aren't you embarrassed for setting up this arena and forcibly pulling me here, forcing me to fight a 1-versus-1 battle against you? Are you retarded or something?" It was now the turn of the demonic hamster to look at Song Shuhang in disbelief. "I reached my current level because I practiced diligently, and the battle between the two of us was fair and square. What's shameless about it?" Song Shuhang. "You are retarded, your whole family is retarded." He was completely unable to communicate with this hamster. Whatever, why was he arguing with this demonic hamster in the first place, wasting his time? Song Shuhang kept lying down on the ground of the arena and looked all around. After the battle arena dimension was set up, he couldn't see outside anymore, and he had no idea how to get out of it. After all, it was something created through the power of space. He could only hope that the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group would find a way to help him get out of this situation. In addition, this demonic hamster wasn't really someone he could deal with. Fighting against it was extremely tiring. And chatting with it was even more tiring than fighting. Such being the case, how should he deal with the situation while he was waiting for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group to arrive and save him? Perhaps it was better to wait for the transparent barrier to disappear and glue those 10 talismans onto the face of the hamster at that time. Although the body of the hamster was small, it wasn't a problem to target it with those 10 talismans. The demonic hamster brandished its toothpick-sized sword, and shouted angrily, "Come out, let's have a fair match. Next, I'll let you experience the real strength of my otherworldly flying demon sword technique. If you have the ability, break this defensive barrier of mine. Didn't you say that you were only 1 step away from advancing to the 5th stage realm? Don't tell me that you can't even break this defensive barrier of the 5th stage rank?" Song Shuhang turned over his body and gently smiled. "Are you looking down on me?" The demonic hamster raised its toothpick-sized sword and slashed toward Song Shuhang's barrier. But after tens of slashes, the demonic hamster could only take back its toothpick-seized sword, its face as though it had a toothache. From where had that transparent barrier come from? It didn't budge an inch under its attacks. Just as the demonic hamster took back its sword, the transparent barrier protecting Song Shuhang vanished. Was it possible that the time of the barrier was finally up? The demonic hamster laughed loudly, and said, "Ahahaha. Boy, now that you have lost the protection of your barrier, die." But before it could even make its move, 5 evil warding talismans and 5 sword talismans flew toward its face. This turn of event was simply too sudden, and the hamster was unable to dodge. In front, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. The time of the defensive barrier wasn't up, and it was Song Shuhang who had withdrawn the barrier. 10 talismans exploded on the body of the demonic hamster. Its small body was engulfed by the continuous explosions of spiritual energy. These evil warding and sword talismans were talismans of the 4th stage rank that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had manufactured with great care. The evil warding talismans had the power to disperse evil energy, and had the capacity to restrain the demons of the netherworld. As for the sword talismans, they had an attack power comparable to 70% of the power of Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's own attack. Getting hit by 5 streaks of sword chi at the same time would be enough to inflict severe injuries upon the body of the demonic hamster. The purifying effect of the evil warding talismans and the sword light of the sword talismans completely suppressed the demonic hamster. Just as Song Shuhang had expected, the talismans had managed to throw the demonic hamster to the ground. Now is the time. Song Shuhang seized the opportunity to rush forward, and used the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique he had prepared in advance, ruthlessly pounding the small body of the hamster. The body of the hamster was even smaller than Song Shuhang's fist, which was imbued with the evil warding power of the Jingang Temple. Boom! The demonic hamster was unable to resist, and could only take the fist head-on, getting pounded to the ground once more. The demonic hamster cried out in pain. Still, Song Shuhang felt that there was something wrong after he hit the hamster with his fist. He felt as though his fist had bumped into an extremely hard piece of metal. Even if his hands were strengthened by a technique used for blacksmithing like the steel hands technique, his fist still ached a bit. It turned out that not even a direct hit from the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique was able to injure the small hamster. Was this guy really just at the peak of the 4th stage? Or was he a demon of the 5th stage or even higher realm in disguise? After discovering that his fist didn't do much, Song Shuhang quickly retreated and returned inside the transparent barrier. The transparent barrier didn't truly disappear after it was withdrawn. The barrier would lose its effectiveness only after all the energy inside the talisman was depleted. As such, within a short period of time, it was possible to erect the barrier again after it was withdrawn. However, even while it was temporarily withdrawn, the barrier would still keep consuming energy as though it was active. Nevertheless, the energy of the transparent barrier was going to last for a long time. As such, Song Shuhang returned in the barrier, and lay down again. After getting pounded to the ground, it took the demonic hamster a while before crawling up from the ground of the arena. It was really painful. Even more painful than what I had imagined, the demonic hamster muttered as it rubbed its body. Then, it turned its head around, and discovered that Song Shuhang was once again hiding behind the barrier. Its lungs almost exploded from anger. The demonic hamster clenched its teeth, and said, "Are you a turtle or something? Hee hee." The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth curled up, his face expressionless. The demonic hamster faintly sighed. Forget it, after all, it had already completed its duty. The demonic hamster stretched out its claw and gently waved it. "It's this, isn't it?" Song Shuhang's pupils immediately contracted. There was a vial of medicine in the hand of that demonic hamster. It was the demodragon medicine. This thing should be the demodragon medicine, right? "I can smell the scent of demodragon coming from it," the demonic hamster said in a soft voice. After seeing the scene before his eyes, Song Shuhang immediately thought of something. "I understand now. You are the demon that Senior White 2 sent over to get a hold of the demodragon medicine, right? Shuhang said while laying down inside the barrier. While in this special space, he could say Senior White 2's name aloud without getting censored. Senior White Rabbit? I'm not sure what you are talking about, but getting one vial of demodragon medicine from you was one of my duties. The demonic hamster clenched its teeth, and said, another one of my duties was to test your strength. Assessing your strength, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and magical techniques was all part of my duty. Just what kind of strange duty was the demonic hamster carrying out? Oh. Shuhang nodded his head. Still, the demodragon medicine was inside his size-reducing purse. As such, how did the demonic hamster take it out? Although I don't know what the point of my duty was. I know that is it now complete. The demonic hamster lifted its white robe, and put its toothpick-sized sword back in the sheath. I'll take advantage of the fact that the scholars have yet to get serious to leave this place. If I delay any further, I might be unable to leave. In that case, we will meet again in the future, Shuhang, you bastard. After saying this much, the demonic hamster took out and activated another rune. The rune opened something akin to a space gate within the battle arena dimension. In the next moment, the demonic hamster drilled into the space gate while holding onto the demodragon medicine, disappearing without a trace. It had left just like that. If Senior White 2 wanted the demodragon medicine, couldn't he have just told the hamster to directly look for me? Was there really a need to go through all this trouble? Shuhang was confused. Wait a moment. There is something wrong with this situation. Weigh in it. Can you get me out of this place first? Shuhang shouted while lying down inside the transparent barrier. The demonic hamster had used some high-level space-related method to leave the battle arena dimension, however, Shuhang was still stuck in this dimension. He couldn't use the power of space, and thus had no way of leaving this place. Hey! Senior White 2, can you hear me? Quickly get me out of this place. Shuhang shouted. Just as she was shouting, a flying sword suddenly pierced through the battle arena dimension. Little friend Shuhang, what is the meaning of Senior White Rabbit? Why are you adding rabbit after my name? Venerable White's voice was transmitted from the flying sword. It was Venerable White's meteor sword. At this time, in the level of the demons of the fourth stage, the battle arena dimension wasn't transparent anymore, and was currently covered by a layer of strange light. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside, and the people inside couldn't see what was happening outside. After Venerable White rushed over, he used his space-related innate skill to slash toward the battle arena dimension with his sword. In the next moment, he heard Shuhang calling out. Shuhang. Could there really be such a coincidence? Just now, he casually mentioned Senior White 2's name, and Venerable White appeared immediately after and overheard him. Wait. It seemed that he could freely mention Senior White 2's name in this battle arena dimension. In that case, did it mean that he could tell Venerable White everything he knew about that mysterious Senior White 2, as long as he was in this special dimension? Shuhang sat cross-legged, and said to Meteor Sword, Senior White, the person I was talking about earlier wasn't you. Venerable White's confused voice was transmitted from Meteor Sword. Senior White, the place I'm currently in is called Battle Arena Dimension. It's a place with very special properties. While I'm here, I can freely tell you about all those things that got previously censored. Shuhang tried to make the best use of his time. He had no idea how long this battle arena dimension would last. Therefore, it was better to make haste and tell all the matters related to Senior White 2 to Venerable White. Oh? Are you talking about that content that would turn into beep, 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 or other similar sounds whenever you mentioned it? Venerable White's curious voice was transmitted from Meteor Sword. From little friend Song Shuhang's tone, it seemed that the censored content was related to him. Song Shuhang quickly replied, yes, it's precisely that content. Senior White, don't be too surprised once you hear what I'm about to tell you. Back then, when I was dragged into that dreamland originated from the curse of the ancient Jet Black sect, I was lucky enough to meet a certain senior that saved me and got me out of there. However, the senior that appeared in my dream back then, looked exactly the same as you, Senior White. Whether it was demeanor, aura, or even charm, they were exactly the same as yours. That senior said that he was a member of the Netherworld Realm Camp. In addition, the name of that senior is also composed of a single word. White. He looks the same as me? This sounds very interesting. Venerable White's voice was transmitted from Meteor Sword. There was actually someone that looked the same as him in this world, and even their demeanor and charm were the same. If the two of them were to meet, they would surely get along, wouldn't they? As such, I decided to rename that Senior White to Senior White 2, Song Shuhang continued. But why did you go for Senior White Rabbit? Venerable White asked out of curiosity. Is it possible that this other White that looks the same as me was born in the year of the rabbit? Song Shuhang replied, no, this 2 I'm talking about is the English word for the number 2. Oh. I see, Venerable White said. Senior White, that Senior White 2 then started to look for a way to investigate you. In addition, it seems he doesn't know much about our world, since he had been staying in the Netherworld realm all along. Therefore, you should be wary of the actions of the opposite party from now on, Senior White, Song Shuhang continued. He wants to investigate me? It makes sense. Even I feel like knowing more about him after hearing your story, Venerable White replied. Do you have any idea what his background is? I'm not too sure either. I tried to inquire several times, but I wasn't able to obtain any information about his identity. Anyway, I also tried to probe out another matter. Right. Senior White, I can talk about this matter only if you promise not to hit me later, Song Shuhang said after pondering for a moment. Sure, go ahead, Venerable White said straightforwardly. In order to test the reaction of that Senior White 2, I repeated a certain sentence from that green-clothed young man riding a white horse in front of him. Yes, it was precisely that particular sentence. As for the content, you should also know, Senior White. Anyway, that Senior White 2 was greatly affected by that sentence, and it felt as though he was going to kill the witness to conceal his crimes. As such, he immediately prevented me from speaking further. His reaction was the same as you, Senior White, Song Shuhang said. Venerable White. Therefore, I started to wonder, just what kind of relationship is there between you and Senior White 2? Otherwise, can there really be such a coincidence that both of you met that green-clothed young man riding a white horse and got a love confession from him? Song Shuhang was in detective mode at this time, and he was making bold guesses from the few clues at his disposal. Just as Song Shuhang was getting more and more excited, Venerable White's calm voice was transmitted from Meteor Sword. Little friend Shuhang, if you don't bring up this matter again, we can still be good friends. In other words, if little friend Shuhang kept mentioning this matter, he wouldn't be friends with Venerable White anymore, and might even end up in his blacklist. And if he ended up in Venerable White's blacklist, it was over. Song Shuhang immediately stopped with his guesses. Anyway, I still have to thank you, little friend Shuhang, Venerable White said with a smile. You've told me something quite interesting this time. Perhaps I should form a team to explore the Netherworld realm next. Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, well, if there is an opportunity in the future. The Netherworld realm was a very dangerous place, and it was better not to go there if possible. At the very least, he had no intention of going there until he was strong enough. In that case, how about forming a team and heading to the Netherworld realm once we are done exploring those ruins at the bottom of the sea? Venerable White suggested. Senior White, before heading to the netherworld realm, is it possible to explore that forbidden area that Daoist priest Li Tiansu discovered? Song Shuhang proposed. Song Shuhang preferred to go to that forbidden area rather the dangerous netherworld realm. Li Yingzhu was still in the time city of the new crystal-clear water pavilion, tormented by that cold disease. Who knew, perhaps they would find the cure to that disease in the forbidden area. Oh, you are right. There is also that interesting forbidden area. I almost forgot about it, Venerable White said with a nod. In that case, we will head to the netherworld realm right after we are done exploring that forbidden area. Senior White was very dedicated. If he found an interesting place he wanted to visit, he would surely find the time to go there. Song Shuhang took a look at the date and said, Senior White, if you want to go the netherworld realm, I might be unable to join you. You aren't interested in heading to the netherworld realm and looking for White Rabbit? Venerable White asked out of curiosity. Who the hell is White Rabbit? Song Shuhang coughed, and said, the problem is that my university should also start around that time. It had surely been a lively summer vacation, full of events, to the point that the number of things he experienced during his whole life couldn't match up to what he experienced during this summer vacation alone. However, no matter how incredible and interesting this summer vacation had been, he would inevitably have to face the fact that his university would start soon. Mr. Time was truly cruel at times. Name, Little Friend Song Shuhang. Gender, male, age, 18, height, 182 centimeters, Institute, Jiangnan University, Mechanical Engineering Faculty, Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy, Department 19, Class 43. Aside from being a cultivator, Song Shuhang had another identity. He was part of the country's future generation of fine students. Oh. Right, university. I almost forgot that little friend Shuhang is still a student. Venerable White's voice was transmitted again. It really brings back memories. I remember that a long, long time ago, I also got to see an old-style tutorial school and experience how strict the teachers in that place were. Venerable White suddenly stopped while he was speaking. After a short moment, he said, After recalling for a while, I discovered that I actually never went to school. Back then, when I was an orphan, I passed by the periphery of an old-style tutorial school several times, looking with envy at the other children of the same age getting into the school. Going to school also seemed quite interesting. When he came out of secluded meditation, and Song Shuhang brought him back to the Jiangnan area, the latter was almost done with his finals. Therefore, Venerable White missed again the opportunity to go to school. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Senior White's train of thought was changing too quickly, and he had no idea how to react. Such being the case, we can put off this matter related to the netherworld realm until later, Venerable White muttered to himself. Senior White, what kind of interesting matter did you think of? Song Shuhang had already guessed what it might be. However, he felt that it was still better to ask Venerable White directly. For now, let's keep it a secret. Venerable White's mood was very good now that he had thought of something even more interesting. Good. Little friend Shuhang, grab onto my meteor sword. I will get you out of that place. Sure. Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Meteor Sword. Buzz! Meteor Sword issued a light sword cry, and transmitted a friendly feeling to Song Shuhang. Meteor Sword's intelligence was steadily increasing. Afterward, Meteor Sword dragged Song Shuhang into a space crack under Venerable White's instruction, and got him out of the battle arena dimension. Just as he was passing through the space crack, those 88,888 voices in Song Shuhang's were triggered and continuously reverberated in his mind. He felt that his comprehension of the secret appraisal technique had increased by a notch, and this was something good. The better his comprehension of the secret appraisal technique, the lower the price he would have to pay while appraising a certain object. It was like cutting a tree with a stone axe or a steel saw. The better the tool, the lower the effort to perform the same task. At this time, if he were to take off his glove and appraise the earth, he would spurt blood from all over his body and die. But if he were to appraise a rock or something similar, the price he would have to pay would be very small. Whiz meteor sword brought Song Shuhang back to the level of the demons of the 4th stage. Su Clan 16 arrived in front of him and asked very worriedly, "Shuhang, how did it go with that demonic hamster?" The broadcast of the battle in the battle arena dimension was suddenly interrupted when the arena was wrapped up within that layer of golden light. Therefore, the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had no idea how the fight between Song Shuhang and that demonic hamster went. Who was the winner, and who was the loser? Song Shuhang held Meteor Sword in one hand, and organized his thoughts, quickly explaining what happened during the fight. As the fight progressed, I was slightly at a disadvantage. Afterward, I used the transparent barrier talisman that Fairy Lychee gave me, and since the demonic hamster was unable to break through my defense, I seized the opportunity to glue a few evil warding and sword talismans onto its face. In the end, it left the place before me through that strange power of space. Aha, in that case, it's a good thing that little friend Shuhang wasn't injured, Medicine Master said with a smile. Afterward, Venerable White reminded all those present, fellow Daoists, from now on, you should pay extra attention to your surroundings while fighting against the demons of the netherworld and take note if they are doing anything suspicious so as to avoid getting dragged to that strange battle dimension like our little friend Shuhang earlier. The various fellow Daoists nodded one after another. At this moment, Song Shuhang felt as if he had become a bad example that the others shouldn't follow. Good, this matter has been taken care of. Fellow Daoist Lychee, let's continue with the shooting of the movie. I feel that a lot of troublesome things are happening today. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen next, and we'll be able to finish the shooting of the various scenes without problems, Venerable White muttered to himself. Hee. Fairy Lychee smiled sweetly. Perhaps things would really proceed smoothly from now on. Venerable White brought Fairy Lychee back to the level of the demons of the 5th stage, and kept shooting those scenes where Ling Ye had to kill ex-enemies after Y steps. Medicine Master and his wife also went to hunt their share of demons. On the other hand, Yu Jiaojiao decided to stick with Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. With that, they would be able to look after each other. As such, everyone got busy again with this event promoted by the White Cloud Academy where one had the possibility to exchange the corpses of the demons of the netherworld for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. However, right at this time, little friend Song Shuhang activated his God mode cheat. He brandished the treasured sword in his hand, and didn't even have to use a sword technique. He just had to use the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk or celestial sprint footwork whenever he saw a demon of the 4th stage to get in front of them and slash down. Sword techniques, martial skills, and so on were completely useless. Shuhang just had to casually slash down. Afterward, the pitiful cry of a demon of the 4th stage would follow, and its lifeless body would fall to the ground, with demon blood sprinkling all over. Song Shuhang didn't need a second slash to kill a demon. In the rear, the little Lady Onion would quietly stuff the corpse of the demon into her cosmos bag. Song Shuhang had borrowed this cosmos bag from True Monarch Yellow Mountain so that he could store the corpses of the demons of the netherworld inside, exchanging them for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus later. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was very generous, and gave Song Shuhang a total of 3 cosmos bags. These 3 bags would be enough for him to store 300 or 400 demons. Just in this fashion, 1 Song Shuhang and 1 sword swept over this level where the demons of the 4th stage were gathered. Not a single demon in this level was a match for his sword. As soon as he caught up to a demon and slashed down, the opposite party had no way to survive, and could only die. 1 sword attack was enough to take the life of a demon of the 4th stage. It was as easy as mowing down grass. The event unfolding before their eyes was shocking and capable of stirring up the hearts of the onlookers. just what was happening? Was it possible that Song Shuhang had a sudden realization after his battle with the demonic hamster and comprehended an incredible sword technique, becoming invincible in this level where only the demons of the fourth stage were present? Of course, that wasn't the case. Even if Song Shuhang were to study to perfection the otherworldly flying demon sword technique of that demonic hamster, he would still not be able to mow down these demons of the fourth stage as though they were delicate blades of grass. Actually, the real reason for this power-up was that little friend Song Shuhang had just obtained a powerful godly weapon from a high-level player, the treasured sword, Meteor Sword. Ding! You've just obtained the sword of a 7th stage Venerable. Venerable White forgot to bring Meteor Sword back with him when he brought Fairy Lychee to the levels of the demons of the 5th stage, and the sword was left in Song Shuhang's hands as a consequence. Only after Venerable White left did Song Shuhang discover that he forgot to return him Meteor Sword. Since things had already reached this point, wasn't it better to make use of Meteor Sword to kill a few demons of the 4th stage before returning it to Venerable White? As one might guess, Song Shuhang's suggestion received full approval from both Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao. As such, Yu Jiaojiao became responsible for defending and killing demons if there was an opportunity, while Su Clan 16 became responsible for drawing in demons and killing them if the chance came. Song Shuhang was responsible solely for killing demons, and Lady Onion was responsible solely for collecting the spoils of war. 2 humans and 2 monsters joined their forces to give birth to the above-mentioned scene. In the end, it turned out that Meteor Sword's strength far surpassed Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Yu Jiaojiao's imagination. In front of this intelligent godly weapon, ordinary demons of the 4th stage were getting cut down as if they were butter, collapsing at the first blow. One slash was enough to either kill or severely injure them. As if that wasn't enough, the severely wounded demons would get affected by the energy of the heavenly tribulation accumulated inside Meteor Sword. The power of the heavenly tribulation was like a deadly poison for these demons, and they would thoroughly die after getting affected by it. Meteor Sword was a godly weapon with the ability to one-shot kill demons. Luckily, this intelligent godly weapon didn't dislike the fact that Song Shuhang was using it to kill demons. As such, Song Shuhang was able to wield it and activate the God mode cheat. As for the attacks of the opposing demons, Yu Jiaojiao was the one in charge of blocking them. As such, Song Shuhang didn't need to bother about defense, and only had to lock down a demon and use Meteor Sword to chop it down. It was simply too exciting. Around 10 minutes later. 16, how many demons did we kill in total? Song Shuhang asked. I only counted them roughly, but we should have killed at least 200 demons of the 4th stage. Su Clan 16 was left speechless. This efficiency was simply too scary. If they killed 200 demons in 10 minutes, it meant that they had killed on average 20 demons of the 4th stage every minute. If we continue like this, does it mean that the 3 of us will be able to kill a total of 1,000 demons in another 40 minutes? At that time, every one of us will be able to get a seed of the virtuous Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang said, very satisfied. They needed 900 demons of the 4th stage to get 3 lotus seeds. However, even if those 900 demons didn't revolt and were to arrange themselves in a line, begging Song Shuhang to kill them, his hands would very likely become numb from all the chopping. Yu Jiaojiao said, it's not going to be that easy. The demons of the 4th stage have above-average intelligence. They won't keep lumping together as they did just now and wait for us to chop them to pieces. I'm pretty sure that they will start to avoid us from now on, and our efficiency when it comes to killing demons will drop by more than a half. Even if our efficiency drops by more than a half, we can collect enough corpses in around 2 hours, Song Shuhang said as he gently waved Meteor Sword. There was no need to waste time discussing, it was better to keep making use of this God mode cheat and kill as many demons of the 4th stage as possible before Venerable White remembered to take back Meteor Sword. Yu Jiaojiao, Su Clan 16, and Song Shuhang looked at each other. Time is valuable, let's keep killing demons. After thinking up to this point, the trio got into action. 1.5 hours later. Song Shuhang's hands were somewhat numb already. Jiao, 16, do we have enough demons now? Song Shuhang asked while gasping for breath. He had kept fighting with all his strength for 2 hours already, and he had consumed a lot of energy. At the same time, he silently operated the true self-meditation scripture to keep his state of mind in good condition. At first, he felt great while killing demons with each slash while wielding meteor sword, but after killing 500 to 600 of them, he felt that his mind was getting somewhat tired. Although killing these demons was as easy as squashing a mosquito or a fly, and the mind of a cultivator wouldn't receive any stress no matter how many of them they killed, things would start to change if they killed too many within a short period of time. A feeling of numbness and exhaustion would pervade their mind if that happened. Of course, this feeling of numbness and exhaustion wouldn't cause any harm to the cultivator. On the contrary, it was just another method they could make use of to temper their mind. We should have about enough. Yu Jiao raised her head, and said, otherwise, how about we go to exchange these demons for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus first? I'm starting to feel somewhat tired. I agree, Su Clan 16 said. It was a pity that meteor sword was an intelligent weapon. Midway, Yu Jiao and Su Clan 16 had tried to wield it to slash down their enemies, but even if meteor sword didn't resist when the two of them grabbed it, it didn't cooperate with them either. While Yu Jiao and Su Clan 16 were wielding it, meteor sword was just a very sharp, and rather heavy, treasured sword. For 16, it wasn't even as good as her own short saber. Therefore, the responsibility to kill the demons fell on Song Shuhang's shoulders alone. It's a shame that our strength isn't high enough. Otherwise, we could have just killed 20 demons of the 5th stage, exchanging it for a seed of the virtuous Golden Lotus, Su Clan 16 said. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't need to mow down demons of the 4th stage until getting tired. Afterward, Yu Jiao used a flying-type magical treasure to bring Song Shuhang, 16, and Lady Onion back to the White Cloud Academy from the level of the demons of the 4th stage. At this time, the White Cloud Academy was filled with seriously injured scholars, as well as with cultivators from different sects that had stayed behind to lend a hand. Those scholarly disciples in charge of treating the wounded were currently feeding them medicinal pills to treat their injuries. Even if they could count on those filtering nets that had the power to weaken the incoming demons, the number of enemies was simply too high. In addition, even if demons at the peak of the 4th stage receive the weakening effect of the filtering nets, they would still have a strength of the mid-tier 4th stage or even higher. Last but not least, the scholarly disciples didn't have a cheat-like godly weapon such as meteor sword, and even if they could pass through the nets at any time, it was unavoidable to get injured or even die. After all, how could there be a war without casualties? Song Shuhang took a look at the wounded, as well as at those that had died. It was just a war between the scholarly faction and the netherworld, and yet, it felt as though it was a major world war. The world of cultivators wasn't always peaceful. Song Shuhang knew this much since the day he decided to become a cultivator, but after seeing the scene before his eyes, he got a better understanding of how brutal and cruel the world of cultivator was. Mr. Song Shuhang, why are you so sad? Su Clan 16 gently smiled and stretched out her fist, putting in front of Song Shuhang's lips as though she was holding a mic. Song Shuhang looked at Su Clan 16, and laughed. Thank you. Su Clan 16 blinked her eyes. It's nothing, Song Shuhang replied. After a short moment, the trio arrived at the place where the exchange was carried out. At this time, true Monarch Eternal Fire just happened to be standing amidst the exchange site. Of course, the one standing there was just true Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone, who was in charge of handling the various minor matters taking place during the chaotic war. True Monarch Eternal Fire's real body had already headed to the level of the demons of the 6th stage to kill enemies of the true Monarch rank. Little friends, are you here to exchange your demons for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus? True Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone welcomed them with a smile. Yes. Senior Eternal Fire, please take a look at the number of demons. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Yu Jiaojiao handed down their cosmos bags. True Monarch Eternal Fire took the cosmos bags in their hands, and swept them with his mental energy. In the next moment, he discovered that the number of demons of the fourth stage inside the various cosmos bags surpassed 1180. In addition, there were also the corpses of a few demons of the third stage. True Monarch Eternal Fire raised his head, and looked at Song Shuhang and the others with a curious expression on his face. Even if it was just a puppet clone, it could still easily discern the strength of the trio. Two of them were at the third stage, and one at the fourth stage. How were these three little friends able to kill so many demons after they joined their forces? Even if the demons suffered the weakening effects of the filtering nets, it was quite the feat to kill so many in such a short amount of time. But in the next moment, True Monarch Eternal Fire saw that Song Shuhang was holding Meteor Sword in his hand. It was Venerable White's sword. Was it possible that Venerable White's and the others had helped these little friends? Perhaps Venerable White and the other seniors directly took action and killed the demons on behalf of these three little friends? Thereupon, True Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet smiled, and said, "Little friends, you gathered a total of 1,181 demons of the fourth stage." 1,181? Don't we need just another 20-ish demons to get an extra seed of the virtuous Golden Lotus? Yu Jiaojiao muttered to herself. Should we head back to kill the remaining 19 demons and fill in the numbers? Su Clan 16 said. Alright. Senior Eternal Fire, can you wait for a moment? Just the time for us to head back and return here, Song Shuhang said, looking very energetic. With Venerable White's godly weapon in hand, it wouldn't take them long to kill the remaining 19 demons of the fourth stage and return here. True Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone laughed, and repeatedly waved his hand. Little friends, you don't need to worry. There are just 19 demons missing, and I can just use the remaining demons of the third stage in the cosmos bags to make up for it. If the demons of the third stage are added to those of the fourth stage, you will reach a quantity equivalent to 1,200 demons of the fourth stage, which you can exchange for 4 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. Is that all right? Among these three little friends, one was the beloved daughter of True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, one was the little genius from the Spirit River Su clan, and the last one was Venerable White's Jr. As such, there was no harm in doing them this favor, since it required next to no effort. In that case, sorry for inconveniencing you, Yu Jiaojiao said. Thank you, Senior Eternal Fire. Song Shuhang finally relaxed. He was rather close to reaching his limit. Although there wouldn't be any problem in going for another round of killing, it was better if they could catch a small break fighting again. Thank you, Senior. Su Clan 16 likewise thanked him. True Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone revealed a smile, and took out a large gunny sack from behind his back after taking the cosmos bags from Song Shuhang and the others. This gunny sack was also a type of cosmos bag, just bigger. True Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone used a magical technique, activating the formation engraved on the large cosmos bag. In the next moment, the whole content stored within the cosmos bags belonging to Song Shuhang and the others was poured into the large gunny sack. Afterward, he returned the empty cosmos bags to Song Shuhang and the others, and took out 4 of the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus, giving them to the trio. Here are your 4 lotus seeds. Little friends, accept them. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang received the lotus seeds. You are welcome. You 3 went through a lot of trouble, and I should be the one thanking you on behalf of the scholarly faction, True Monarch Eternal Fire said in a soft voice. After leaving the exchange site, Song Shuhang and the others didn't immediately head back to kill the demons of the Netherworld realm. The three of them decided to return to that courtyard the White Cloud Academy had prepared for the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group to rest. While they were taking a break, the low-level disciples of the White Cloud Academy rushed toward their location, and brought them tea and exquisite snacks so that they could replenish their energy. Song Shuhang took out the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus, and said, "We have 4 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus in total." "I'm fine as long as I get one," Su Clan 16 said. "I'm the same. After all, it's you, Shuhang, who single-handedly cut down those 1,200 demons. 16 and I only assisted you while you did most of the work. Therefore, you can have 2, Yu Jiaojiao also said. Song Shuhang looked at 16 and Yu Jiaojiao. Afterward, he nodded with a smile, and said, "In that case, I will gladly accept." He could give these 2 lotus seeds to his mother and father. Each of the seeds could increase one's lifespan by 50 years, and he could use these 2 treasures to prolong the life of his parents. After they were done dividing the spoils of war, Su Clan 16 suggested, "We will start killing demons again in a while, right? In that case, we should do our best and get our hands on as many seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus as possible. If we miss this chance, it's going to be quite difficult to obtain the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus from the scholarly faction once this special event is over." "I don't have any objection," Yu Jiaojiao said. "All right. If Senior White doesn't call back Meteor Sword by that time, we can again decimate the demons of the 4th stage," Song Shuhang said with a nod. As they were discussing, Shuhang lowered his head, and shot a glance at Lady Onion, who still had the appearance of a green onion at this time. At this time, Lady Onion was holding a small, tailor-made teacup, and was drinking spirit green tea with great gusto. She was still stuck on the Enlightenment Stone at this moment, but Venerable White had personally engraved a formation on the Enlightenment Stone to conceal its presence. Since there was this concealing formation in effect, Song Shuhang had started to allow Lady Onion to come out for a stroll once in a while. Actually, Lady Onion was already able to assume her human form, but for some unknown reason, she would stay in her green onion form most of the time, and very rarely assume her human form. Actually, the truth was, Lady Onion felt that she wouldn't be able to separate from the Enlightenment Stone within a short period of time and get away from Song Shuhang's evil clutches. As such, she felt that maintaining her green onion form was the safest thing to do. Song Shuhang didn't have a girlfriend, and didn't seem interested in becoming a Buddhist monk either, therefore, wouldn't it be dangerous to frequently assume her human form in front of him? After all, she was a hot and pretty lady. Luckily, Song Shuhang didn't have the ability to read minds, and had no idea what Lady Onion was thinking. Otherwise, there would probably be an extra pile of green onion sprouts in his size-reducing purse. Song Shuhang said to Lady Onion, "If our next harvest is as good as the last one, I will give a seed of the virtuous Golden Lotus to you as well, Lady Onion." After all, Lady Onion had helped them pick up the demons, and had gone through a lot of trouble too. Lady Onion briefly stopped sipping her tea. Then, she gently snorted, and said, "Even if you give me a lotus seed to curry favor with me, I won't be happy. If you really want to curry favor with me, set me free." In a low voice, Song Shuhang said, "If you have a method to extract your root from the Enlightenment Stone, I can set you free. How about this?" Lady Onion clenched her teeth. She had no idea what happened to her root. She only knew that it had firmly stuck onto the Enlightenment Stone, and she was simply unable to get it out of the stone. From the looks of it, she would have to practice until the 5th stage realm and condense a monster core before being able to get away from the Enlightenment Stone. However, she was still very far from reaching the 5th stage realm. "Don't worry, once my strength reaches a high enough level, I won't need the Enlightenment Stone anymore. I can set you free at that time," Song Shuhang added. "Which realm do you need to reach?" Lady Onion's eyes immediately lit up. I think I will need to reach at least Senior White's realm first. Song Shuhang guessed. Lady Onion rolled her eyes. In the current world of cultivators, the number of 7th stage venerables was very low. Back in the days, the ultra-dazzling true monarch Flaunting Tempest advanced to the 7th realm and changed his name to Venerable Tornado, becoming a well-known figure in the world of cultivators. Recently, the established true monarch 7 lightnings from the Purple Lightning Temple, who had entered a state of deep meditation, managed to break through and become Venerable 7 lightnings, giving rise to a huge commotion. Afterward, the daily cultivator especially went to look for Venerable 7 lightnings to interview them. Song Shuhang had just advanced to the 3rd stage, and although the speed he was advancing at was very fast, Lady Onion believed that he could forget about reaching the 7th stage within the next 1,000 years. A whole 1,000 years. Perhaps her green onion root would have already started to rot by that time. After drinking tea and eating snacks, Song Shuhang and the others sat in meditation and started to rest. Just as Song Shuhang entered into a meditative state, the mental energy between his eyebrows fluctuated. In the next moment, the dim radiance of a rune was transmitted from the place the demonic hamster kicked back then. Song Shuhang had a very bad premonition. The rune that the hamster left on his body earlier had yet to disappear. He had been too careless. Was he going to get dragged to that battle arena dimension again? That guy was worse than a lingering ghost. Song Shuhang secretly clenched his teeth, and decided that he would glue all the magical treasures at his disposal onto the face of that demonic hamster as soon as he saw it. Who knew, perhaps he might even kill the demonic hamster amidst the confusion. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Song Shuhang's consciousness left his body. This feeling was different from when entered the battle arena dimension. Wait a moment, was it possible that Senior White 2 was dragging him into that infinite makeup test dimension again? However, Senior White 2 should have already received the demodragon medicine. In that case, why would he drag him to that place? Perhaps he wanted to ask him how to spin a cocoon? This was bad. He didn't even go to look for funny jokes since he didn't think that Senior White 2 would drag him back to that infinite makeup test dimension so quickly. What would he do if Senior White 2 decided not to let him go until he told him a funny joke? After a short moment of panic, Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. He wasn't dragged into that infinite makeup test dimension, but entered into a strange state instead. His consciousness had shrunk until it managed to get inside a rune. Then, he relied on this rune to feel out the surrounding area and voices. He wasn't seeing through his eyes or listening through his ears. Instead, he felt as though he was inside a dreamland. Everything was surreal. This rune was the same rune that the demonic hamster left behind when it kicked his chest. At this time, his consciousness had been stored inside the rune, and engraved onto the body of a demon of the 4th stage that had been cut into 2 halves. Song Shuhang remembered this demon. It was the first demon of the 4th stage he'd killed after getting a hold of Meteor Sword. Now, a scholarly disciple was carrying the corpse of this demon on his shoulder while slowly walking through a deep tunnel. Song Shuhang could see through his mind that there was a long line of scholarly disciples in front of the one carrying him. All of them were low-level disciples. Then, it just happened that each of these scholarly disciples was carrying the corpse of a demon of the netherworld on its shoulder. Along the way, none of the scholarly disciples spoke. They carried along the corpses of demons of various ranks, and slowly moved forward, forming a long line. This picture seemed very familiar. Just as the scholarly disciples carrying the corpses moved forward, Song Shuhang's consciousness, which was now sealed within that rune engraved on the body of a demon, also moved forward alongside them. At last, those scholars carrying the corpses arrived at the edge of a huge pond of water. They had yet to approach the pond of water that a foul odor blew in their faces first. This stench was tens of times worse than that of the stinking pill. The properties of the rune were simply too incredible. Not only could Shuhang see the surrounding area and hear sounds, but he could also smell the scent of the things in the surroundings. Bleck Shuhang felt like throwing up everything in his stomach. Unfortunately, he was currently in the form of consciousness, and there was nothing he could throw up. The scholarly disciples held their breaths, and kept advancing forward even though they were currently deathly pale. In the end, the huge pond finally appeared in Shuhang's line of sight. It was a huge, unholy pond with evil and demonic energy hovering above its surface. Thud, the disciples of the scholarly faction had formed 10 lines, and were continuously throwing the corpses of the demons on their shoulders into the unholy pond. Very soon, it was the turn of that scholarly disciple that was carrying the corpse of the demon with the rune engraved on it. No! Don't throw me inside the pond! Shuhang screamed from the depths of his soul. Unfortunately, Shuhang didn't have the Soul King innate skill, and the scholarly disciple was unable to hear this cry coming from the depths of his soul. The scholarly disciple arrived at the edge of the unholy pond, and slightly raised his shoulder, throwing the corpse of the demon into the water of the pond. Thud, Shuhang's consciousness was attached to the rune, and thus fell into the water of the pond along with the corpse of the demon. The water of the pond was completely black. It was 1,000 times dirtier than sewer water, and blacker than black ink. And yet, Shuhang's complexion at this time was even blacker than the water of the pond. After the corpse of the demon fell into the waters of the pond, the unholy water immediately corroded and melted it. Within just 3 or 4 seconds, the corpse of the demon had thoroughly melted, becoming part of the waters of the unholy pond. However, that rune Shuhang was attached to wasn't corroded amidst the waters of the unholy pond. It was very likely that the rune was something Senior White 2 had drawn personally, and its anticorrosive properties were top-notch. F***CK. Why is this rune so powerful and wasn't melted like the rest? Shuhang felt like crying at this time. He felt as though he had been thrown into a mixture of swill and sewage. The taste was truly something that might directly put him to death. The flavor was so strong that not even the powerful will of a cultivator was able to overcome it. If Shuhang hadn't been in the form of consciousness, he would surely be throwing up like crazy. If he could choose, Shuhang would rather die than suffer this torment. The rune didn't melt. As such, Shuhang kept seeing the things happening around him through it. Earlier, his eyes had been looking upward. From his position, he could see a huge glistening tree through the demonic energy hovering above the surface of the pond. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't a huge tree. It was a colossal golden lotus. So that was how it was. From the very beginning, Shuhang had found this scene somewhat familiar, but after seeing this huge golden lotus, he was sure that this scene was the duplicate of the one he'd seen when he dreamed about Cave Lord Dragon's life. The only difference was that the roles in these two scenes, which he had witnessed in the netherworld realm and below the ground of the scholarly faction, respectively, were reversed. Below the ground of the scholarly faction was an unholy pond, while there was a holy pond in the netherworld realm. The unholy pond in the scholarly faction fed on the demons of the netherworld realm, while the holy pond in the netherworld realm fed on the cultivators of the scholarly faction, Buddhist monks, and even what seemed to be angels from the west. There was a golden lotus growing in the unholy pond in the scholarly faction, while there was a black lotus growing in the holy pond in the netherworld realm. In addition, since the black lotus in the netherworld realm had the ability to produce lotus seeds that bestowed upon whomever ate them a demonic technique, it was quite logical to assume that the golden lotus in the scholarly faction could produce those lotus seeds that prolonged the life of whomever ate them and bestowed upon them an extraordinary ability. No wonder the scholarly faction was willing to trade the valuable seeds of the virtuous golden lotus for the corpses of the demons of the netherworld. After all, the corpses of the demons of the netherworld themselves were the main ingredient to produce the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus. As long as they had the virtuous golden lotus, they would have an infinite supply of lotus seeds. The scholarly faction didn't suffer any loss by carrying out this exchange. Anyhow, the scholarly faction used the corpses of the demons of the netherworld to feed their virtuous golden lotus, while the demons of the netherworld used the corpses of scholarly disciples, Buddhist monks, and angels from the west to feed their sinful black lotus. Such being the case, what kind of relationship was there between the two? The scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld hated each other, and wished nothing more but to wipe out the other faction whenever they met. After the sage lost the battle for the will of the heavens, the demons of the netherworld almost wiped out the scholarly faction. As such, it was impossible that the two factions had collaborated to create these lotus flowers. In that case, was the existence of these two lotus flowers nothing but a coincidence? Was it possible that the scholarly faction just happened to have researched a way to cultivate their virtuous golden lotus, while the demons of the netherworld also happened to have researched a way to cultivate their sinful black lotus? In this world, all things would naturally balance each other out, and the virtuous golden lotus and the sinful black lotus seem to be the two sides of the same coin. In that case, perhaps their existence was really just a coincidental matter? However, Shuhang was still unable to calm himself down. What if the existence of the sinful black lotus in the netherworld realm and the virtuous golden lotus in this place wasn't just a coincidence and there was someone secretly pulling the strings from behind the scenes? From what he could understand, the scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld weren't cultivating the virtuous golden lotus and the sinful black lotus just for the sake of the seeds. If it was just for the lotus seeds, the two factions wouldn't need to push things to this extent. The lotus seeds produced through the virtuous golden lotus and the sinful black lotus were very likely treasures they harvested while nurturing the two flowers, and weren't the end goal of the two factions. Just what were the scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld planning to do once they were done cultivating the virtuous golden lotus and the sinful black lotus? Just as Shuhang was deep in thought, the huge golden lotus suddenly moved. However, the scene was different from the one he'd witnessed while dreaming of Cave Lord Dragon's life. The movements of the golden lotus were relatively gentle, and there were no earthquakes. Afterward, the calyx of the golden lotus slightly shook, and countless particles of golden light shot out from the lotus flower. All the surrounding scholarly disciples stretched out their hands to catch the seeds of the golden lotus. However, they didn't eat the lotus seeds, but stored them inside their cosmos bags. As expected, those were the lotus seeds of the virtuous golden lotus. After storing the lotus seeds away, that group of scholarly disciples left the place. Soon after, another group of scholarly disciples came out of that tunnel in the rear. They performed the same actions as the disciples from before and threw the corpses of the demons of the netherworld inside the unholy pond, which then mixed with the water of the pond. After the golden lotus had managed to get enough nutrients, it would produce another batch of lotus seeds. The process was repeated for another 2 times. At this time, the golden lotus had ejected lotus seeds for the 3 times already. Shuhang was starting to get somewhat tired. However, the rune to which his consciousness was attached didn't seem to have any intention to melt. For how long would he have to stay in this state? He had stayed in this unholy pond for quite some time already. If he was delayed any further, 16 and Yu Jiaojiao would start to get worried. But right at this time, the procession of the scholarly disciples finally came to an end. From the looks of it, they had finished throwing into the pond all the corpses they had collected during this battle between the White Cloud Academy and the demons of the netherworld. After a short amount of time, an old scholar with a white beard and white hair slowly arrived in front of the unholy pond in which the virtuous golden lotus was growing. The old scholar gently opened his mouth, and said, "At last, the golden lotus is about to mature." Shuhang recognized the voice of the old scholar when the latter spoke. When those demonic hives of the 8th stage invaded the academy, the voice of an old man was transmitted from the depths of the White Cloud Academy, saying, "Prepare the sacrificial altar and the writings of the sage. Start the formation." This old scholar was precisely the person that activated the filtering nets back then. The strength of this old man was possibly even higher than that of true Monarch Eternal Fire. Was he a venerable, or someone even stronger? The white-haired old man arrived at the edge of the unholy pond, and sat down. The demonic energy floating above the surface of the unholy pond curled up and attacked him, trying to gobble him up and contaminate his body. However, the righteous energy covering the body of the old scholar shone, and the demonic energy quickly retreated as though it had encountered something very scary. Shuhang saw that the old man bowed to the virtuous Golden Lotus from afar, and said, "Fellow Daoist Golden Lotus, you went through a lot of trouble during the past thousands of years." Shuhang was surprised. This Golden Lotus was actually a sentient creature. At this time, the Golden Lotus in the unholy pond slightly shook and gently bowed, just like a gentleman returning the courtesy. "Fellow Daoist Golden Lotus, how many demons do you still need to fully mature?" "Do you have any idea?" the old scholar asked. The Golden Lotus slightly shook, and seemingly used a non-verbal method to communicate with the old scholar. After a short time, the old scholar gently nodded, and said, "What a coincidence. Just now, there happened to be a few demons of the 8th stage rank outside my White Cloud Academy. I'll try to find a way to capture them and feed them to fellow Daoist Golden Lotus." The Golden Lotus slightly shook one more time. "It doesn't matter. No matter the price we will have to pay, it will be completely worth it. After fellow Daoist Golden Lotus fully matures and turns into an autonomous world, our scholarly faction will be able to prosper again, and everything we scholars had to sacrifice during the past years wouldn't have been in vain." The old scholar deeply sighed. "This time, we must succeed at all costs. Our scholarly faction can no longer withstand all this fighting. The netherworld realm is simply too vast, and our scholarly faction alone has no hope of beating it. Therefore, we must get our own autonomous world. Only then we will be able to attack and retreat as we wish, and stop being at the receiving end in this battle against the netherworld realm." The Golden Lotus fiercely shook a few times, and then quieted down. "Leave everything to me. This time, we will succeed for sure." The old scholar stood up and floated away, quietly leaving the place. After the old man left, the rune which Shuhang's consciousness was attached to also melted. At this time, Shuhang's face was full of tears. He had finally managed to get away from the torture of the unholy pond. Shuhang's consciousness finally returned to his body, and when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yu Jiaojiao was using her claws to poke his face. From the looks of it, Yu Jiaojiao didn't trim her fingernails as of late, and her claws were extremely sharp as a consequence. Shuhang had practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha only until the beginner level, and his facial skin wasn't thick enough. Therefore, he felt some pain when Jiaojiao poked his face with her claws. "Jiaojiao, don't poke my face with your claws, it's very painful," Shuhang said in a hurry. "Aha, you finally regained consciousness," Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. On one side, Su Clan 16 was leaning against the wall and holding Venerable White's meteor sword in her hands, seemingly studying something. After seeing that Shuhang had woken up, the corner of her mouth rose, and, with a smile, she said, "Were you dragged into that strange infinite makeup test dimension again?" In the past few days, Shuhang had been dragged into that infinite makeup test dimension quite a few times already. Therefore, Su Clan 16 had gotten used to it. Shuhang shook his head, and said, "This time, I wasn't dragged to the infinite makeup test dimension, but to an even scarier place." While speaking, he noticed that he could still smell that foul odor that permeated the unholy pond. Obviously, it was only his consciousness that entered into that rune and visited the unholy pond through a dreamlike experience, but little did he expect that that foul odor would cling to his very soul and return back to his body alongside him. After smelling this foul odor, he really felt like throwing up. However, at this moment, there was nothing inside his belly that he could throw up, what he felt right now was difficult to describe with words alone. What did you encounter this time? Su Clan 16 lifted Meteor Sword, and placed it next to Song Shuhang. What I saw this time made me feel somewhat restless. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, let's communicate via secret sound transmission. What I saw this time is supposed to be a secret, and it's better if other people don't know about it. After saying this much, Song Shuhang pinched his nose and used the turtle breathing technique in an attempt to get rid of that foul odor by holding his breath. However, this was all useless. That foul odor had directly pervaded his consciousness, and it didn't matter whether he was breathing or not. Even if he wasn't breathing, he felt as though that odor was flooding all his 5 senses. It was really a terrible situation. Shuhang, do you want me to use a purifying technique on your body? It seems as though you are in great pain at this time, Yu Jiaojiao asked, somewhat confused. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up and repeatedly nodded his head. Yu Jiaojiao condensed a water ball-shaped magical technique and patted it on Song Shuhang's head. The water ball completely soaked Song Shuhang's body. Was it effective? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Song Shuhang shook his head and faintly sighed. Forget it. Perhaps things will turn for the better in a while. Come, I'll tell you what I saw just now. As such, Song Shuhang used the secret sound transmission method to tell Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao what he saw when his consciousness took possession of that rune. He told them how the scholarly disciples carried the corpses of the demons of the netherworld on their shoulders and arrived in front of that unholy pond, using the corpses of the demons to feed a gigantic golden lotus and making it produce lotus seeds. Afterward, he also told them about that matter related to the old scholar. However, when the virtuous golden lotus and the old scholar were discussing, Song Shuhang could only hear the words of the old scholar. As such, he had no choice but to use his imagination to guess what the golden lotus might have said. Therefore, the story sounded somewhat confusing when he narrated it to Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao. At the same time, Song Shuhang recalled the autonomous world that the old scholar mentioned during the discussion with the golden lotus. From the looks of it, it wasn't something as simple as a mini-dimension, but it seemed more similar to the netherworld realm, an independent world where the scholars could safely retreat and recover their energy. Anyway, that golden lotus really had the ability to create a world. Was this like the Buddhist saying, one flower, one world, one tree, one enlightenment? After hearing the story, Yu Jiaojiao lightly nodded her head, and replied via secret sound transmission, so that's how it is. No wonder the White Cloud Academy was willing to exchange the valuable seeds of the virtuous golden lotus for the corpses of the demons of the netherworld realm. They basically aren't suffering any loss through this exchange. Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment, and asked via secret sound transmission, Shuhang, why did you say that you felt restless after knowing this matter? In hindsight, the fact that the scholarly faction was using the corpses of the demons of the netherworld to feed the virtuous golden lotus wasn't really that surprising. The scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld were archenemies, and it was quite normal that the former had researched and created something like the virtuous golden lotus. Song Shuhang replied, if it was only this, I wouldn't really feel restless. The problem is that I saw something similar happening in the netherworld realm too. After saying this much, he used the secret sound transmission method once more and told Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao about the time he dreamt about Cave Lord Dragon's life and saw the holy pond, the sinful black lotus, and its black seeds in the netherworld realm. After listening to the second part of the story, Yu Jiaojiao and Su Clan 16 also felt their hair stand on ends. If one were to assume that this matter was just a coincidence, well, it was simply too much of a coincidence. If there was really someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes, what was the objective of that person? Yu Jiaojiao and Su Clan 16 couldn't help but shudder at the thought that there might be someone making the scholarly faction and the netherworld realm dance in the palm of their hand. Yu Jiaojiao pondered for a moment, and said, according to the info Shuhang gathered, the golden lotus of the scholarly faction is about to mature, right? If there is really someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes, their goal would be complete once the Golden Lotus matures, right? Su Clan 16 added. In addition, the scholarly faction seems intent on taking down those 10 demonic hives outside the filtering nets to speed up the growth of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang nodded, and looked at the sky outside. Amidst the filtering nets in the sky, the cultivators of the scholarly faction, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as the other cultivators that had stayed behind to lend a hand to the White Cloud Academy, were still engaged in battle with the demons of the Netherworld realm. Above the filtering nets, only 5 of the original 10 demonic hives were left. At this time, demons were still endlessly coming out of their bodies. Of course, there was a limit to the number of demons that could be stored inside the demonic hives, but this time, the Netherworld realm had opened a temporary space passage not too far away from the White Cloud Academy. This temporary space passage was different from those other space cracks that led to the Netherworld, and ordinary demons were unable to pass through this temporary space passage. However, these demonic hives of the 8th stage rank could freely shuttle back and forth through this temporary space passage. As such, these 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage formed 2 groups and took turns to transport over the demons of the Netherworld realm. If they didn't take care of these demonic hives of the 8th stage, the Netherworld realm would have an endless number of reinforcements at its disposal during the course of this war. Their numbers would keep increasing, while those of the other party were decreasing without a stop. If the White Cloud Academy didn't quickly find a way to deal with this situation, they would inevitably fall into a hopeless situation. After overseeing the scene, Shuhang said, from the strategic point of view, it's better to take care of those 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage as soon as possible. However, did the current White Cloud Academy have the strength to deal with those 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage? Even if these demonic hives of the 8th stage weren't combat-type demons, they were still entities of the 8th stage realm. Venerable Tornado, who was wielding a godly weapon of the Tribulation Transcenderank, was only able to teleport to a distant place one of the 10 demonic hives through the power of space, but in just half an hour, that demonic hive had already traveled back to the airspace of the White Cloud Academy. Even Venerable White was only able to send flying that demonic hive to an altitude of 1,000 meters after hitting it with his jade green ball, but was unable to cause any substantial injury to the demonic hive. In that case, should we continue helping the White Cloud Academy to defend the place? Yu Jiaojiao also raised her head and looked toward the filtering nets. This battle between the scholarly faction and the Netherworld realm wasn't as simple as it seemed. She was somewhat worried at this time. Her father, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, was a close friend of True Monarch Eternal Fire. Therefore, it was very likely that he would keep defending this place until the very end. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, I feel that there is no point in mulling over this matter. We should take advantage of the fact that Venerable White hasn't recalled Meteor Sword yet to kill another wave of demons of the 4th stage. Then, while fighting against the demons, we should transmit these 2 pieces of information that I told you to the various seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. At that time, it will be up to the seniors to decide whether we should stay here and defend the place or evacuate. It's pointless for us to keep worrying about it. After all, the strength of the trio was nowhere high enough, and it would be very difficult for them to retreat unharmed from his battle between the White Cloud Academy and the Netherworld realm by relying on their own strength. Even if they wanted to run, they could only wait for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and leave together with them. Therefore, it was pointless to worry about this matter, and they should just let the seniors decide what to do. Ah Shuhang, what you said makes sense, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. In that case, let's go kill another wave of demons and get our hands on as many seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus as possible. After all, this might be our last opportunity to obtain the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. No one knew if the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction would still produce seeds after maturing. Right, speaking of lotus seeds, did you too eat your seeds? What kind of special skill did you obtain? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. We already ate them, and we got our special skills as well. The skill I've obtained is somewhat similar to yours, Shuhang. Su Clan 16 faintly raised her head, and a happy expression flashed through her eyes. Did you also gain the ability to spit out flowers? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Su Clan 16 shook her head, and gently opened her red lips, exhaling a mouthful of air. Afterward, a small streak of Saber chi shot out of her mouth and cut the teacup on the table. Ding! The teacup was neatly cut into 2 halves, the cut was incredibly smooth. Although small, that streak of Saber chi was incredibly sharp. Song Shuhang was speechless. How was this skill similar to his? The extraordinary skill 16 obtained was the one he longed for even in his dreams. The corner of Su Clan 16's mouth rose. Song Shuhang turned his head toward Yu Jiaojiao, and asked, Jiaojiao, what about you? What kind of skill did you obtain? The skill I've obtained is very useful and ultra cool, Yu Jiaojiao said as she demonstrated the extraordinary skill she'd obtained to Song Shuhang. She stretched out her claws, and her fingernails increased in length while assuming a metallic color and luster. No wonder Song Shuhang felt so much pain when Yu Jiaojiao poked his face earlier. It wasn't that she hadn't trimmed her nails, but that her nails had undergone a mutation. Just as Yu Jiaojiao said, this ultra-cool extraordinary skill was very useful in melee. Although it was unknown how strong Yu Jiaojiao's new claws were, she seemed very satisfied with the final result. In addition, it was possible to upgrade the extraordinary skills obtained through the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. Even if their strength wasn't too high in the beginning, it was possible to increase it until it reached the same strength as a godly weapon. However, how would the appearance of Yu Jiaojiao's claws change if she were to use this skill in her human form in the future? Would her 10 fingernails become longer and sharper? Or would it be more like Wolverine from the X-Men, with her sharp claws emerging from the back of her hands? Wolvigio? It sounded quite cool. Several minutes later, Song Shuhang wielded Meteor Sword and teamed up with Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao again, starting to hunt down the demons of the 4th stage. While killing demons, the trio approached Rivoli Purple Mist and Medicine Master, telling them via secret sound transmission about those matters related to the sinful Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm and the virtuous Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction that Song Shuhang had discovered earlier. Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist also used the same method to transmit these 2 pieces of information to the other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, urging the various fellow Daoists to pay more attention and not get careless. Beyond that, the speed at which Song Shuhang's team was killing the demons of the 4th stage had returned to the previous level, when they massacred 200 demons of the 4th stage in 10 minutes. It wasn't that the demons of the 4th stage had poor memory, the reason was that the group of demons that had seen Song Shuhang's team in action earlier had already turned into the spoils of war of the scholars. They were wrapped up and delivered to the unholy pond, becoming the food of the virtuous Golden Lotus. Those demons died so quickly because the scholarly faction deployed a large number of battle puppets within the filtering nets. These battle puppets were produced by the Jet Black sect, and their quality was superb. As long as the spirit stones that these battle puppets were using as a source of energy weren't completely depleted, and their bodies weren't thoroughly destroyed, they would keep fighting. Even if only their core was left, they could self-destruct and die together with the enemy. They were quite scary. All the demons of the 4th stage present in this level were thrown out of the bodies of those demonic hives of the 8th stage just recently. Therefore, they were completely unaware of how high Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and Yu Jiaojiao's efficiency was while killing demons. When they saw Song Shuhang, a weak human of the 3rd stage realm, and Su Clan 16, another weak human of the 3rd stage realm, rush into the level of the demons of the 4th stage under Yu Jiaojiao's leadership, a female monster of the 4th stage realm, all the surrounding demons were rather happy. The Netherworld realm was a place where strength was everything. As such, these two little flowers deserve to die in their hands. Thereupon, the newly arrived demons of the netherworld roared and charged toward Song Shuhang's team, fighting to be the first ones to kill this team composed of 2 weak members and another that was just average. However, even though crushing a little flower wasn't difficult, things would change if the little flower was wearing a set of steel armor. Crushing it wouldn't be as easy as before. Eventually, that crowd of demons of the 4th stage that rushed toward Song Shuhang's team was completely killed. The battlefield was again littered with corpses, and demon blood was flowing copiously. In the rear, Lady Onion's hands had become numb from picking up the spoils of war. It's going pretty well. Perhaps we can get 4 lotus seeds once again, Yu Jiaojiao said. I'm of the same idea, Su Clan 16 said. Song Shuhang faintly smiled. Then, he looked southeast, and his expression turned grave. Shuhang, what happened? Su Clan 16 asked. That old scholar finally appeared. It seems that the scholarly faction is preparing to take down those demonic hives of the 8th stage, Song Shuhang replied via secret sound transmission. By following Song Shuhang's gaze, one could see an old scholar with white hair and a white beard stepping in the air and heading toward the outermost layer of the filtering nets, where the demonic hives of the 8th stage were gathered. Soon after, Venerable Tornado, who was bullying the demons of the 6th stage in their respective level, suddenly stopped, and seemingly started to chat with someone via secret sound transmission. After a short moment, Venerable Tornado obtained the answer he wanted, and followed behind the old scholar with the space-cutting mother-child wheel in hand, heading toward the outermost level of the filtering nets together with him. At the same time, in the depths of the White Cloud Academy, a few scholars with smiling faces and resolute eyes jumped upward, dashing toward the old scholar. Their movements attracted the attention of all those present. Song Shuhang couldn't make out the strength of the old scholar or those other cultivators of the scholarly faction in the rear, but since the old scholar planned to kill those demonic hives of the 8th stage, their strength should be at the 8th stage realm or above. 8th stage profound sages that have shown their divinity in front of the masses, a battle of this scale is rarely seen even in 1,000 years. If we can personally witness a battle of this level, we might obtain a lot of benefits, a cultivator helping the White Cloud Academy said with an expectant look on his face. But will those filtering nets that the scholars arranged earlier be able to withstand the shock waves of a battle between 8th stage profound sages? Some cultivators were worried. A battle of the 8th stage profound sage rank already surpassed the concept of overturning mountains and seas. If the people involved in this battle went all out, their attacks would be as destructive as atomic bombs. If several of these attacks were launched in rapid succession, the entire White Cloud Academy would be reduced to ashes. They should be able to resist. Otherwise, the scholarly disciples in the upper levels would have evacuated already, someone replied. Nonetheless, a lot of cultivators started to leave the filtering nets after swiftly killing the demons they were fighting against and collecting their corpses. They didn't want to get involved in this battle of the 8th stage profound sage rank. Shuhang, should we continue killing demons? Su Clan 16 asked while holding her short saber. At the same time, she slightly opened her lips, and a sharp streak of saber chi shot out of her mouth, cutting off one arm of a demon of the 4th stage right in front of them. 16 was getting better and better at using this extraordinary skill that allowed her to shoot saber chi from her mouth. Now, she could already compress several streaks of saber chi together and shoot them out all at once. The saber chi was sharp enough to cut the body of a demon of the 4th stage, although a weakened one. Song Shuhang was extremely envious. Then, he replied to 16's question. There is no rush. Senior White and the others haven't left yet. I will take a look at the group first to see if any of the seniors sent any important message. After saying much, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, there was really a senior sending messages. It was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I heard that you guys are going to hunt the demons of the netherworld. It seems such an interesting thing to do, please take me along with you. Senior White, I made a mistake. Please, let me go. The message was sent not too long ago. From the looks of it, there was nothing important going on in the group. As for the message before this one, it was also from Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. The two messages were sent at intervals of 1 hour. In the previous message, Thrice Reckless was seeking help. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I'm about to go crazy. Just now, I was watching a movie on a certain site when they suddenly started to play ads. After I pressed on the X icon to dismiss them, another page suddenly opened, asking me to add funds to my account, which I can't even close. Now that I can't even watch movies, I really feel like going crazy in here. Who can do me a favor and add funds to my account? My account number is the same as my chat number, but with the pinyin of the last part of my name added in front of it. From this message, one could see that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had already found a way to amuse himself inside that secret realm of slowness. In the secret realm of slowness, Thrice Reckless needed 15 seconds to lift his arm, 15 seconds to tap on the screen of his mobile phone, etc. However, only the movements of his body were slowed down, the mobile phone itself wasn't affected. Thereupon, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quickly found a way to have fun while stuck there and started to watch movies. As long as he spent enough 15 seconds to find the movie he liked, he could happily watch it. But little did he expect that his membership would expire just as he was watching a movie and they would ask him to add more funds to his account. Were they trying to F***CK with him, or was this Senior White's fearsome luck at work? Thereupon, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber braced himself, and spent an unknown amount of 15 seconds to ask for help in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Unfortunately, no one replied to his message. Actually, the fellow Daoists of the group were really busy, and they wouldn't flood in the group every day. In particular, even the always online holy warrior of the group, Northern River's loose cultivator, was busy killing demons today. Therefore, no one replied to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's message. That was the reason there wasn't a reply to his message even after 1 hour had passed, truly a tragic matter. Senior Thrice Reckless is really pitiful, Yu Jiaojiao said as she acted as a shield for the others. Should we add those funds to his account? Su Clan 16 suggested. The fact that someone as active as Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was stuck in the secret realm of slowness and couldn't even watch a movie was truly tragic. Alright. In that case, I will add the necessary funds to Senior Thrice Reckless account. Song Shuhang nodded, and quietly added to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's account the funds for a monthly subscription. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Senior Thrice Reckless, I've added enough funds to get a monthly subscription for that movie site. Junior can only help you this much. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber wrote, in the secret realm of slowness, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had an excited expression on his face. At this critical moment, little friend Song Shuhang turned out to be someone very reliable. Thanks to this monthly subscription, he would be able to have some fun in this secret realm of slowness and avoid going mad. Thrice Reckless was very happy, and after spending several 15 seconds, he finally returned to the page of the movie, looking forward to continuing from where he had left. But right at this time, something unexpected happened. Dear Guangdao times, someone logged in to your account from another location, and you have been forced to log out from your current device. If you have no knowledge of this access, it is very likely that your password has been leaked. We advise you to change your password. To change your password, go to. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was speechless. His lungs were about to explode from anger. In the Spirit Butterfly Island. Venerable Spirit Butterfly quietly took a sip of his spirit green tea while tapping on the keyboard of his computer. He was like one of those good Samaritans that didn't like to boast about their deeds. Anyway, he totally wasn't retaliating against thrice reckless Mad Saber for stating a few days ago that he was a small caterpillar that had practiced until becoming a spirit butterfly. He just saw that the password of Fellow Daoist thrice reckless Mad Saber's account was a little too simple, and decided to give him a hand to change it into a more complex one so that no one would be able to steal his account. Yes, that was it. Ahaha. In that case, you guys can keep killing these demons, Venerable White said with a nod. It seemed he had no intention of taking Meteor Sword back. After all, he didn't really need it at the moment, since he was planning to head back with Fairy Lychee and take a look at the various scenes they just recorded earlier. Right. Senior White, do those several seniors from the scholarly faction have any chance of killing those 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage? Shuhang asked. If we were talking about normal demonic hives of the 8th stage, the scholarly faction wouldn't have any way of dealing with them. However, the 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage that came over this time are somewhat strange, Venerable White replied as he held his chin. Oh? There is something wrong with them? Is it possible that they aren't normal creatures of the 8th stage? In that case, Senior White, would you have a way to deal with those several demonic hives of the 8th stage if you were to fight against them? Yu Jiaojiao asked out of curiosity. Venerable White pondered for a moment, and said, it's going to be quite troublesome to deal with them with my current level of strength, however, you don't need to worry. Although it's going to be troublesome to fight them, it won't be a problem to bring you guys away from this place in case something happens. And if there is really no other choice, I can break through and bring down the heavenly tribulation. That should be enough to take care of these demonic hives of the 8th stage. Shuhang. Senior White, are you implying that you have already reached the point where you can break through at any moment? Just as they were discussing, the old scholar and the senior cultivators of the scholarly faction started their battle against the demonic hives of the 8th stage. Each move of these cultivators of the 8th stage realm had the strength to move mountains and seas. All that incredible energy was compressed inside the various magical techniques, sword attacks, or saber attacks. This kind of battle was something that went way beyond the imagination of low-level cultivators. Shuhang tried to lift his head and look at the battle between the old scholar and the demonic hives of the 8th stage. However, he felt a stabbing pain spreading through his mind after glancing in that direction. Immediately after, he felt as if his eyeballs were about to explode. It wasn't only him, for the nearby Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao were also in the same situation, and could only suck in a deep breath due to the sharp pain. But right at that time, Fairy Lychee quickly moved and arrived next to Shuhang and the others. She stretched out her hand and patted the foreheads of the trio with her palm. In the next moment, a gentle wisp of spiritual energy flowed into their eye sockets and glabella, instantly alleviating the pain the trio was feeling. Don't be impatient. It's going to be quite difficult for you guys to watch a battle of this rank with your current strength. Close your eyes and use your mind to feel the battle. As for the actual fighting scene, I will record it down, and you can watch it later by combining it with what you sense now, alright? Fairy Lychee said. A battle between 8th stage profound sages was really scary. If cultivators of the 4th stage or below used their naked eyes to watch it, their mental energy would fall into a chaotic state and their eyes would get injured. Shuhang and the others still had a lingering fear from what happened earlier. In the netherworld realm, within the holy pond below the ground, the current volume of the sinful Black Lotus was at least 5 times larger than the one Shuhang had seen in his dream. From time to time, the demons of the netherworld would come over and throw into the holy pond the corpses of the cultivators of the scholarly faction. These scholars were precisely the cultivators of the scholarly faction that had died during the battle between the White Cloud Academy and the netherworld realm just now. Part of the corpses was recovered by their fellow disciples, and another part was carried off by the demons of the netherworld. While shuttling back and forth, the 10 demonic hives in the airspace of the White Cloud Academy weren't only loading the demons of the netherworld inside their bodies, but they were also bringing back to the netherworld realm the corpses of the scholarly disciples that had died in battle. Along with the corpses of the scholarly disciples ending up in the holy pond, the volume of the sinful black lotus increased again. At this time, it had already reached its maximum size, and it couldn't grow any further. Additionally, it no longer produced lotus seeds since the calyx of the flower was now closed. All those demons that were continuously throwing corpses into the holy pond stopped. Afterward, a happy expression flashed through their eyes. Although the sinful black lotus would no longer produce lotus seeds, the benefits they were going to obtain now that it had fully matured were even better. At last, it's about to succeed. Above the sinful black lotus, one of the rulers of the netherworld realm, the ball of liquid metal, was currently hovering there in an invisible state. In addition, it's time to let those 10 demonic hives die. It's a pity, though. I've spent a great deal of effort to bring those demonic hives up. In the holy pond, a small rune quietly appeared on the corpse of a scholarly disciple. This rune was the same as the one the demonic hamster left on Shuhang's chest with a kick. As one might guess, it was something the demonic hamster secretly left on the corpse. In another part of the netherworld realm, the demonic hamster arrived in front of Senior White 2, and handed him the vial of demodragon medicine it had obtained from Shuhang. At the same time, it gave an account of Shuhang's fighting capacity to Senior White 2. Senior White 2 took the vial of demodragon medicine, and slightly nodded. Meanwhile, his eyes were seemingly looking through space itself and gazing in another direction. In that direction were the holy pond and the sinful black lotus. Ha! Senior White 2 gently smiled. The rune in the holy pond was something he'd entrusted to the demonic hamster earlier, ordering it to secretly leave it behind so that he could take a look at the tricks the ball of liquid metal had up its sleeve. Below the scholarly faction are the virtuous golden lotus and the unholy pond, below the netherworld realm are the sinful black lotus and the holy pond. In addition, there is also that autonomous world. What is this guy planning to do? 2 dimensions, one good, one evil, one virtuous, one sinful. Is that guy trying to find a way to leave the netherworld realm? The corner of Senior White 2's mouth rose. This is very likely the case. After all, something happened to the counterpart of the ball of liquid metal in the main world. At the same time, my presence in the netherworld realm is holding it back and preventing it from becoming the sole ruler of the netherworld. If this situation continues, that ball of liquid metal would have no choice but to disappear without a trace. Therefore, it's quite reasonable that it is urgently looking for a way to leave the netherworld realm and cling to that slim chance of survival. But how can it be so easy to leave the netherworld realm? That guy is too naive, Senior White 2 thought to himself. Whatever, no matter what that ball of liquid metal was planning to do, he wouldn't let it do as it wished, and he had also left behind some room for maneuver. After all, how could such an interesting matter be short of him? In the meantime, outside the filtering nets of the White Cloud Academy, a space gate suddenly appeared amidst the warring 8th stage profound sages. A space gate? The old scholar gasped for breath, and stared at the space gate. This gate was different from the space crack Venerable Tornado had opened earlier through his godly weapon of the Tribulation Transcenderank. This space gate was the work of a real 9th stage Tribulation Transcender. A 9th stage Tribulation Transcender was about to appear, and its objective was to meddle in this battle between the scholarly faction and the netherworld realm. Was this person a friend or a foe? The old scholar secretly clutched the page of a golden book. If the incoming person was a Tribulation Transcender of the netherworld realm, he would make use of this page. It was one of the techniques the sage left behind, and it was enough to restrain or even seal ordinary Tribulation Transcenders. Soon after, a figure drilled out of the space gate. It was a man dressed up as a scholar. His body was pure both on the inside and the outside, and was emitting a lustrous shine all over. Both the eyes of the scholar were red, full of insanity and madness. After making his appearance, the lustrous scholar didn't speak, but grabbed the long sword hanging at his waist. In the next moment, he used the scholarly celestial sprint footwork and instantly appeared above the head of a gigantic demonic hive. The long sword in his hand slashed down without mercy as the sword chi exploded. In front of the gigantic body of the demonic hive, his long sword wasn't any different from a toothpick, but as soon as the sword chi inside the long sword exploded, the head of the demonic hive burst open. One sword attack was enough to claim the life of this demonic hive, thoroughly killing it. In the next moment, its huge body crashed toward the filtering nets. However, it was only the beginning. The lustrous scholar stretched out his hand and slashed in the air, opening another space gate and drilling inside it. In the next moment, he simultaneously appeared above the heads of the 4 other demonic hives, just as though he had split his body. Just like before, he aimed his sword toward the heads of the 4 demonic hives and slashed down. Sword chi exploded once more. The heads of the various demonic hives exploded like watermelons. These entities of the 8th stage rank had died before they could even get the opportunity to put up a struggle. Not even 3 seconds had passed since the moment the lustrous scholar appeared and finished killing the 5 demonic hives. Boom, 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 the corpses of the demonic hives crashed on the filtering net one after another. Not even cutting vegetables was this easy. After killing the 5 demonic hives, the body of the lustrous scholar stopped for a moment. Afterward, he raised his head and looked toward a distant place. The other 5 demonic hives were currently transporting the new batch of demons toward the White Cloud Academy. However, they were all dumbfounded when they saw that lustrous scholar instantly killing their 5 companions. They quickly turned around and headed back to that temporary space passage leading to the netherworld realm. To deal with a tribulation transcender, they had to rely on another tribulation transcender. Their only hope was to flee to the netherworld realm and request a demon of the tribulation transcender rank to deal with this lustrous scholar. Humph. The lustrous scholar snorted, and drilled into another space gate. In the next moment, bright sword light exploded above the heads of the 5 demonic hives that were trying to run away. Were they really considering running away from the hands of a tribulation transcender that could control the power of space? Laughable. Those 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage that had no rivals in the world were completely obliterated in just 7 or 8 seconds. The demons of the netherworld realm were shocked. The disciples of the scholarly faction were shocked. Shuhang was also shocked. Isn't that one of those 13 tribulation transcenders that were under the command of the sage, the lustrous scholar? He is still alive. Didn't that guy leave for the netherworld realm after borrowing my ghost spirit, thoroughly dying as he was fighting a demon of the tribulation transcender rank? Chapter 773 Officer White, reporting for duty. Shuhang remembered that even the life-bound godly weapon of the lustrous scholar had crumbled to pieces back then. He had died thoroughly, and there was no chance for him to come back to life. Such being the case, who was this other lustrous scholar in the sky that had taken care of those 10 demonic hives in just a few seconds? Is it possible that someone obtained the inheritance of the lustrous scholar, and practiced until reaching the tribulation transcender realm, deciding to make their move after seeing that the White Cloud Academy was in dire straits? No, that shouldn't be the case. Even if that person had obtained the inheritance of the lustrous scholar, what was the deal with their face? The face of this person was identical to that of the lustrous scholar that borrowed his ghost spirit back then. As such, what was the matter with this lustrous scholar? After instantly killing those 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage, the lustrous scholar put his sword back in the sheath. Soon after, he glanced toward the filtering nets with a pensive look on his face. At the same time, the old scholar finally returned to his senses after the initial shock. This scholar emitting a lustrous shine from all over the body looked very similar to one of the 13 tribulation transcenders under the command of the sage. Although their outward appearance was different, their demeanor and build were exactly the same. Was it possible that the 13 tribulation transcenders under the command of the sage survived the calamity back then, and had been secretly protecting their scholarly faction since then? The tears of the old scholar flowed copiously. He stood up and bowed in the direction of the lustrous scholar, preparing to respectfully welcome home this founding member of theirs. But right at this time, the lustrous scholar stretched out his hand and slashed in front of him, opening a space gate. From the looks of it, he was already planning to leave. The old scholar stretched out his hand, and called out, "Founder! Please, wait a moment." At the same time, below, Shuhang also stretched out his hand, and called out, "Senior, wait a moment." It was a pity that the lustrous scholar ignored both of them, and directly barged into the space gate, disappearing without a trace. "Shuhang, do you know him?" Venerable White asked of curiosity. Shuhang furrowed his brows, and said, "Actually, I'm not sure, but judging from his outward appearance, he should be that mysterious expert that forcefully borrowed my ghost spirit. The only problem is that the mysterious expert should have thoroughly died already." When that lustrous scholar glanced toward the filtering nets just now, was he looking at him? "Oh, so it's that person, the one that forcefully borrowed your ghost spirit and then lost it, right?" Venerable White said with a nod. "Well, from the looks of it, that guy seems still alive. In that case, you can ask him to compensate you the next time you meet." Venerable White's words were indeed reasonable, and Shuhang had no way of refuting them. After the death of the 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage, the Netherworld realm lost the ability to call for reinforcements while fighting against the White Cloud Academy. The morale within the camp of the White Cloud Academy increased sharply. At this time in the filtering nets, some of the demons of the 7th stage rank felt that the situation was turning for the worst. As such, they carried their elite subordinates along and tried to open up a bloody path to pass through the filtering nets of the scholarly faction and retreat. Now that the demons of the 7th stage had decided to retreat, the situation of the other demons in the filtering nets wasn't any better. Suddenly, the army of the Netherworld was forced to retreat in defeat again and again, continuously losing its members as it was fleeing. That old scholar was still absent-mindedly looking in the direction the lustrous scholar had disappeared into. At last, he faintly sighed and used a space-type magical treasure to retrieve the corpses of the 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage. The corpses of these 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage, as well as those of the demons still in the filtering nets, would be enough for the virtuous Golden Lotus to fully mature. After retrieving the corpses of the demons, the old scholar didn't waste time, and quickly returned to the depths of the White Cloud Academy. He wanted to deliver the corpses of the 10 demonic hives of the 8th stage to the virtuous Golden Lotus as soon as possible so as to avoid further problems. 1 hour after the demonic hives of the 8th stage had been killed, the remaining demons of the Netherworld inside the enormous filtering nets were unable to run away, and got surrounded by the scholars. Knowing that they could no longer escape, the demons went berserk. Even if they had been weakened by the filtering nets, the demons attacked like crazy after going berserk, making up for the combat strength they had lost due to the nets. The casualties on the side of the White Cloud Academy increased all of a sudden. The battle puppets of the Jet Black sect were also getting destroyed one after another. The sound of the self-destructing puppets echoed continually. After seeing this scene, a lot of the cultivators that had stayed behind to lend a hand evacuated from the filtering nets. They had stayed behind just to give a hand, and weren't willing to put their life on the line. In addition, after fighting for so long, most of them had already obtained a good harvest. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group likewise retreated from the front line. The demons of the Netherworld couldn't be underestimated now that they had gone crazy after being forced into a corner. However, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The remaining demons would be sooner or later annihilated by the scholars. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had also consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, They followed true Monarch Yellow Mountain's instructions and brought their spoils of war to the White Cloud Academy to carry out the exchange. Song Shuhang's team of 3 also left the level of the demons of the 4th stage. Their loot this time was a lot lower than the last time. The trio was only able to kill 900 demons after going all out. Song Shuhang was dead tired. The trio was already familiar with the procedure, and went to look for true Monarch Eternal Fire's puppet clone again, exchanging their loot for 3 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. This time, each person got 1 seed. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and gave his seed to Lady Onion. Although we lack 1 seed compared to the original estimate, I'll still give this seed to you. Humph. Even if you give me a lotus seed to curry favor with me, I won't be happy. If you really want to curry favor with me, set me free. Lady Onion said as she took the seeds of the Golden Lotus, gobbling it up all at once. Actually, she was really excited, and was looking forward to seeing what kind of extraordinary skill she would awaken. How wonderful would it be if she could awaken an extraordinary skill that could allow her to get away from the Enlightenment Stone. Around 5 breaths later, Lady Onion opened her eyes, and exhaled a long mouthful of air. She felt that her vitality and life energy were getting stronger. A cultivator would get this very same feeling after advancing in realm, when their lifespan was increasing. It was such a wonderful feeling. How was it? Lady Onion, what skill did you awaken? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Lady Onion examined her body, and the corner of her mouth rose immediately after. From the looks of it, she had obtained a pretty good skill. Don't act all mysterious. Show us your skill, Song Shuhang said. The extraordinary skill I awakened should be a pretty good one. Lady Onion took a deep breath, and activated her extraordinary skill. Soon after, 2 whizzing sounds were heard. Suddenly, 2 new green onion sprouts grew out from Lady Onion's existing sprout. At the same time, an additional pair of tiny arms popped out beneath each sprout. What kind of extraordinary skill is this? Does it allow you to grow new green onion sprouts so that one can pinch more when they need? Song Shuhang said thoughtlessly. Nonsense. That isn't the use of my extraordinary skill. Lady Onion's 3 green onion sprouts angrily shouted in unison. This is the 3 heads and 6 arms extraordinary skill. Can't you tell by looking? 3 heads and 6 arms? Oh, not bad. So that's what it is. This skill seems pretty good. Song Shuhang said, surprised. It was the legendary technique of the 3rd Prince Neza mentioned in Legends. But when it was Lady Onion using it, the name of the technique turned into 3 sprouts and 6 arms. Yu Jiaojiao reminded, Lady Onion, isn't it better if you assume your human form before using this extraordinary skill? I refuse. I'm not in the right mood to assume my human form. I vowed earlier that I wouldn't assume my human form before regaining my freedom. Lady Onion faintly sighed. After saying this much, she deactivated her 3 heads and 6 arms extraordinary skill. But right at that time, something interesting happened. Whenever the 3rd Prince Neza in Legends deactivated his 3 heads and 6 arms technique, the extra parts would disappear without a trace. But when Lady Onion deactivated her 3 heads and 6 arms technique, the 2 newly grown green onion sprouts detached from her body and quietly fell to the ground. Lady Onion. Song Shuhang. Su Clan 16. Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang squatted down, and picked up the 2 fresh green onion sprouts. As expected, this extraordinary skill can allow us to harvest green onion sprouts even more conveniently. Not bad. That's not the case. This is only the aftermath of deactivating the 3 heads and 6 arms skill. Lady Onion said angrily. At this time, Su Clan 16 also thought of something, and said, right. If Lady Onion were to deactivate her 3 heads and 6 arms extraordinary skill while in her human form, would her 2 extra heads also fall to the ground? A scene where Lady Onion's 2 extra heads suddenly fell to the ground? The thought alone was enough to frighten someone. Yu Jiaojiao said, "There is a chance it might really happen." It sounds rather scary, it would be a scene befitting of a ghost story. Lady Onion, why don't you give it a try? What do you think will drop to the ground after you assume your human form to use this skill, your 2 extra green onion sprouts, or your 2 extra human heads? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. I refuse. I refuse. Lady Onion repeatedly shook her head. Just the thought of having her 2 heads drop to the ground was frightening her, she absolutely didn't want to try it. That's truly a shame. Song Shuhang had a calm expression on his face as he stored the 2 fresh green onion sprouts in his size-reducing purse. From a certain point of view, Lady Onion's new extraordinary skill wasn't bad at all. Below the White Cloud Academy, the cultivators continuously brought the corpses of the demons over to exchange them for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. As such, the number of demons kept increasing, and the scholarly disciples kept carrying them on their shoulders and throwing them into the unholy pond underground. At this time, parts of the bodies of those 10 huge demonic hives were still floating amidst the waters of the unholy pond. The corpses of ordinary demons of the 4th and 5th stage would melt as soon as they were thrown into the unholy pond, and become part of it. The corpses of demons of the 6th stage or above would require a little less than half an hour to melt inside the unholy pond. As for the corpses of these 10 demonic hives, they had stayed there for more than 1 hour already, and only around 4/5 of the corpses had melted. In the meantime, the virtuous Golden Lotus had already produced several batches of seeds, which were all collected by the disciples of the White Cloud Academy. It's still not enough, the old man said in a soft voice. His voice had yet to fade that the virtuous Golden Lotus slightly bent down and used its own special method to communicate with the old scholar. The eyes of the old scholar immediately lit up. Fellow Daoist Golden Lotus, are you saying that we are almost there? The lotus flower of the virtuous Golden Lotus slightly nodded. That's great. The old scholar was very happy. This plan that the scholarly faction had been carrying out for thousands upon thousands of years was about to succeed. Temporarily stop throwing the corpses of the demons of the netherworld into the pond. Let the disciples store away the remaining corpses for now, the old scholar instructed. The corpses of the demons of the netherworld had another use as well. After the virtuous Golden Lotus had fully matured and created an autonomous world, they could continue throwing the corpses of the demons into the unholy pond, converting them into nourishment and spiritual chi for the new world. Therefore, the larger the number of corpses at their disposal, the better it was. Half an hour later, the corpses of the 10 demonic hives had thoroughly melted in the waters of the unholy pond, getting completely absorbed by the virtuous Golden Lotus. At this time, the demonic energy in the unholy pond suddenly rose, with the screams, howls, and roars of the millions of demons melted within becoming audible. The demonic energy condensed and took physical shape, charging toward the edge of the pond. This time, not even the old scholar could stand still, and was forced to retreat several steps. Nevertheless, the virtuous Golden Lotus kept getting brighter and brighter, remaining undefiled in spite of the corrupt energy all around, like a true lotus flower. It had taken root in the incredibly filthy unholy pond, but was able to bloom into the purest and holiest Golden Lotus. The Golden Lotus kept getting brighter and brighter. Finally, its calyx closed. The virtuous Golden Lotus was undergoing its very final evolution. After its evolution was complete, it would be able to create the autonomous world where the scholarly faction could retreat. The old scholar tightly clenched his fists. Even he who was impervious to desires and passion was no longer able to keep calm at this moment. He had waited for this day for a long, long time, to the point that he had started to believe that he would not live long enough to see it. Below the netherworld realm, It's starting, the ball of liquid metal muttered to itself in a soft voice. That's great. The Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction finally started to evolve. After the start of their evolution process, the black and golden lotus flowers would start to synchronize. One was in the netherworld, and the other in the scholarly faction. Neither the black lotus nor the golden lotus were aware of the existence of the other one. But thanks to a mysterious connection between the two, their evolution speed had started to synchronize. The sinful black lotus in the netherworld will create a small world here in the netherworld realm. On the other hand, the virtuous golden lotus in the scholarly faction will create a small world in the main world. No one knows that the black and golden lotus flowers are nothing but two sides of the same coin. After the two small worlds take shape, a strange connection will form between them. The worlds produced from the two lotus flowers will have a nodal point that I can use to hop around. At the appointed time, I'll first cultivate the world of the sinful black lotus, and use it as a springboard to enter into the world of the virtuous golden lotus. Afterward, I'll use the world of the virtuous golden lotus as another springboard to jump into the main world. I'll be able to leave the netherworld realm very soon, the ball of liquid metal thought to itself. Just as it was in deep thought, the ball of liquid metal glanced toward a certain place in the netherworld realm. It was the place where Senior White 2 was. At this time, the most important thing to do was to guard against that guy and prevent him from ruining its work. To deal with him, the ball of liquid metal had prepared several plans. The ball of liquid metal gritted its teeth, and said, "White, if you dare to come, you won't leave this place alive." At that time, only one ruler of the netherworld realm would remain. One among it or that white guy would have to disappear. The voice of the ball of liquid metal had not yet faded that the pale radiance of a rune shot out from the corpse of a scholarly disciple lying in the holy pond below the sinful black lotus. The radiance of the rune turned into a huge formation. In the next moment, Senior White 2 appeared below the sinful black lotus, treading on the formation. "Officer White, reporting for duty. May I ask if you were the one that summoned me here?" Senior White 2's beautiful eyes were staring at the ball of liquid metal. Both his hands were leaning on his black flying sword, his expression a serious one. Ball of liquid metal. Even though the ball of liquid metal kept rambling about how it would give Senior White 2 a good lesson if he dared to come over, leaving behind only one ruler in the netherworld realm, it didn't expect that he would really appear in front of it. "Why did you appear here?" "Oh, wasn't it you who summoned me here?" "That's why I came over," Senior White 2 said with a smile. Afterward, his gaze shifted to the sinful black lotus. The sinful black lotus had fully matured, and was now evolving. Senior White 2 could feel a type of space power transmitting from the sinful black lotus. It was a type of space power that had the ability to create a small world within the netherworld realm itself. Senior White 2 was the ruler of the netherworld realm. As such, he needed but a glance to understand the ins and the outs of all the things that were part of the netherworld realm. Earlier, the other ruler of the netherworld realm, the ball of liquid metal, had been blocking his senses, preventing him from clearly understanding the situation. But now that he saw this sinful black lotus with his very own eyes, its effects were immediately unraveled in front of him. No secret was safe before the eyes of the ruler of the netherworld. The ball of liquid metal gritted its teeth, and said, "Are you trying to stop me?" "Ahaha, what do you think?" Senior White 2 said with a smile. While speaking, he lifted the black flying sword, and aimed at the sinful black lotus, slashing toward it. "I'll borrow your line from before, as long as there is something you want to do, I'm particularly interested in preventing you from doing it." Senior White 2 slashed down, and since he was the ruler of the netherworld, all the energy of the netherworld realm was mobilized along with his slash. The ball of liquid metal tightly clenched its teeth, and instantly teleported in front of Senior White 2. Afterward, its body changed into a metallic shield, blocking Senior White 2's attack. "It's useless. Although I have no way to deal with you while in the netherworld realm, you also have no way to deal with me. It wasn't the first time that the ball of liquid metal and Senior White 2 were fighting, and since both of them were the rulers of the Netherworld, both their strength and authority were identical here in the Netherworld realm. If Senior White 2 could do something, the ball of liquid metal could do it as well. Neither of them had a way to deal with the other. If the ball of liquid metal gave its all to protect the sinful Black Lotus, it would be very difficult for Senior White 2 to destroy it. It's true that I have no way to deal with you. But I'm the attacker, and you're the defender. If you stay on the defensive, you are bound to lose. If I keep attacking, there would come a time when you'll fall, Senior White 2 said. In the next moment, his body broke through the limitations of space and appeared on the right side of the sinful Black Lotus, shooting several streaks of sword chi toward it. The ball of liquid metal gritted its teeth and appeared in front of Senior White 2 in the blink of an eye, keeping off the sword chi he released. Soon after, the whole unround place where the sinful Black Lotus was located was covered with darkness. The methods the two rulers used while battling surpassed the cognition of ordinary people. Their attacks, magical techniques, and battle techniques were different from that of ordinary cultivators and demons of the Netherworld. In the darkness, the whole place was filled with the figures of the ball of liquid metal and Senior White 2. One was attacking, and the other defending. They were literally all over the place. But right at this time, the calyx of the sinful Black Lotus opened again. As the sinful Black Lotus was blooming, another world slowly started to take shape within the Netherworld realm. Complacent_smile, White, it's your loss. I'm the winner in the end, the ball of liquid metal said smugly. The world of the sinful Black Lotus was already taking shape, and Senior White 2 had no way of stopping the process. Senior White 2 stopped attacking and leaned on his flying sword with his two hands. Then, he pondered for a short moment, and said, in that case, congratulations. Ball of liquid metal. How can I say it, when I saw that you were attempting to leave the Netherworld realm and enter the main world, I didn't really feel like stopping you. After all, nothing changes if you fail, and it's not a bad thing for me if you succeed. Isn't everything I said correct? Senior White 2 said. You knew what I was trying to do. In that case, why did you try to stop me just now? The ball of liquid metal said in a grave tone. What do you mean, why? Aren't we eternal rivals? Regardless of your objective, wouldn't I fall short of being an eternal rival if I did nothing to stop you? Senior White 2 said calmly. Ball of liquid metal. Well, we don't have much time left. Let me take a look at how you want to use the world of the sinful Black Lotus to leave the Netherworld realm. Senior White 2 said. The ball of liquid metal secretly clenched its teeth. It was unable to read Senior White 2's thoughts. Anyway, it didn't really matter what Senior White 2 was planning to do. Now that the sinful Black Lotus was blooming, he didn't have any way to stop it. Once the sinful Black Lotus had fully bloomed, the world of the sinful Black Lotus would also enter its final stage. The ball of liquid metal was on guard as it drilled into the world of the sinful Black Lotus. It wanted to leave its personal mark in there. During the whole process, Senior White 2 really didn't try to stop it. Senior White 2 calmly stood outside the world of the sinful Black Lotus, quietly looking as the ball of liquid metal was leaving its own mark inside the new world. Now I understand, to control this space, one has to leave behind that type of personal mark, huh? Senior White 2 thought to himself. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and used his consciousness to enter that infinite makeup test dimension. Now, I only have to drag that little friend Song Shuhang here, Senior White 2 said in a soft voice. At this time, in the White Cloud Academy, Song Shuhang, who was currently taking a break, felt that there was something important he forgot to do. However, no matter how much he tried to recall, he just couldn't remember what it was. 16. Do you also feel that there was something important I forgot to do? Song Shuhang asked. Su Clan 16 yawned, and said, something important? What was it related to? I can't remember, but I'm feeling rather restless at this moment, just as if there was something very important that I had to do at the quickest time possible. Shuhang walked back and forth in the room while in deep thought. Oh, perhaps there is some cultivation technique you forgot to learn, or some enemy you didn't take care of, or again, something you had to eat and forgot to eat? It might also be because you had to look for someone and forgot about it, Clan 16 thoughtlessly replied as she wiped the tears in the corner of her eye after the yawn. Speaking of cultivation techniques, I reached the beginner level in several cultivation techniques as of late. I plan to learn a few more and then look for Senior Phoenix Slayer to borrow his CPU and increase their level. I have to make good use of the 3 opportunities one have and not waste them. Speaking of enemies, I killed so many demons today, and there shouldn't be any other target to take down left. As for the eating thing, I'm not really that much of a glutton. Then, about looking for someone, F***ck, wait a moment, I remember now. Shuhang's eyes lit up. Did you recall what it was? Clan 16 asked out of curiosity. Shuhang wanted to see someone important. Who was this person? Do you remember that infinite makeup test dimension I told you about earlier? Whenever Senior beep pulls me to that place, he demands that I tell him a joke. I failed to adequately prepare myself the previous times, and I had to resort to all sorts of tricks to get out of that infinite makeup test dimension. As such, just to prepare for all eventualities, I felt that it was safer to look for a few funny jokes in advance. After learning the jokes, I would have nothing to worry about even if Senior beep drags me to that infinite makeup test dimension, since I'll be able to easily satisfy his craving, Shuhang said as he took out his mobile phone. He then opened the browser and looked for funny jokes. A lot of research results related to jokes appeared on the screen immediately after. Shuhang casually scrolled through them and opened one of the links. 100 Funnily Dirty Jokes was the title of the page he opened. Joke number 1, a male student asked a goddess, "May I treat you to a meal?" The goddess replied, "Another day." On one side of the message was attached a blushing emoji wearing a funny smile on its face. That smirk really made one feel like punching it in the face. Shuhang. Just what kind of joke was this? If he dared to tell this joke to Senior White too, there was no way he would laugh. Shuhang kept scrolling, but the jokes below were even worse. Not only were they dirty, but they also had that little bit of pornographic content that made whomever read them blush from shame. At this time, Shuhang really wished he could fling his mobile phone away. He would be really tired of living if he dared to tell porn jokes in front of Senior White too. Shuhang didn't think twice about changing page. He returned to the previous page with the results and typed "funny jokes that make you laugh out loud" in the search bar. But just as his finger pressed the search button, he had a sudden dizzy spell. What's happening? It's not like I clicked on the yes or no options of the "want to know the meaning of life? Want to live a real life" line. I only clicked on the search button. Why did I have a dizzy spell? Hold on, is it possible that Senior White 2 is summoning me? No, wait a moment. Give me a few more seconds. I haven't found a suitable joke yet. Unfortunately, Shuhang's desperate cry didn't reach Senior White 2's ears. In the next moment, his consciousness was dragged into the infinite makeup test dimension. In the real world, Shuhang's body softly fell to one side. Clan 16 blinked her eyes, and immediately understood what was going on. From the looks of it, Shuhang had been dragged into that strange place again. Thereupon, her petite figure quickly arrived next to Shuhang's body, swiftly supporting him. At the same time, she used her other hand to catch Shuhang's phone. This time around, Shuhang shouldn't have any problem in that infinite makeup test dimension. After all, he prepared beforehand and looked for jokes, Clan 16 muttered to herself. Then, she glanced at the screen of Song Shuhang's mobile phone out of curiosity. Strange, he was still at the page of the results? And yet, I'm sure I saw him reading some jokes earlier. Su Clan 16 said in puzzlement. Afterward, she stretched out her hand, and opened the history of the browser. In the next moment, those 100 funnily dirty jokes appeared before her eyes. After scrolling through the site, 16's small face blushed. Bah, what kind of jokes are these? Wait a moment. Is it possible that Shuhang was looking at the jokes on this page when he was dragged to that infinite makeup test dimension? Now then, if that senior whose name couldn't be mentioned were to ask Song Shuhang to tell him a few funny jokes, and Song Shuhang were to bring up these 100 funnily dirty jokes, the resulting scene would be both tragic and beautiful, to the point that Su Clan 16 didn't even dare to imagine it. It seemed that Song Shuhang was done for this time. He wouldn't directly die, right? 16 was a little worried about him. In the infinite makeup test dimension. No. Senior White 2, give me some more time. I'm already here. Song Shuhang blinked, and discovered that he was in the public square of the infinite makeup test dimension. Senior White 2 was right in front of him, looking at him with his eyes half narrowed. Ahaha. Senior White, what's up? Right, did you receive that vial of demodragon medicine? Song Shuhang said. He had to immediately show his dominance and change the topic of conversation to something that wasn't related to jokes. At this time, his knowledge was limited to dirty and pornographic jokes, and telling them in front of Senior White 2 was the same as seeking death. After all, he wasn't like Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and he refused to seek death. Yes, I've received it, but I didn't have the time to drink it since something rather troublesome happened halfway. Senior White 2 narrowed his eyes in a smile. Ahaha, good, good. Senior White, do you want me to teach you how to spin a cocoon? Song Shuhang suggested. The more the conversation got sidetracked, the better. You don't have to trouble yourself with this matter. There are a lot of demons in my netherworld realm that can spin a cocoon. I can casually pick one and ask it to show me how to spin a cocoon and learn from it, Senior White 2 said with a smile, his eyes still narrowed. Ahaha. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Alright, let's not waste time with this stuff. I've just obtained a very important piece of information that is related to the life and death of the scholarly faction and your world in general. Do you want to hear it? Senior White 2 said. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. The news and information he obtained from Senior White 2 were always accurate up until now. If the information was related to the life and death of the scholarly faction, it was surely something very important. Is this news related to the Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction and the Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm? Song Shuhang asked. You know about the Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm? Senior White 2 was somewhat surprised. After all, he had yet to tell him about it. Song Shuhang said, it's a long story, but I was able to see that Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm through a strange innate skill of mine, and it was almost identical to the virtuous Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction. As expected, there is something wrong with those two lotus flowers. Such being the case, are you interested in this information? Senior White 2 asked. Yes. Senior White, please tell me about it, Song Shuhang said in a hurry. Senior White 2 sat straight, and said, very well, in that case, tell me a good joke and improve my mood. It can be read as the student wanting to eat the goddess in a sexual way if you try hard enough. Reference to Terror Infinity, another novel. Chapter 775 Little White plus Little White equals. Senior White 2 said, as long as you can tell me a joke that makes me laugh, you will pass this test. I've stretched the rules so many times already. Therefore, you must have surely looked for quite a few jokes after going back the last time, right? Song Shuhang. After seeing that Song Shuhang didn't reply, Senior White too slightly furrowed his brows. What? Even this time, you didn't look for any jokes? Is it possible that you didn't even bother keeping in mind the fact that I've asked you to tell me a joke the next time we met? Song Shuhang quickly replied, ahem. Actually, Senior White, I was just looking for some jokes when you pulled me here. Good, I believe you. Therefore, quickly tell me a joke, Senior White too said. The problem is that those few jokes I've found weren't any good, and it's better not to mention them at all. If I were to bring them up, you would probably beat me to death, Song Shuhang replied honestly. Since things had reached this point, he could only make a clean breast of his crimes and tell Senior White too the truth. Given the circumstances, it was better if he could use something else to carry out this exchange, just as he did the previous times. I would probably beat you to death if you were to bring up these jokes. This sounds interesting, Senior White too pondered for a moment, and then said, in that case, why don't you try to tell me these jokes and see what happens? If you can really make me feel the impulse to beat you to death, I will give you a pass this time as well. Making Senior White too feel the impulse to beat him to death? That wasn't really that difficult to achieve. Song Shuhang opened his mouth and said, hee, when your hair reaches, beep, beep, beep. The following part was immediately censored. If you want to die that much, I can make your wish come true, little friend Song Shuhang, Senior White too said with a smile. In addition, I've told you to tell me a joke, not to take a jab at my black history. Actually, I've always found that story rather funny, Song Shuhang said earnestly. In any case, Senior White, you felt the impulse to beat me to death earlier, didn't you? Therefore, I win, and I'll gladly accept that piece of information related to the life and death of the scholarly faction. Senior White too. Senior White, is it possible that you want to go back on your word? Song Shuhang added. He. Senior White too said, all right, there is no harm in telling you. Both the sinful Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm and the virtuous Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction have the power to create a small world in the place they are located. I've already confirmed the truthfulness of this information. They can really create a small world? But isn't that a good thing? That thousands of years old wish of the scholarly faction will finally come true, Song Shuhang said. When he took possession of that rune earlier, he heard the conversation between the old scholar and the Golden Lotus. The scholars nurtured the virtuous Golden Lotus so that it could create an autonomous world where the scholarly disciples could reside. From now on, the scholarly faction would stop being at the receiving end in this war against the forces of the Netherworld realm. They would be able to attack and retreat as they wished. However, Song Shuhang's voice suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment, this news is related to the life and death of the scholarly faction, right? In that case, are there some hidden dangers in the world of the Golden Lotus? Or perhaps there is some connection between the world of the Black Lotus and that of the Golden Lotus, and it's possible to destroy the world of the Golden Lotus through the world of the Black Lotus? Senior White too replied, it's not as exaggerated as you might think. However, there is indeed a connection between the world of the Black Lotus and that of the Golden Lotus, and through a certain method, it's possible to enter the world of the Golden Lotus through the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang sighed. If that was the case, this world of the Golden Lotus belonging to the scholarly faction was an extremely dangerous place. But even more importantly, a certain guy in the Netherworld realm that isn't any weaker than me is planning to use the world of the sinful Black Lotus as a springboard and jump into the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus. That's the real great calamity that the scholarly faction will soon face, Senior White too added. A guy that isn't any weaker than Senior White? Senior White, are you very strong? Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly. But right after saying these words, he wished he could give himself a slap. This illness about being too straightforward would break out whenever he thought he had managed to subdue it, making him suffer the pain of relapse again. He. Senior White too gently laughed. Ahem, about that. Senior White, what I meant to ask you was, how strong are you exactly? Shuhang quickly corrected his words. It wasn't too late to quickly take action to prevent further losses. Hehe, if you really want to know the answer to this question, I'll make an example. If I were to jump into the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus from the world of the sinful Black Lotus, I would need a single hand to completely annihilate the scholarly faction. All their members, from young to old, from human to beast, all their magical treasures, and even buildings would disappear without a trace, Senior White too said indifferently. Only one hand? Shuhang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yes, one hand is enough. No need to bother the other one, Senior White too said. Shuhang immediately felt his legs becoming soft. Senior White too's battle prowess seemed much higher than Venerable White's. As if that wasn't enough, he had been blatantly seeking death in front of Senior White too just now. Senior White too wasn't going to casually crush him to death with his finger, right? Are you scared now that you know the truth? Senior White too said with a laugh. Wait, I remembered that you are actually unable to come out of the netherworld realm. Shuhang suddenly remembered about this point. Hehe, aren't you forgetting about the connection between the world of the sinful Black Lotus and that of the virtuous Golden Lotus? If that guy that isn't any weaker than me succeeds, I can also try to find a similar method to leave the netherworld realm, Senior White too reminded. Senior White, is it too late for me to repent for my sins? Shuhang asked with a serious expression on his face. That's why you should tell me a funny joke. If you tell me a funny joke or a joke that makes me want to kill you, I'll send you out of this infinite makeup test dimension. That's how you call this place anyway, right? Senior White too said. After going round and round, they returned back to point zero. Shuhang said, Senior White, aren't you interested in anything else aside from jokes? Can't we carry out this exchange with something else? In this life of mine, my greatest wish is to pass my days listening to jokes, Senior White too said with a calm expression on his face. Your greatest wish is simply too shallow. Do I really have no other choice but to tell Senior White a dirty joke? I get the feeling that I'll be beyond redemption if I open my mouth and tell him a dirty joke. Just as he was in deep thought, Shuhang remembered about another important matter. Therefore, he asked, Senior White, you've told me this information related to the great calamity about to befall on the scholarly faction, but what am I supposed to do with it? The existence of the virtuous Golden Lotus was the greatest secret in the White Cloud Academy, and the White Cloud Academy hadn't told anyone about it. Even if Shuhang got wind of the fact that there was a connection between the world of the sinful Black Lotus and the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus, how was he supposed to tell this information to the White Cloud Academy? Should he tell them that there was a problem with their Golden Lotus and that the small world born from it would have a direct connection with the sinful Black Lotus in the netherworld realm? But if he were to proceed this way, he would first have to explain to the scholarly faction from where he'd obtained this news that the Golden Lotus could create a world. As if that wasn't enough, the scholars had been waiting for this day for several thousand years already, and they wouldn't give up on their plan to create this new world just because he'd obtained this information and told them to do so. Hehe, you finally asked a good question, Senior White too said. Since I bothered to look for you, it means that I have a way to resolve this situation. Even if I'm not sure if it will succeed, it's still worth giving a try. Senior White, please tell me what I have to do, Shuhang said. I have a certain method at my disposal. You have to study it and then head to the world of the Golden Lotus and use this method to leave your personal mark there. At that time, you'll become the owner of that world, capable of stopping that guy planning to use the world of the sinful Black Lotus as a springboard and enter into the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus, Senior White too said. Shuhang forced a smile, and said, but how am I supposed to enter the world of the Golden Lotus? In addition, can I even become the owner of that world with my current level of strength? Even if I manage to become the owner of the world, will I have enough power to repel that person that wants to barge into the world of the Golden Lotus? After all, he wasn't a scholarly disciple, and it was unlikely that the scholarly faction would allow him to enter the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus with such short notice. Senior White too shrugged his shoulders, and said, "That's something you will have to deal with on your own." He could only help them up to this point. Just like he'd said earlier to the ball of liquid metal, whether the opposite party failed or succeeded, it didn't really matter to him. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Senior White, after learning this method you've mentioned, can I teach it to another person, a scholarly disciple for example?" The world of the Golden Lotus was something that the scholarly faction obtained after nurturing the virtuous Golden Lotus for thousands of years. Therefore, it was inappropriate for Shuhang to become the owner of that world. If possible, it was better to leave the task to the scholarly disciples themselves. "That's up to you. I'm doing this only because it requires no effort from me, and it's none of my business how you plan to stop that guy," Senior White too said indifferently. Afterward, Senior White too taught Shuhang how to leave a personal mark in the world of the Golden Lotus. The method wasn't really complex, and one only had to assume various postures and revolve the true qi and spiritual energy inside their body according to a particular pattern, ultimately transforming it into a mark that they would leave in the world of the Golden Lotus. In other words, it was no different than dancing. Senior White too looked incredibly handsome while dancing. However, not even Senior White too was completely sure if this method was going to work. He saw the ball of liquid metal using this method to leave behind its mark in the world of the Black Lotus. Theoretically speaking, if this method could be used to leave a mark in the world of the Black Lotus, it should also work to leave a mark in the world of the Golden Lotus. If it doesn't work, you can try to display the moves of this dance in the opposite order, Senior White too said. Shuhang. These casual remarks are just making the credibility of this method drop. Very well. I've already told you what I wanted to tell you, and I've taught you what I wanted to teach you. In any case, there is not much time left. In the Netherworld realm, that other guy that isn't any weaker than me has already left its mark in the world of the Black Lotus. If you are a tad slower, and the world of the Golden Lotus blooms, that guy will be able to jump into it from the Netherworld realm. At that time, everything you do will be useless, Senior White too said. In that case, I'll immediately head back, Shuhang said with a nod. Aren't you forgetting something? If you want to leave, you have to tell me a joke that either makes me laugh or makes me want to kill you. Both are fine, Senior White too said. Shuhang. The clock is ticking, Senior White too said while floating in the air. Perhaps these few minutes will make the difference and determine whether or not you can make it in time to help the scholarly faction. You should think it through. There was no way Shuhang would tell a dirty joke in front of Senior White too. Luckily, he had a sudden inspiration, and remembered about a certain interesting topic of conversation from long ago. Senior White, if you really want me to tell you a joke, I'll have no other choice but to do so. After saying this much with a serious expression on his face, Shuhang asked, Senior White, what does one little white plus another little white equal to? Senior White too. Which part of this was funny? But after seeing Shuhang's serious expression, he went along and replied, fine, it's equal to 2 little whites. Congratulations, but your answer is incorrect. Shuhang said smugly. The correct answer was, little white rabbit. Senior White too asked, what's the logic behind this? One little white plus another little white is equal to little white x2, which is also equal to little white 2. This 2 I'm talking about is the word for the number 2 in another language of the main world, the English language. The word 2 is read as 2 in Mandarin, and the sound is the same as the character for rabbit. As such, the correct answer was, little white rabbit. Senior White too held in his chin, seemingly deep in thought. After a short moment he finally understood the joke, and said, ahaha, that was interesting. Indeed. How was it? It was funny, right? Song Shuhang asked expectantly. Just now, I indeed had the slight impulse to slap you. Therefore, you pass, Senior White Two said as he waved his hand. Song Shuhang's consciousness immediately returned to the real world. Upon returning, he discovered that he was lying on a bench. Yu Jiaojiao and Su Clan 16 were sitting not too far from him, and were discussing in a low voice about some interesting matter. After discovering that Song Shuhang was now awake, Su Clan 16 turned her head around, and said, Shuhang, you are awake. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and said, yes, even this time, I managed to get out of that place. Did you have to tell a joke to that senior whose name can't be mentioned this time too? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Song Shuhang forced a smile and nodded. In that case, which dirty joke did you tell to that senior? Yu Jiaojiao asked, looking very interested. Jiaojiao, don't indulge in flights of fancy. Song Shuhang sighed. I didn't tell him any dirty joke. I had a sudden inspiration and thought of a brain teaser, and made a narrow escape thanks to that. Anyway, it's not the time to discuss this matter. Where are Senior White and the others? The disciples of the scholarly faction invited Senior White to some mysterious place. From the looks of it, they've asked him to join an important event of the scholarly faction, Su Clan 16 said. Then, she added via secret sound transmission, I think that important event of the scholarly faction might be related to the virtuous Golden Lotus. Chapter 776 I'm feeling rather tired, and feel like retiring. Shuhang, did you again obtain some information from that infinite makeup test dimension? Su Clan 16 asked. Song Shuhang nodded, and used the secret sound transmission method to tell 16 and Yu Jiaojiao about everything Senior White 2 had told him while he was inside the infinite makeup test dimension. As of late, this scene where he was relaying to others the information he'd obtained in there was getting more and more common. Su Clan 16 said via secret sound transmission, so that was how it was, but what can we do? After all, we can't even enter into the world of the Golden Lotus. In that case, should we quietly slip into it? Yu Jiaojiao suggested. Su Clan 16 shook her head, and said, that's beyond our capabilities. The scholarly faction is now full of powerful experts, and all of them should be positioned close to the world of the Golden Lotus. The three of us aren't strong enough to sneak into that place. Moreover, if we get caught while trying to sneak in, it will be impossible for us to justify our actions regardless of the argument we put forth. Yu Jiaojiao said, in that case, why don't we ask the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group for help? The more we are, the better. In addition, the seniors have lived for a long time, and are rather experienced. Perhaps they will have some good idea. Song Shuhang replied, this seems the only way. I'll send a message in the group. Thereupon, Su Clan 16 quickly wrote in the 9 provinces number 1 group about the matter Song Shuhang had just told them. The message encompassed the virtuous Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction, the sinful Black Lotus of the Netherworld realm, and the fact that a very scary entity was planning to use the connection between the 2 lotus flowers to jump from the world of the sinful Black Lotus to the world of the virtuous Golden Lotus. After sending this message that included everything Song Shuhang had told them, Su Clan 16 also added, seniors, how do you think we should proceed under these circumstances? The first one to reply was the always online holy warrior of the group, Northern River's loose cultivator. Ah! This matter seems rather troublesome. Song Shuhang agreed, and wrote, in addition, since the source of my information is somewhat special, I'm not sure how I should explain the situation to the people of the scholarly faction or tell them where I've obtained this information related to their virtuous Golden Lotus. However, if we do nothing, the scholarly faction will be in great danger. Venerable White, what little friend Shuhang said makes sense. Senior White, you are also online? Didn't you follow the scholars to participate in some kind of event? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Venerable White, yes, the event is about to start. I was bored earlier, and got online to play a game. Then, I just happened to see your message. The game I was playing just now is very interesting. It's a Xuanhuan-type battle game. I took advantage of the break to farm a little and get my hands on 3 sets of high-quality equipment. Do you want to play this game as well? If you want to play it, I can give you 1 set of high-quality equipment. I'll send you a screenshot, the equipment is very cool. After saying this much, Venerable White sent in the group a screenshot of the equipment. Senior White, you are also playing this game? I'm playing it too. Although I don't have much time to get online recently, I'm using a warrior in the game. The last time, I tried to farm for 1 whole month in the hopes of getting that high-quality warrior equipment, but didn't make it. Therefore, Senior White, you must absolutely keep that set aside for me. Song Shuhang said happily. Sure, no problem. Add me to your friend list after you get online, and I'll send you the equipment through the game system, Venerable White replied. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Celestial Fish Envoy, Yu Jiaojiao, Shuhang, we are straying from the original topic. Su Clan 16, the sidetracking is strong here. Just now, they were discussing an important matter that concerned the fate of the scholarly faction, so just how did they end up talking about games? Aha! Senior White, how do you think we should proceed? If the virtuous Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction is allowed to grow further, the world of that sinful Black Lotus located in the Netherworld realm will form a connection with it. If that happens, that fearsome entity will be able to use the world of the Black Lotus as a springboard and jump inside the world of the Golden Lotus, and the consequences will be unimaginable. That fearsome entity is possibly even scarier than 9th stage tribulation transcenders, Song Shuhang said. This time, I'm also powerless. Venerable White said. Moreover, it's better to directly summon the fellow Daoists that are involved in this matter. Song Shuhang. Venerable White continued, look here, at True Monarch Eternal Fire, Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, quickly come out and take a look at the chat logs. If you don't, the world of your virtuous Golden Lotus will be done for. Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire? It couldn't be the same True Monarch Eternal Fire from the White Cloud Academy, right? Did Venerable White or True Monarch Yellow Mountain invite this person, who was one of the leaders of the White Cloud Academy, to the 9 Provinces #1 group? Venerable White, did my summon fail? Strange, do you guys know by which name is True Monarch Eternal Fire going in the group? Fellow Daoist White, no need to summon me. I've been online all along. Right at this time, an account that went by the name of Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, got online. Venerable White, Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire's name is very peculiar. In the beginning, everyone's name in the 9 Provinces #1 group was the same as their Daoist name. It was unknown when it happened, but the names of the members of the group started to get more and more eccentric as time passed by. Did it start after little friend Shuhang's came up with his 7 Daoist names? Or when Daodu changed his name into, I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog? My mind is tried, and my body too. When I open my eyes, I'm tired, and when I close my eyes, I'm also tired. I really want to go into retirement and do nothing all day. I wish I could run away from the White Cloud Academy, roaming all over the world. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, seized the opportunity to write in the group all the thoughts concealed within his heart. The image of a refined and well-mannered gentleman that True Monarch Eternal Fire had left in Song Shuhang's mind immediately collapsed. It took a long time to build an awe-inspiring image, but it took just a moment to make it crumble to pieces. Venerable White, it's not the time to talk about this stuff. Let's talk about the matter related to the worlds of the Black and Golden Lotuses first. Your White Cloud Academy might be done for this time. Ah, Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, faintly sighed, and wrote, at Tyrannical Saber Song 1, you are little friend Song Shuhang, right? Is this information about the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus being connected trustworthy? True Monarch Eternal Fire didn't ask where Song Shuhang obtained this information related to the world of the Golden Lotus, the biggest of their scholarly faction. All the member of the 9 provinces number 1 group had their unique abilities, and the biggest secret of their scholarly faction was apparently not a secret at all in front of fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1. As such, True Monarch Eternal Fire didn't probe further into this matter. Moreover, rather than the secret of the scholarly faction getting exposed, that matter related to the world of the Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm was much more important. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, the source of this information is absolutely reliable. The source of this information is related to that space the statues of the 13 tribulation transcenders of the scholarly faction dragged me into. I've been dragged to that place several times already, and I met Senior Beep, Beep, Beep there and got this information from him. Did that Senior teach you a method to salvage the situation? True Monarch Eternal Fire asked. This time, even if he were to act personally and prevent the scholarly faction from opening the world of the Golden Lotus, it would be all useless. It was a plan that the scholarly faction had been carrying out for the past thousands of years, and it wouldn't be put on hold just because True Monarch Eternal Fire said so, and given the time, that virtuous Golden Lotus should have started to mature already. If there wasn't any method to salvage the situation, he, too, would be unable to help. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, yes. Senior Beep, Beep, Beep taught me a method to save the situation. After dancing in the world of the Golden Lotus according to a certain pattern, it will be possible to leave one's personal mark there and become the master of that world. With that, we will be able to guard against the world of the Black Lotus and prevent that demon of the Netherworld realm from jumping from to the world of the Golden Lotus. In other words, we can stop the opposite party if fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber becomes the master of the world of the Golden Lotus. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, sighed again. His mind was really exhausted at this moment. No, my intention was to leave this method to a member of the scholarly faction. I feel that it's not appropriate for me to become the master of the world of the Golden Lotus. As such, it's better to leave this task to a scholar, Song Shuhang replied. Anyway, what's the deal with this fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber? Call me Song 1. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, are you willing to teach us this method? We don't have much time left. Senior Eternal Fire, you should immediately come over so that I can teach you about it, Song Shuhang replied. In that case, I'll immediately head over. True Monarch Eternal Fire said excitedly. At this time, Venerable White reminded, Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, don't forget about the custom of our 9 provinces number 1 group. If someone helps you, you have to pay them back. I know. At this time, the only thing I can use are the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, is it fine if I use the seeds to carry out this transaction? True Monarch Eternal Fire quickly typed. It's fine. Song Shuhang replied. It just happened that he needed some of those lotus seeds. The more, the better. I'm coming over, then, True Monarch Eternal Fire said. Venerable White reminded again, fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, do you have enough lotus seeds with you? There'd better be at least 30. It's not a problem. Fellow Daoist White, let's go together. Your flying speed while riding the flying sword is higher than mine, True Monarch Eternal Fire said anxiously. Since you seem so relaxed and easygoing, 30 seeds are probably not enough, let's make it 50. I feel that 30 seeds are simply not enough when one wants to eat them, Venerable White said calmly. Yes. I just happen to have 50 seeds. After this matter is taken care of, I can add a few more. Is that fine? True Monarch Eternal Fire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Less than 3 seconds later, a sword light whizzed through the air and arrived in front of the house Shuhang and the others were resting in. Since True Monarch Eternal Fire himself asked to head over at the fastest speed possible, Venerable White didn't have to hold back, and dashed forward at full speed, happily flying over. True Monarch Eternal Fire jumped down from the flying sword and unexpectedly felt something he hadn't felt in ages, car sickness. No, wait. It should be flying sword sickness in this case. After descending, he quickly barged into the house. In the house, Shuhang and the others looked at True Monarch Eternal Fire with surprised expressions on their faces. Just how many seconds had passed? True Monarch Eternal Fire was already here? Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber, here. True Monarch Eternal Fire delivered a small sack to Shuhang. There was a total of 50 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus inside. Next, he pulled Shuhang along, and said, "Let's go, we'll speak as we fly over there." In fashion, the dumbfounded Shuhang was dragged out of the room. Outside, Venerable White was standing on the flying sword with an enchanting smile on his face. "Fellow Daoist White, please, bring us to the world of the Golden Lotus at the quickest speed possible," True Monarch Eternal Fire said. Chapter 777 True Monarch Eternal Fire's Intuition. As soon as he heard True Monarch Eternal Fire's words, Shuhang felt his legs become soft. Did True Monarch just tell Venerable White to head back at the quickest speed possible? Not even senior thrice reckless Mad Saber would seek death like this. Thereupon, Shuhang said in a hurry, "Senior Eternal Fire, you don't need to be so impatient. The method Senior beep, beep, beep taught me isn't difficult to learn. I'll show it to you once, and you will immediately learn it. As long as you learn this method, there is no need for me to go there with you too." While speaking, he concentrated his gaze on Venerable White. What did he see? He saw that Venerable White had a delighted expression on his face as he was standing above his flying sword and hovering midair. He was already ready to fly at his quickest speed. One had to remember that since the day Shuhang met Venerable White, he had yet to see him fly at full speed without holding anything back. In other words, the resulting speed would be something that Shuhang couldn't even begin to fathom. Therefore, his acrophobia immediately flared up when he saw the enchanting smile on Venerable White's face. "There is no time, quickly get on the flying sword." True Monarch Eternal Fire casually grabbed Shuhang, dragging him outside the house. Shuhang was just a small cultivator of the 3rd stage, and he didn't have the strength to resist True Monarch Eternal Fire. Thereupon, he was forcefully dragged onto Venerable White's flying sword. "Let's go." Venerable White stretched out his hand, pointing to the front. The flying sword beneath his feet whizzed forward. This speed was something that human language was unable to describe. It had only been a second, yet Shuhang felt that. He didn't feel anything. How to accurately describe this situation? Was it because the destination wasn't too far, and the time it took them to travel there was too short? Senior White had used just 1 second to reach the destination. Shuhang only felt that he whizzed forward just as if he had teleported. He'd simply lost touch with the concepts of time, altitude, and speed, and didn't feel anything. Is this like the saying, things will develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme, and speed stops becoming scary after it breaks through its limits? Shuhang felt that he had barely escaped with his life this time. In the future, if Senior White wants to race with his flying sword, should I ask him to fly at his quickest speed? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Shuhang leapt down from the flying sword. But just as his feet touched the ground, his legs became soft, he felt nauseated, his heartbeat sped up, his muscles lost their strength, and other similar symptoms followed soon after. Both the symptoms of car sickness and acrophobia were included in this collection. Shuhang. He clearly wasn't scared earlier, so how come his body was reacting so honestly now? Little friend Song Shuhang, are you okay? True Monarch Eternal Fire asked Song Shuhang and forcefully propped him up. Actually, his legs were also somewhat soft, but he had to grit his teeth and keep up his image since he was in front of a junior. Ugh. I feel like a pregnant woman. I really want to throw up, Song Shuhang said while vomiting and using a nearby big tree as a support. Your analogy was truly something. The corner of True Monarch Eternal Fire's mouth twitched. However, Venerable White faintly smiled, and said, this is the periphery of the world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang, you can teach Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire the method to leave a personal mark in the world of the Golden Lotus while we are here. Senior White was really satisfied after flying at high speed this time. Actually, he could have gone even faster if he'd wished to, reaching the destination in less than 1 second. However, he decided to give some consideration to Song Shuhang and True Monarch Eternal Fire. Okay, I understand, Song Shuhang agreed. After all, if he were to teach True Monarch Eternal Fire how to leave the mark while inside the world of the Golden Lotus, he himself would end up becoming the master of the world. Therefore, the method had to be taught while they were outside the world of the Golden Lotus. The method to leave a personal mark in the world of the Golden Lotus isn't anything complex. From what I can tell, it's no different than a dance. One needs to revolve the true chi or spiritual energy inside their body according to a certain pattern while dancing to leave their mark in the world of the Golden Lotus. When Senior Beep was dancing, he looked really handsome, Song Shuhang said. The nearby Venerable White held his chin and pondered. He already knew that this Senior Beep that Song Shuhang was talking about had his same appearance. In other words, he would look really handsome if he were to dance according to his method. After the barrier was set up, Song Shuhang displayed that dance that had the ability to leave behind a personal mark in the world of the Golden Lotus, which can be abbreviated to marking dance from now on. To tell the truth, Song Shuhang indeed looked quite pretty while dancing. After he joined the ranks of cultivators, Song Shuhang's good looks increased by leaps and bounds. While dancing, Song Shuhang's hands used true chi to draw all sorts runes in the air. While he was performing the marking dance, the onlookers felt as though streaks of dazzling light were being emitted from the palms of his hands, looking very pleasing to the eye. All those that played games such as Audition Online or Flash Dance would find this scene somewhat familiar. In the games, the player would control a character and have them dance. Afterward, all sorts of lights would be emitted from their hands, making the dance even prettier. At the same time, Song Shuhang's feet swiftly moved according to various patterns. Sometimes the pattern was similar to modern Melbourne Shuffle dance, other times to the Ollie Shuffle, and other times again to the Thomas Flair in break dance. If not for the fact that Song Shuhang had become a cultivator, with superb coordination and excellent physique, he wouldn't have been able to get right most of these steps. After the dance, all the runes drawn in the air shone. At the same time, Song Shuhang's body was covered with sweat. Good, I've finished, Song Shuhang said. Clap, clap, clap. Both Venerable White and True Monarch Eternal Fire clapped with great enthusiasm. Song Shuhang asked, that was all? Senior Eternal Fire, did you note everything down? True Monarch Eternal Fire nodded his head. There were several steps in this marking dance that made him feel a great deal of shame. If it was a female cultivator dancing, one could describe the scene as pleasing to the eye and to the mind, but if he was the one dancing, he felt that it would be quite weird. In that case, Senior Eternal Fire, I'll leave to you the duty to protect the world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up. After saying this much, he also added, Senior White, Senior Eternal Fire. Since I'm done, I'll go back to my place, goodbye. He had already passed the information and marking dance he'd learned from Senior White to the scholarly faction, and there wasn't anything else he could do to help them. Now, it would be up to the scholarly faction to protect the world of the Golden Lotus. It wasn't something that a small cultivator of the third stage like Shuhang could interfere with. In addition, he had just gotten his hands on this sack filled with the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus. Therefore, he was planning to head back and see if he could upgrade his Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill. Who knew, perhaps his Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill would undergo a mutation after upgrading several times. As if that wasn't enough, he also had to find the time to look for a few jokes on his way back. This time, he had to prepare a large stockpile of jokes in order to guard against unexpected accidents. In any case, his memory was currently very good, and it wouldn't be a problem to memorize thousands of jokes all at once. Later, even if Senior White 2 were to drag him into that infinite makeup test dimension again, he wouldn't have to worry. Little friend Tyrannical Saber, wait a moment, True Monarch Eternal Fire suddenly said at this time. Afterward, he stretched out his hand, holding Shuhang in place. Since you are already here, why don't you come inside to take a look? We are already close to the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus. As such, why don't you join the ceremony for the inauguration of the new world along with fellow Daoist White? At this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire was following his intuition to bring fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber to the world of the Golden Lotus. From a logical point of view, it was dangerous to bring Shuhang inside the world of the Golden Lotus. After all, he, too, knew the marking dance, and if he found an opportunity to perform the dance first, he would be able to leave his personal mark inside to become the owner of the new world of the scholarly faction. But, for some unknown reason, True Monarch Eternal Fire had the hunch that it would wise to bring fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1 inside the world of the Golden Lotus along with him. This feeling he was getting was very strong. The intuition of cultivators was even sharper than the sixth sense of a woman, especially if it was a cultivator of True Monarch Eternal Fire's level. I feel that it would be inappropriate. I would like to avoid arousing suspicion if possible. Senior Eternal Fire, I'll accept your cordial feelings the next time. It's not too late for me to visit the world of the Golden Lotus once you have become its master, Shuhang said with a smile. To tell the truth, Shuhang had already done enough for the scholarly faction, and helped as much as he could. As for that problem that might appear within the world of the Golden Lotus, it wasn't something that a small cultivator of the third stage could resolve. Therefore, there was no need for him to meddle in this matter related to the world of the Golden Lotus any further. But right at this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire stretched out his 5 fingers, and said, "Little friend Tyrannical Saber, what if I reward you with 5 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus if you participate in the ceremony for the establishment of the new world?" Shuhang replied, "Would be taking advantage of you." "In that case, are you going to participate, little friend?" True Monarch Eternal Fire said. "Ah. Senior Eternal Fire is really too polite. It would be disrespectful to decline since you insist so much, right?" Shuhang said. The more lotus seeds he could get, the better. In addition, he didn't know if it was because he'd eaten a lotus seed earlier, but he felt as though the world of the Golden Lotus was drawing him in. Thereupon, after a short moment, Shuhang and Venerable White became True Monarch Eternal Fire's guests, and headed toward the underground space of the scholarly faction with Senior Eternal Fire leading them, ready to join the ceremony for the establishment of the world of the Golden Lotus. Below the scholarly faction, the virtuous Golden Lotus had already completed its evolution, and its lotus flower had now bloomed. At the same time, since it had matured, the virtuous Golden Lotus had started to create a small world within the main world. The creation of the world of the Golden Lotus was completed without a hitch. It's finally complete. That old scholar with a white beard and white hair took a deep breath. "Fellow Daoist Golden Lotus, how is the situation?" The virtuous Golden Lotus slightly shook, and it replied to the question of the old man. It told the old man that its condition was good and that the creation of the world was proceeding without problems. In a while, it was going to open the entrance to the new world and allow the members of the scholarly faction to get inside. Great, great, the old scholar said in a soft voice. After a short moment, the entrance to the world of the Golden Lotus was opened. The old scholar acted as the leader, and brought the first batch of scholarly disciples inside. Next, it was the turn of true Monarch Eternal Fire and several other leaders of the scholarly faction to bring in their disciples and guests. Shuhang and Venerable White followed true Monarch Eternal Fire, entering the world of the Golden Lotus. Cultivators surely are eccentric, with true Monarch Eternal Fire showing the way. Shuhang and Venerable White easily entered the world of the Golden Lotus, the most secret place of the scholarly faction. The world of the Golden Lotus was created not too long ago, and at this time, it was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness with nothing inside. All the people that got inside felt as if they had stepped into a small black room. No. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it Big White Room in this case. Anyway, if someone were to stay inside this huge expanse of whiteness or inside a small black room for too long, they would surely have a nervous breakdown and turn insane. The world of the Golden Lotus was very big. Although it had been created just recently, and had yet to receive any nourishment, it was still quite big. From where he was standing, Shuhang was unable to see the end of the world. In addition, Shuhang could feel that, even at this moment, the world of the Golden Lotus was continuously growing and expanding. Compared to this world of the Golden Lotus, having a portable space of several acres, a portable immortal cave, or a portable small sect, was not even worth mentioning. Although the world of the Golden Lotus had been created just recently, it already had the size of a large city, and was still expanding. If one became the master of the world of the Golden Lotus, they would turn into someone that had a portable city at their hands. In addition, this city was continuously expanding. In the future, after receiving enough nourishment, it would expand at an even faster pace. Eventually, it would turn into a portable China, a portable continent, and finally a portable Earth. Thinking about it, it sounded rather cool. This dimension the Golden Lotus had given birth to would eventually turn into a small world. Therefore, it was rather appropriate to call this place World of the Golden Lotus. At this time, in the world of the Golden Lotus, the higher-ups of the scholarly faction were all gathered there. The people present were looking at the world of the Golden Lotus with expressions of shock. Some of the scholars were squatting down and caressing the pure white ground. This place was a real world, the same as Earth. After the development of the world of the Golden Lotus had come to an end, and as long as enough nourishment was given to it, it would be possible to create soil and rivers here. The world of the Golden Lotus was full of spiritual chi, and the level was even higher than that of the White Cloud Academy in the outside world. This place is the future of our scholarly faction, a big scholar said excitedly with tears in his eyes. If they spent 100 or so years to transform this place, they would be able to turn it into the supreme headquarters of the scholarly faction. Here, the disciples of the scholarly faction would be able to concentrate on their practice and grow up free from worries. Here, the scholarly disciples would no longer have to worry about getting raided by the forces of the netherworld realm at any time. Everything we sacrificed during the past thousands of years didn't go to waste. An old scholar laughed heartily. All the sacrifices they had made, and the effort they had put into this, hadn't gone to waste. As long as they had the world of the Golden Lotus, it had been completely worth it. Some of the relatively young, scholarly disciples couldn't hold it anymore, and burst into loud sobs. Some were crying, others laughing, singing, or reciting poems. Between the disciples of the Daoist, Buddhist, and scholarly factions, the latter were the ones that expressed their real feelings the most and didn't restrain themselves. Shuhang and Venerable White looked at the excited disciples of the scholarly disciples, and could feel their happiness. Senior Eternal Fire, there isn't much time left. Please, perform the marking dance, Shuhang said to the nearby True Monarch Eternal Fire via secret sound transmission. Before Senior White 2 went to look for him, that other existence in the netherworld realm that wasn't any weaker than Senior White 2 had already started to leave its personal mark inside the world of the sinful Black Lotus. Therefore, they had to speed up things on their end as well. Otherwise, if the opposite party managed to get complete control of the world of the Black Lotus, discovering the method to jump from that world into the world of the Golden Lotus, it would be too late for them to do anything. True Monarch Eternal Fire nodded with a serious expression on his face. Afterward, he started to perform the marking dance in front of everyone. If it was any other day, and the serious-looking True Monarch Eternal Fire were to start performing a strange dance in front of everyone, it would surely give rise to a commotion in the scholarly faction, and a lot of people would gather around him to watch the show. However, today was an exception. All the scholarly disciples were in ecstasy today. Some were laughing, others crying, shouting, singing, reciting poems, and some even dancing. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with True Monarch Eternal Fire being happy and dancing. Even if his dance was somewhat strange and showy, no one would pursue this matter. Actually, there was a respectable old man of the 7th stage Venerable realm in the scholarly faction that liked to hide in his house and practice those dances performed in public squares. The majority of the members of the scholarly faction knew about this matter, but no one dared to mention it in front of that respectable old man. True Monarch Eternal Fire started dancing, and the first part of the dance consisted in a beautiful modern-type dance, the Melbourne Shuffle, where he had to quickly spin around. At the same time, 2 beams of light emitted from his palm, which he used to rhythmically leave runes in the air. While he was leaving these runes in the sky and moving his hands according to the dance steps, he left a long streak of dazzling light behind him. Some of the scholarly disciples turned around, taking out their mobile phones, digital cameras, and so on to take videos of True Monarch Eternal Fire's dance. True Monarch Eternal Fire's fair complexion gradually started to become red. "I'm doing this for the great cause of the scholarly faction. I'm devoting my life to the greater cause." True Monarch Eternal Fire tried to comfort himself this way. After the Melbourne Shuffle was over, True Monarch Eternal Fire continued with the rest of the marking dance. Amidst it were also some blinding steps of the Ollie Shuffle. True Monarch Eternal Fire was a cultivator of the 6th stage, and he knew his body like the palm of his hand. It didn't matter which movement he wanted to perform, he needed but a thought, and his body would perform it to perfection. These few steps of the Ollie Shuffle had totally reached the level of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Splendid. Some of the disciples of the scholarly faction wished they could whistle to encourage True Monarch Eternal Fire. After the attractive Ollie Shuffle, True Monarch Eternal Fire changed his style, and started with the stunning moves of the Thomas Flare. Runes were engraved in the air one by one along with his dance steps. This time, the scholarly disciples couldn't help but start clapping. They didn't know that True Monarch Eternal Fire was the outwardly gentle but inwardly passionate type of elder. He actually went ahead and learned so many modern dance moves. "I'm doing this for the great cause of the scholarly faction. I'm devoting my life to the greater cause." +1 True Monarch Eternal Fire clenched his teeth, and secretly repeated this sentence in his heart as a form of self-hypnosis. Then, after a great spin, True Monarch Eternal Fire jumped upward, and engraved the last rune in the air. It was finally over. Did it work? Song Shuhang and Venerable White asked it the same via secret sound transmission. "I don't know yet. Let me take a look," True Monarch Eternal Fire replied. True Monarch Eternal Fire closed his eyes, and tried to sense the marks he had left in the air. When the marking dance came to an end, all the marks that True Monarch Eternal Fire left behind vanished as well. However, although the marks vanished, they didn't completely disappear. True Monarch Eternal Fire could faintly feel that there was now a connection between him and the world of the Golden Lotus. Along with the world of the Golden Lotus expanding and taking shape, the connection between the world and True Monarch Eternal Fire was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, a certain feeling welled up in his heart. He felt as if the world of the Golden Lotus had now become an extension of his body. He and the world of the Golden Lotus were right in the process of becoming one entity. True Monarch Eternal Fire opened his eyes, and said happily, "It worked." "Great." Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Such being the case, the mission Senior White 2 gave him was completed. True Monarch Eternal Fire had now become the master of the world of the Golden Lotus, and could oppose that entity that wanted to sneak into it from the world of the Black Lotus. Only now was the scholarly faction truly the master of its own future and wouldn't have to partake in that hopeless battle against the Netherworld realm. "Congratulations, Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire," Venerable White said. "Thank you, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, Fellow Daoist White. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, in particular, will be the most honored guest of our scholarly faction from now on," True Monarch Eternal Fire said resolutely. "Senior Eternal Fire, you are too polite," Shuhang said with a smile. The opening ceremony of the scholarly faction officially started, and the old scholar was the host and the one giving the speech. Even if they were cultivators, during this type of opening ceremony, it was unavoidable having a principal give a speech. Shuhang kept listening until he started to feel sleepy, losing focus. Right at this time, Venerable White's mobile phone emitted a buzzing sound. He'd received a message. He took out his phone and discovered that it was a message from Yellow Mountain. After reading the message, Venerable White said in a soft voice, "Damn, I forgot to pay the spiritual chi bill." Shuhang turned his head, confused. "Spiritual chi bill? What's that? How can I explain it?" In short, the spiritual chi bill is something similar to the water bill, electric bill, gas bill, and so on of the modern world, Venerable White explained. Time flies by, and before the arrival of the next tide of spiritual energy, the spiritual chi in the world will keep getting thinner and thinner. As such, the amount of spiritual chi inside the immortal caves of some cultivators will become insufficient, making sitting in meditation, practicing, and cultivating spirit plants very difficult. But, on the other hand, it would also be a pity to abandon the immortal cave for this reason. As such, nowadays, cultivators can look for specialized sects and buy the necessary spiritual chi from them. For example, I chose to buy it from the Rising Sun Spiritual Chi sect. I pay them a certain number of spirit stones at intervals of a few years or even hundreds of years, and they send the spiritual chi over to my immortal cave after extracting it from their spiritual veins, spiritual rivers, or other spiritual chi sources. The last time, I closed up for a little longer than usual, and up until now, I have yet to pay the spiritual chi bill for this season. Shuhang didn't know from where to start to ridicule this whole matter. Cultivators were surely eccentric. At the same time, out of curiosity, he asked, "Senior White, you actually have so many immortal caves under your name. Yet, how come you are still short of spiritual chi?" Senior White was the type of person that would randomly find a treasure while walking around, and his holiday residence was actually a medium-sized sect. Would he really be short of spiritual chi? In addition, did that tide of spiritual energy imply that there was going to be a large wave of spiritual energy gushing out from somewhere? I have a lot of immortal caves, and amongst them, there are around 10 that don't have enough spiritual chi. For this reason, I go to the Rising Sun Spiritual Chi sect to buy additional spiritual chi. Anyway, I only have to pay some spirit stones at intervals of 100 years, and I can have my immortal caves always full of spiritual chi thanks to that. It's completely worth it, Venerable White said. Shuhang nodded his head in agreement. The White family was super rich, and could do whatever it wished. Even if no one steps inside those immortal caves in the span of 100 years, I will still keep them full of spiritual chi since I have spirit stones to spare. This was basically Senior White's logic. On the other hand, how was the cost of the spiritual chi bill calculated? If the price was reasonable, Shuhang might give it a thought. If he wanted to look for a place to close up in the future, he could just look for a random place and then contact a company that sold spiritual qi. Wait, not a company, but a sect. Anyway, he could just look for a specialized sect and buy the spiritual qi he needed from them, pouring it into the place he was going to close up in. This plan was much better than going through a lot of trouble to find a suitable place with ample quantity of spiritual qi. Still, how would spiritual qi be transported over? Through pipes like water? Or were they going to use some type of black technology belonging to cultivators? For example, they would engrave a formation, and the spiritual qi would automatically gush out of it from the spiritual veins on the other side? Just as Shuhang was in deep thought, Venerable White added, "Just now, Fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain sent me a message and told me that one of the leaders of the Rising Sun Spiritual Qi sect was participating in this event of the White Cloud Academy as well." Then, this leader met true Monarch Yellow Mountain by chance, and they started chatting. While chatting, he brought up the fact that I still owed the money for several decades worth of spiritual qi. Therefore, the leader asked true Monarch Yellow Mountain if he knew when I was going to make the deferred payment. Since I'm a large customer of theirs, they didn't stop providing the service in those 10 or so immortal caves even though I didn't pay up until now. Aha! Song Shuhang nodded in agreement. It made sense. The competition was very high nowadays, and rich and generous customers such as Venerable White were hard to find. Therefore, regardless of the price they had to pay, it was for the best if they could keep such a customer. Even if they paid a steep price, they were unlikely to suffer a loss if they hugged the thigh of such a customer. Anyway, Shuhang, you can keep attending the opening ceremony of the scholarly faction. As for me, I'll head to Fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain's place, and will immediately come back after I'm done settling the deferred payment of the spiritual qi bill, Venerable White said in a low voice. Sure. Song Shuhang replied. Venerable White waved at true Monarch Eternal Fire and bid him farewell. Then, to avoid disturbing the scholarly disciples, he quietly left the world of the Golden Lotus and headed to true Monarch Yellow Mountain's place with his flying sword. After Senior White left, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and prepared to go online to look for a few jokes and note them down. That way, he wouldn't only have dirty jokes in his mind the next time he met Senior White too. In addition, he had to look for jokes that were easy to understand. Senior White too had never got out of the Netherworld realm, and wasn't familiar with the modern world. There were some modern jokes that he would definitely not understand, and if he didn't understand, he wouldn't like them. Song Shuhang unlocked his phone and discovered that he couldn't connect to the internet. Let alone connecting to the internet, the mobile phone didn't have any signal in the first place. One had to remember that it was a mobile phone that Venerable White had magically modified, and it could get a signal even at the bottom of the sea. As expected, the world of the Golden Lotus had its own special properties. Wait a moment. Wasn't Venerable White's mobile phone able to get a signal before? He even received true Monarch Yellow Mountain's message. From the looks of it, the enhancement of his phone wasn't strong enough. Later, he would have to ask Senior White to give his phone an upgrade. The screen of my phone is also cracked. I can replace that too while I'm at it, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Since he couldn't look for jokes, he could only put his phone away and keep true Monarch Eternal Fire company as they were listening to the speech of the old principal of the scholarly faction. The speech of the principal seemed infinite, and had hypnotic properties. Song Shuhang started to feel sleepy after listening to it. Sigh. Venerable White was really lucky that he had that spiritual qi bill to pay. He managed to dodge the boring speech of the principal. Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. In the next moment, all his hair suddenly stood on ends. Due to his incredible luck, it was very difficult that calamities would befall on Venerable White, and even if something bad happened, it was very likely that it would affect only the people next to him. Such being the case, was it possible that Venerable White had left the place due to his incredible luck suddenly manifesting, which led him away from the imminent calamity? The more he thought about it, the more Shuhang felt that it was possible. Hypothetically speaking, if Venerable White had really left the place due to his luck, it meant that something not too good would soon take place in the world of the Golden Lotus. After thinking up to this point, Shuhang became restless. I also feel a sudden urge to go to the toilet. In addition, I'm just a small cultivator of the third stage, and there is nothing I can do here. Shuhang said to the nearby True Monarch Eternal Fire, Senior Eternal Fire, I urgently need to pee. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber, no need to be impatient. The speech of the ancestor is about to finish. There are only 5 sentences left. He follows the same pattern each time he gives a speech, and I already know the contents by heart by now. After the ancestor is finished with his speech, I'll bring Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber to the treasure house of the White Cloud Academy and let you choose a magical treasure from there as a sign of my gratitude, True Monarch Eternal Fire said with a smile. 50 lotus seeds weren't enough to compensate Shuhang for the kindness he showed by teaching them the marking dance. Anyway, it seemed that the speech was going to end in just 5 sentences. If that was the case, there shouldn't be any problem in waiting there for a little longer. Thereupon, Shuhang nodded, and said, if that's the case, fine. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled like a true scholar. Just as True Monarch Eternal Fire had predicted, the old scholar concluded his speech after another 5 sentences. The cultivators of the scholarly faction celebrated with a round of thunderous applause. Let's go. Little friend Shuhang, come with me, True Monarch Eternal Fire said as he made a please gesture. Shuhang faintly smiled and followed behind. Perhaps I was just overthinking it earlier, and Senior White didn't leave this place to dodge a calamity, but just to pay his spiritual chi bill. Just in this fashion, little friend Shuhang followed True Monarch Eternal Fire, heading toward the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance between the duo and the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus was getting shorter and shorter. But right at this time, the whole world of the Golden Lotus violently shook. True Monarch Eternal Fire, who was in front of Shuhang, leading the way, directly fell to the ground. There was currently a deep connection between him and the world of the Golden Lotus. As such, when the world of the Golden Lotus suffered from that attack just now, True Monarch Eternal Fire felt as though he had experienced it personally. He struggled to get up, his face was deathly pale, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Behind him, Shuhang forced a smile. It was over. When Senior White left earlier, it was to dodge a calamity. Now that the world of the Golden Lotus had suffered this sudden attack, there was no need to guess whose work it was surely the doing of that existence in the netherworld realm that wasn't any weaker than Senior White too. That entity was likely already done taking control of the world of the Black Lotus and found the passage connecting the worlds of the 2 lotus flowers, sneaking into it and ultimately launching an attack against the world of the Golden Lotus. If True Monarch Eternal Fire had been 1 step late and hadn't left his mark in the world of the Golden Lotus, the attack just now would have perhaps allowed that creature of the netherworld realm to directly barge into the world of the Golden Lotus. What's happening? The old scholar furrowed his brows and used a special method to communicate with the virtuous Golden Lotus. The virtuous Golden Lotus that had created this world had a consciousness of its own. As such, the old scholar could communicate with it. Very soon, the virtuous Golden Lotus transmitted a piece of information back to the old scholar. There is a terrifying entity that launched an attack against the world of the Golden Lotus from a neighboring small world in an attempt to break into it. The world of the Golden Lotus has been created not too long ago, and it has yet to properly take shape. It's very vulnerable at the moment, and can't withstand the power of that terrifying entity. The complexion of the old scholar immediately changed. If even the virtuous Golden Lotus was calling that entity terrifying, it meant that the strength of the opposite party definitely surpassed the 8th stage realm. Was their enemy a ninth-stage tribulation transcender? The old scholar grabbed once again the page of the golden book. Hopefully, this method the sage left behind would help them deal with this situation. Boom, 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 a series of earth-shaking explosions echoed throughout the surrounding area. It felt as though the whole world of the Golden Lotus was about to get overturned and smashed to pieces. Soon after, a finger made of metal pierced through the world of the Golden Lotus. True Monarch Eternal Fire's face became purple as he screamed in pain. At this time, he was one with the world of the Golden Lotus. Therefore, he felt a sharp pain when the world of the Golden Lotus was pierced through. In the sky, the metallic finger moved slightly. The world of the Golden Lotus had yet to thoroughly take shape, and the ball of liquid metal didn't waste time, exploiting this weakness. The only problem was that it was currently unable to barge into this place with its main body. Therefore, it had no choice but to mobilize a portion of its energy and transform it into this gigantic finger made of metal that then pierced through the world of the Golden Lotus to get an idea of the situation on the other side. But as soon as its energy managed to pierce through the world of the Golden Lotus and get on the other side, it discovered something. Someone had already left a mark inside the world of the Golden Lotus, and this place was now someone else's property. Just what was happening? Angry_smile, why is there a mark in this world? Who was it? Who stole my treasure? The angry roar of the ball of liquid metal echoed throughout the world of the Golden Lotus. After hearing these words, Shuhang was a little more at ease. Just as Senior White 2 had guessed, now that the world of the Golden Lotus had a master, this fearsome entity would be unable to directly barge into it. In the next moment, Shuhang activated the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring, and used it on True Monarch Eternal Fire's body. Senior Eternal Fire, try to hold on. The level of the healing technique was rather low, but it should alleviate True Monarch Eternal Fire's pain a little. Thank you, fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber, True Monarch Eternal Fire said as he gritted his teeth. His vision was concentrated on that finger of metal in the sky. Was this the calamity that little friend Shuhang had mentioned earlier? It was just a finger, but it made him feel as if it had enough power to destroy the entire world. He, who was a sixth-stage True Monarch, felt that he didn't have any chance to fight back against this finger. What was the origin of the opposite party? Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber, you should immediately leave this place. Everything that happens next is related to our scholarly faction, and you don't need to get involved in it, True Monarch Eternal Fire said to Shuhang with a gentle smile on his face. In the next moment, True Monarch Eternal Fire stretched out his hand, and used a burst of soft strength to push Shuhang away. He wanted to push Shuhang outside the world of the Golden Lotus. But right at this time, that angry voice in the sky echoed once more. Angry_smile, bastards, I'll kill you all. The voice was like thunder, and since True Monarch Eternal Fire and the world of the Golden Lotus were one entity, he was affected by it. The direction of his palm changed, and that burst of soft strength hit Shuhang's ankle. Thud. Shuhang fell to the ground. He totally hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. At the same time, the metallic finger in the sky started to emit evil and foul energy. It was the energy native to the netherworld realm, and its purity was extremely high. For cultivators, this type of pure foul energy was nothing but a deadly poison. If they got in contact with it, their defenses would get corroded, and their bodies contaminated. The attack of the metallic finger had yet to conclude. Under the control of the finger, the evil energy of the netherworld turned into a storm that swept through the whole world of the Golden Lotus. The storm had enough strength to tear everything apart. Actually, it was a very ordinary wind-type magical technique, but the owner of the metallic finger was so powerful that even an ordinary wind-type magical technique was turned into a storm capable of destroying an entire world. The scholarly disciples in the forefront screamed again and again as they were engulfed in this storm made of foul and evil energy. One had to keep in mind that all these scholarly disciples had the strength of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Afterward, the elders of the scholarly faction also got dragged within the storm, where they tried everything in their power to resist. The arrival of the storm was too fast and sudden, and Shuhang also got dragged away. Actually, if not for true Monarch Eternal Fire using that burst of soft strength on him out of goodwill, Shuhang would have been able to leave the world of the Golden Lotus before the storm got to him by relying on his speed. Unfortunately, Shuhang tumbled to the ground thanks to true Monarch Eternal Fire's goodwill. As such, he, too, was mercilessly engulfed in this storm made of evil and foul energy. 2 seconds later, the storm and the pure energy of the Netherworld realm had filled the whole world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang felt as though someone was tearing his back apart, with fresh blood spilling all over. Afterward, the energy of the Netherworld realm seeped into his body from the wounds and started to corrode him from the inside. The Daoist robe he'd traded from the Western monk, the defense of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, his powerful constitution, were like thin pieces of paper in front of this storm, and were instantly shredded to pieces. Painful, painful, painful. The energy of the Netherworld realm weakened him so much that he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this time, he could do nothing but weakly lie on the ground, getting shredded to pieces by this storm made of evil energy and getting corroded by it. Is this the feeling of death? Am I going to die this way? No. How can I die so easily? In addition, I'm just a few meters away from the exit. In this desperate situation where his life was at stake, a sudden burst of strength filled Shuhang's body for a moment. He used his hands to prop himself up and dashed toward the exit of the world of the Golden Lotus at full speed. Just another step forward, and he would be able to leave the world of the Golden Lotus. But just as he was halfway, the merciless storm suddenly wrapped him up and brought high up in the air. Shuhang could feel that his body was getting torn to countless pieces. At this time, he felt like a paper man getting shredded to pieces. Then, the various pieces of his body were also engulfed in the storm and scattered everywhere in the world of the Golden Lotus along with his blood. This time, I'm really dying, this isn't an illusion or a dream. Did I shed a lot of blood at the point of death? Shuhang felt his consciousness slip away, and death getting closer and closer. It was different from the death he experienced in the dreamland. This time, he was dying for real. I'm dying. I'm dying for real this time around. Is there no one that can save me? Just as this thought flashed through his blurry mind, a feeble ray of light appeared in the depths of his soul. It was a bamboo leaf, which was now emitting a weak radiance. It was the light of life, and as long as he grabbed it, he would live on. Shuhang used all his strength to stretch out his hand and grab the light of life. However, the cruel thing that was the light of life suddenly disappeared as he was about to grab it. *CK, was this light of life playing tricks on him? First, it gave him hope. Then, just as he was about to save himself, he was kicked in the abyss of death. Wasn't this treatment a little too cruel? All wiped out, all dead, complacent_smile. The sound of complacent laughter was transmitted from the metallic finger in the sky. It was just a finger that had been condensed through some energy, but it had been able to shred to pieces all the people in the world of the Golden Lotus with a very simple wind-type magical technique. This was the power of the ruler of the Netherworld realm. Had they been in the Netherworld realm, the power of this wind-type magical technique would have been 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000 times higher. The whole world of the Golden Lotus was littered with corpses and stained with blood. This scene was definitely R18. Shuhang's body was shredded into countless tiny little pieces. Afterward, the storm had scattered his blood and flesh to each corner of the world of the Golden Lotus. At this time, not even a jigsaw puzzle expert would be able to find the various bits of his body within the world of the Golden Lotus and piece them together into the shape of a human. I'm dying for real this time, life is simply too cruel, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Strange. I was clearly torn to pieces earlier. Why can I still think? Is it possible that I can think because I'm in soul form? Song Shuhang was confused. But right at this time, he saw that a figure in the world of the Golden Lotus suddenly got up. It was true Monarch Eternal Fire, the master of the world of the Golden Lotus. The current true Monarch Eternal Fire was the absolute ruler of this place. Even if he had yet to completely understand his powers, no one could kill him while he was inside the world of the Golden Lotus. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to destroy the world of the Golden Lotus first. After true Monarch Eternal Fire got up, he saw the entire place littered with corpses, and roared in pain. Why did all of this happen? True Monarch Eternal Fire shouted as he tightly clenched his teeth. At the same time, a strong desire ignited in the depths of his heart. It was an absurd and foolish desire. But the world of the Golden Lotus started to change according to true Monarch Eternal Fire's will. The world of the Golden Lotus, which was currently expanding and taking shape, suddenly stopped and stabilized itself. In the next moment, the volume of the world reduced by one size. While shrinking, the virtuous Golden Lotus absorbed all the energy of the netherworld realm that was filling its world. In the next moment, that place full of blood and littered with corpses started to return to its previous state, just as though time was flowing backward. It felt just as if someone had suddenly pressed the rewind button on the remote control. In less than a second, the disciples of the scholarly faction, as well as the dead Song Shuhang, returned to their previous state. The disciples and elders of the scholarly faction, as well as that old scholar, all stood in place with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Song Shuhang lay on the ground, also dumbfounded. Did we come back to life? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Was it all an illusion? Several sixth-stage true monarchs of the scholarly faction wondered. Were we resurrected? A seventh-stage venerable of the scholarly faction said in a soft voice. Or perhaps, this is some sort of time rewind? The old scholar with a white beard and white hair looked at the page of the golden book in his hand. Earlier, when that metallic finger in the sky created that storm, he didn't make it in time to activate this page the sage left behind. In the end, both his body and the page of the golden book were shredded to pieces inside the storm. When they felt their defenses getting broken, and bodies getting shredded to pieces and contaminated with evil energy, it wasn't an illusion. As such, was this some type of time rewind that allowed them to keep their memories intact? Fellow Daoist Golden Lotus, was this your doing? The old scholar asked. The virtuous Golden Lotus weakly replied. From a certain point of view, it was indeed its doing. It had sacrificed part of its world to display that ability with properties similar to time rewind. However, the fact that everyone had come back to life enraged the ball of liquid metal even further. Angry_smile, useless things, I really want to see how many times you can come back to life. Even if the world of the Golden Lotus were to shrink until reaching the size of a person, it would still work for it. Therefore, the metallic finger attacked again. Just as before, that storm filled with the foul energy of the netherworld realm covered the whole world of the Golden Lotus. The old scholar angrily shouted and activated the page of the golden book, pointing it toward the terrifying storm. At the same time, Song Shuhang made the best use of his time and jumped upward like a flood dragon shooting out of the water, darting toward the exit of the world of the Golden Lotus. Then, as he was about to get out, his body bumped into an invisible barrier, getting bounced back. After the world of the Golden Lotus shrunk, it apparently sealed off its exit. As such, the ignorant Song Shuhang was mercilessly bounced back. F***ck. Song Shuhang could do nothing but curse. Soon after, that cruel storm arrived again. His body was once again engulfed in it and shredded to pieces. The page of the golden book that the old scholar threw out didn't last even a second before getting destroyed as well. Although time was rewound once, the wheel of time moved forward once again, and history repeated itself. The elders and disciples of the scholarly faction, as well as Shuhang, were crushed to death by the wheel of time one more time. Question: what's even more fearsome than death? Answer: dying a tragic death twice. Question: what's even more fearsome than dying a tragic death twice? Answer: dying a tragic death again and again. At this time, Shuhang and the scholars were stuck in a similar situation. Just like the previous time, that terrifying storm engulfed all those present and tore them to pieces. The evil energy of the netherworld seeped into their bodies through their wounds, starting to corrode them from the inside. Next, the storm shredded them to pieces, scattering what was left of their bodies to each corner of the world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang. Hero, please save me. Anyway, can't we die in a more direct manner? In this age where efficiency is everything, it's a great virtue to economize. Isn't killing us with a single slash way more efficient? In addition, the consumption of energy would also be lower. Unfortunately, the owner of the metallic finger wasn't someone that liked to economize. Shuhang faintly sighed. In hindsight, he should have left this place as soon as true Monarch Eternal Fire finished the marking dance and became the master of the world of the Golden Lotus. Still, there was no point in crying over spilled milk. Now that he had chosen this path, he would have to go through it even if it was full of thorns. Since the beginning, Shuhang had a strange feeling, and he felt as though the world of the Golden Lotus was trying to draw him in. What an absurd feeling. Afterward, they entered a vicious cycle. The people inside the world of the Golden Lotus kept getting shredded to pieces by that storm generated from the metallic finger. Afterward, true Monarch Eternal Fire would grit his teeth and make use of the power of the world of the Golden Lotus to bring everyone back to life. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. During the first few times, the cultivators of the scholarly faction, as well as Shuhang, tried to put up a fight in front of the storm. Even an ant would try to cling to its life. As such, how could humans not do the same? While faced with death, it was normal for human beings to fight back with all their might. However, the vicious cycle kept repeating itself again and again, and the majority of the cultivators of the scholarly faction became numb to what was happening after a while. What was the point of struggling if they would be just shredded to pieces in the end? Only a small fraction of the scholarly faction was still trying to find a way to break out of this endless cycle. However, it was no easy task to get out of this situation. The master of the world of the Golden Lotus, true Monarch Eternal Fire, could at most bring everyone back to life, and he did not have the strength to change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, it was up to Shuhang and the disciples of the scholarly faction to find a way to break out of this endless cycle of death and rebirth, or, alternatively, hope that a third party would meddle in this battle from outside the world of the Golden Lotus and give the people trapped there an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to keep getting killed and coming back to life until the world of the Golden Lotus had no strength left, finally becoming unable to resurrect them. At that time, they would die for real. Time slowly passed by. How many times have we come back to life already? Shuhang muttered to himself. All the blood he had lost from beginning to end would probably be enough to form an ocean. His blood had basically stained every single corner of the world of the Golden Lotus. Of course, Shuhang had no intention of giving up just yet. At this time, his consciousness was already focused on a certain item in his size-reducing purse. It was a bamboo leaf, that very same light of life that appeared within his consciousness the first time he was shredded to pieces. This bamboo leaf was something he'd got from Senior Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman in exchange for his Blood God Crystal after the hand-guided tractor competition. Back then, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had brought Shuhang to his personal treasure house. There, Shuhang had seen a mysterious bamboo shoot with a natural predisposition to become a sentient weapon. As such, Shuhang had got curious, and decided to stretch out his hand to touch the bamboo shoot, but right at that time, an illusion suddenly appeared before his eyes. The bamboo shoot had transformed into a giant bamboo stick that could pierce through the heavens, and hit him. He'd got hit until becoming muddle-headed. Afterward, that bamboo shoot, naturally predisposed to become a sentient weapon, had repeatedly apologized to Shuhang, and offered him this bamboo leaf as an apology. From what he'd been told, the bamboo leaf could save Shuhang's life at a critical moment. Just now, when he was killed the first time, if true Monarch Eternal Fire hadn't brought everyone back to life, the bamboo leaf would have still given Shuhang a chance to resurrect himself. Of course, the effects of the resurrection through the bamboo leaf would be no match for the bug-like ability of the world of the Golden Lotus that could directly rewind time and bring everyone back to life. The bamboo leaf was Shuhang's final trump card to maintain his life, and he couldn't use it right away in the hope of breaking through this impasse. As such, he took a deep breath and recalled the content of those 88,888 voices. Afterward, he quickly took off the glove of passion of swordsman wooden ox and placed his palm on the ground. He had decided to activate the secret appraisal technique. Under normal circumstances, he would have to pay a terrifying price to appraise something like this mysterious world of the Golden Lotus. Not only that, there was even a chance that he might end up paying with his life to get any useful information about it. But now, he was stuck in this bug-like situation. As long as true Monarch Eternal Fire brought everyone back to life, it didn't matter what kind of price he would have to pay, even if he had to pay with his life, it would be fine. After all, even if he died while appraising the world of the Golden Lotus, he would simply come back to life in the next round with true Monarch Eternal Fire's help, effectively evading the aftereffects of the appraisal technique. It worked. Shuhang beamed with joy. He had successfully activated the secret appraisal technique. Golden runes flowed out of his eyes and engraved themselves onto the ground of the world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang was the only person that could see these runes that formed the picture of a golden clock on the ground, with the hands of the clock turning counterclockwise. But right at this time, the metallic finger in the sky unleashed again that wind-type magical technique. That thing wasn't planning to rest until everyone was dead. The storm instantly swept over to his position, with the wind cutting Shuhang's back like a blade. Shuhang's body immediately spurted out blood like crazy, but it was unknown if he was bleeding due to the storm generated by the metallic finger or due to the price of the secret appraisal technique. Anyway, it didn't really matter at this time, since the final outcome would be the same. Quick, quick! Shuhang muttered to himself. He had to get the information back from the secret appraisal technique before dying and losing consciousness. In a flash, those golden runes that only Shuhang could see left the ground of the world of the Golden Lotus and returned to his eyes. At the same time, the information that the secret appraisal technique had gathered was transmitted back to his mind. The world of the virtuous Golden Lotus, it's a rare treasure the scholarly faction has obtained. Once the virtuous Golden Lotus grows and matures, it will gain the ability to create a small world. The small world would be located amidst the main world, but also separated from it, becoming a mysterious and abstruse world within a world. Note, it's possible to continually nourish the lotus flower through the evil and foul energy of the netherworld realm, allowing the world of the Golden Lotus to expand incessantly. The information ended here. Where is the rest of the information? I don't want just this piece of information. I knew about it even without the need of using the appraisal technique. Shuhang started to get somewhat anxious. The situation was critical. What he wanted to find out through the appraisal technique was a way to break through this impasse and get out of this endless cycle where he was getting killed and returning to life over and over again. The information he'd obtained so far was far from enough. Just as he was in deep thought, another piece of information was transmitted to his mind. This world of the virtuous Golden Lotus and the world of the sinful Black Lotus in the netherworld realm are like two sides of the same coin. As such, it's possible to get into the world of the Golden Lotus through the world of the Black Lotus, and vice versa. Both the virtuous Golden Lotus and the sinful Black Lotus are the work of a wielder of the will from ancient times that tried to use them to free itself. A wielder of the will? Even the will of the heavens was involved in this matter. From the looks of it, a wielder of the will created both the virtuous Golden Lotus and the sinful Black Lotus. This wielder of the will seemed to be from a very ancient era, but which one of the many was it? In addition, what was the meaning of that, to free itself? What could the wielder of the will possibly need to free itself from? Shuhang had obtained a very important piece of information this time around. But, unfortunately for him, he still got nothing that he could use to break through this impasse. Is there nothing else? Is it possible to get more information through the appraisal? In the hope of obtaining more information through the secret appraisal technique, Shuhang endured the pain and tried to sustain for a little longer those 88,888 voices echoing in his mind. But right at the critical time, everything before his eyes went black, and his consciousness started to fade away. Damn it, I'm about to die again. Right when I was about to succeed. Shuhang sighed inwardly. Since he didn't make it in time, he could do nothing but to wait for the next time he returned back to life and continue from there. However, he didn't have many opportunities left. He could feel that the world of the Golden Lotus was continuously consuming its energy, and its size had reduced by half. It wasn't only him, the scholarly disciples could feel it as well. After the world of the Golden Lotus had shrunk to a certain size, all the people inside would lose the possibility of being resurrected. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity and immediately use the secret appraisal technique the next time he came back to life so that he could obtain the information necessary to break out of this situation. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Shuhang's consciousness dissipated. The world before Shuhang's eyes became bright once again. Have I returned to life again? Shuhang didn't waste time, and immediately recalled those 88,888 voices and stretched out his hand, ready to take off the glove on his hand and activate the secret appraisal technique. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He discovered that he was unable to feel his hand. Or rather, it felt as though he didn't have a hand at all. Was it possible that true Monarch Eternal Fire couldn't hold it anymore and gave up on bringing everyone back to life? In that case, had he relied on the bamboo leaf to come back to life this time around? The effects of the bamboo leaf were far inferior to the heaven-defying time rewind skill of the world of the Golden Lotus. Therefore, it was not too surprising that Shuhang might have a missing arm or leg after resurrecting with the bamboo leaf. Am I still inside the world of the Golden Lotus? If I'm still there, I can't escape death all the same. Shuhang made an effort to open his eyes and look all around, and it was right then that he discovered that he was currently planted in a small vase. In front of him was another small vase, with a black lotus flower growing inside. Shuhang. This feeling was very familiar. This feeling of not having arms or legs and being unable to move was the same as the one he'd felt when he dreamt of Lady Onion's life, that awful feeling of having no control over his actions. Shuhang quickly understood what was going on. He had entered the dreamland, dreaming of someone's life, and the target of the dream this time just happened to be the virtuous Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction. What triggered his dreamland innate skill and allowed Shuhang to have this dream was that sea of blood he'd left all over the world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang had now become the virtuous Golden Lotus, and that lotus flower planted in the vase in front of him was surely the sinful Black Lotus in the netherworld realm. Through this dream, Shuhang could feel that the virtuous Golden Lotus and the sinful Black Lotus in front of him had yet to develop any intelligence. At this time, they were nothing but aesthetically pleasing lotus flowers that someone had planted inside the two vases. The only problem was that he had no idea how long the Golden Lotus was going to stay in this vase. Shuhang also thought of the creator of the virtuous Golden Lotus and sinful Black Lotus, that wielder of the will from ancient times. Shuhang had never met a wielder of the will, an entity that stood at the peak of the world of cultivators, before, but since it was supposed to be eternal, everlasting, and indestructible, etc., its thinking mode was probably going to be very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Who knew, perhaps the other party might directly nap for several hundred years just because it felt like it. Now that I've turned into a lotus flower, I won't have to pass several hundred years in this vase, right? Song Shuhang was very worried. The last time, when he'd experienced Lady Onion's life, he'd spent several hundred years in the rain, sun, and wind. He absolutely didn't want to experience something like this a second time. He was so bored back then that he thought of killing himself several times. Luckily, what Song Shuhang feared did not happen. The master of the golden and black lotus flowers quickly made its appearance. An earthquake-like sound was transmitted over from afar. Tap, tap, tap. It was a rhythmical tapping sound, just as though something was jumping around. Song Shuhang didn't have arms, legs, or eyes at this time. Therefore, he could only rely on the special sensory organs of the golden lotus to look around. The distant figure quickly approached, and Song Shuhang was finally able to see its appearance clearly. It was a black and white dragon. Most black and white, dual-colored dragons didn't look strange. After all, if there was a black dragon with a white underbelly, it would be considered as a black and white dragon as well. However, the black and white patterns on the body of this male or female dragon were more similar to that of a zebra. The black and white colors alternated and formed a series of uniform stripes. Beyond that, this zebra-like striped dragon had another very peculiar characteristic: it had only one leg. Therefore, whenever the striped dragon moved, it was actually jumping around. This was the reason for that tap, tap, tap sound from earlier. Is this zebra-like striped dragon that wielder of the will from ancient times? But can a wielder of the will really have such an appearance? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as he was in deep thought, the striped dragon had already bounced until arriving in front of the two lotus flowers. They are growing well. These two lotus flowers are like the yin and the yang, they naturally complement and repel each other. Well, since it's an experiment of mine, it couldn't be anything but perfect. I was really smart to plant these two flowers here back in the day, the striped dragon said with a smile. Song Shuhang had never heard the language the striped dragon was using. The events he was dreaming of had taken place almost at the beginning of time, and it was unknown if human beings already existed back then. However, what happened just now was similar to what he'd experienced in the Mountain of Myriad Books when he heard the speech of the sage. Back then, when the sage started speaking, his voice was automatically translated through the power of the world, and all those hearing his voice could understand the meaning behind his words. At this time, the voice of the striped dragon possessed those same properties. Song Shuhang couldn't understand a single word of what it was saying, but he could still understand the meaning behind the words. These two lotus flowers will be the core of the experiment I'm about to carry out, and I will condense the key to create a small world inside them, the striped dragon kept muttering to itself. After it had said this much, it stood in front of the two lotus flowers and stretched out its dragon mustache, gently stroking the two flowers. There is no mistaking, this striped dragon is precisely the wielder of the will from ancient times that created the virtuous golden lotus and the sinful black lotus. Song Shuhang was excited. Now, he was very likely going to dream about wielder of the will striped dragon, as it was creating the world of the golden lotus and the world of the black lotus. If he could experience the process of the two worlds getting created, he would certainly find the key to break out of his current predicament. If he succeeded, he might be able to free all the people trapped in the world of the golden lotus from that endless cycle of death and rebirth. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, wielder of the will striped dragon stopped stroking the lotus flowers, and a pensive look appeared on its face. Did wielder of the will striped dragon discover that I'm impersonating the golden lotus in the dream? Song Shuhang was worried. Back when he'd been dreaming of Li Tiansu's life, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had noticed him. This striped dragon was actually a wielder of the will, and its strength far surpassed that of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Therefore, it surely had the ability to notice him. How should he face this wielder of the will from ancient times if he got discovered? Just as Shuhang was worried, wielder of the will striped dragon returned to its senses and continued stroking the golden black lotus flowers with its mustache. At the same time, it injected a burst of mysterious energy into the 2 lotus flowers. He didn't notice my presence? That's impossible. This is the wielder of the will we are talking about. Shuhang was confused. Or is it possible that it simply doesn't care about my existence? If it was the first possibility, it was very likely that this wielder of the will striped dragon had encountered some problem like the sage of the scholarly faction. Sage had died both in body and soul, and he was unable to sense Shuhang's presence when the latter entered his memories through the still pond of wisdom to study that secret technique. If it was the second possibility, did it mean that Shuhang was something akin to a microbe in the eyes of this wielder of the will from ancient times, someone who wasn't even worth mentioning? Regardless of the reason, wielder of the will striped dragon didn't bother Shuhang. As such, Shuhang could keep dreaming and see with his own eyes the worlds of the golden and black lotuses taking shape and find the key to solve the situation. Wielder of the will striped dragon continued to inject energy inside the 2 lotus flowers. After around 2 hours, it retracted its 2 dragon mustaches. Then, it bounced away, leaving the place. Only the 2 lotus flowers were left in that stretch of space, fluttering in the wind. Shuhang was currently impersonating the golden lotus, and he could feel that a nucleus was slowly taking shape inside the golden lotus. The nucleus was filled with the power of space. Was this the so-called key? The second day, well, let's just call it second day for the time being. In this place, there was no sunrise or sunset, and Shuhang didn't bother to calculate how much time had exactly passed. Tap tap tap, that tapping sound echoed again. Wielder of the will striped dragon bounced over one more time, and arrived next to the 2 lotus flowers. Not bad. Just like I've predicted, the 2 lotus flowers have started to condense their respective nuclei after receiving my energy. After the 2 nuclei take shape, they will gain the ability to create a world, wielder of the will striped dragon said with a smile. Afterward, it stretched out its dragon mustache and injected its energy inside the 2 lotus flowers. Then, just like yesterday, it bounced away after it was done injecting the energy into the flowers, leaving the place. The dreaming Shuhang carefully examined the nucleus of the golden lotus as it was taking shape and condensing. He didn't dare to overlook any detail since even the smallest clue might be the key to break through that endless cycle of death and rebirth. That day, the nucleus inside the golden lotus condensed a bit, with its embryonic form taking shape and a strange rune inside the nucleus becoming partly visible. The third day. Wielder of the will striped dragon bounced over again, and filled the 2 lotus flowers with energy. After it was done, it bounced away and left the place. This process was repeated for 81 times. Finally, on the 81st day, the nuclei, or keys, inside the sinful black lotus and the virtuous golden lotus thoroughly took shape. The nucleus looked like a small pearl, and there were 81 runes inscribed on it. The surface of the pearl was then covered with a total of 81 dragon scales to ensure its safety. It was a success. Now comes the next part of the experiment, giving the flowers enough nourishment and allowing them to create their respective small worlds. This process is going to take a very long time. Therefore, I need to look for 2 good places to reduce the time, wielder of the will striped dragon said in a soft voice. After saying this much, it coiled its dragon mustache around the 2 lotus flowers, and its body broke through space with just a thought, arriving in another world. The world wielder of the will striped dragon had teleported to was the netherworld realm. The whole place was full of evil and foul energy, as well as devilish sounds that lured people into falling into depravity. Then, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon teleported again and arrived in the place with the highest concentration of evil energy in the entire Netherworld realm, a huge demonic sea. Compared to this sea, the unholy pond that the scholarly faction had created during the past several thousand years wasn't even worth mentioning. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said, "You will stay in this place from now and absorb the energy of the Netherworld realm. Here, you can grow free from worries, and with that guy here, not a single demon in the Netherworld realm will be able to injure you." After saying this much, it stretched out its hand and pulled the golden lotus out of the vase, throwing it inside the demonic sea. The golden lotus immediately took root after falling into the demonic sea, starting to absorb the foul energy of the netherworld inside the sea like crazy. A smile appeared on the dragon face of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. "Not bad. With the rich energy in this place, it won't take more than 100 years for the golden lotus to mature, haha." After smiling, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon moved again and disappeared from the airspace of the demonic sea. From the looks of it, it had gone to plant the sinful black lotus. Shuhang. Judging from the words of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon, he would have to stay in this place as the golden lotus for something like 100 years, continuously absorbing nutrients. In other words, he would have to pass 100 years in this demonic sea in the form of a golden lotus while exposed to sun, wind, and rain. It seemed he had been unable to escape his fate in the end. At first, he'd thought that he might not need to personally experience the several hundred years long life of the golden lotus, but little did he expect that these 100 years would be quietly lying in ambush behind the corner. A whole 100 years. How could he endure them? Couldn't someone accompany him for a chat? Or tell him funny jokes to improve his mood? Just as Shuhang was in deep thought, ripples formed in the airspace of the demonic sea. In the next moment, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon actually came back. However, it didn't gently stroke the golden lotus this time. On the other hand, it quietly hovered in the air and coldly stared at Shuhang, who was posing as the golden lotus. Shuhang got a scare after getting stared at like that. It was very strange. Why did he feel as if Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon had turned into a completely different person? Was it possible that Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon suffered from schizophrenia? After coming back, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon gazed at the golden lotus in a very cold and ruthless manner. After getting stared at for a while, the virtuous golden lotus was so scared that it curled its lotus leaves up in an attempt to protect itself. The lotus flower had curled its leaves up just like a sensitive plant after sensing the killing intent of the striped dragon. Shuhang, who had taken possession of the virtuous golden lotus in the dream, was baffled. Both the golden and black lotus flowers were something Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon personally cultivated, and Shuhang had witnessed the whole process with his very own eyes. As such, why did Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon suddenly change its attitude, starting to give the golden lotus it cultivated with its own hands murderous gazes? The whole situation was very strange. Shuhang pondered for a short moment, and then secretly observed the striped dragon in the sky through the sensory organs of the golden lotus, comparing it to the image of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon he had in his mind. A guess started to form in this heart. After all, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon had changed too much after coming back. Therefore, it either suffered from schizophrenia or had a split personality, or again, he wasn't the same Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon that had left earlier, but a different person. Their build, aura, and shape were absolutely the same, without any difference. But after a careful inspection, Shuhang discovered that the patterns on the body of this striped dragon in the sky were reversed if compared to those of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. The patterns on the body of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon were white alternating with black, while the patterns on the body of the striped dragon hovering above Shuhang's head were black alternating with white. Although they were both striped, their colors were inverted. As expected, they are two different individuals. Song Shuhang finally understood what was happening. No wonder their attitude was so different while looking at the virtuous Golden Lotus. In that case, what's the relationship between wielder of the wool-striped dragon and this other striped dragon hovering above my head whose imposing manner isn't any weaker than the other ones? Are they twins, or is this one either a descendant or a blood relative? Then again, maybe it's more similar to a clone. Beyond that, why is it looking at the Golden Lotus with such a murderous gaze? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He felt that he had unknowingly discovered a big secret related to the wielder of the heaven's will. Anyway, it was worth mentioning that the striped dragon in the sky also failed to notice Song Shuhang as the latter was impersonating the Golden Lotus through his dreamland innate skill. The striped dragon stared at the Golden Lotus for a very long time, then it coldly snorted, and disappeared. The virtuous Golden Lotus was now finally out of danger, and thus unfurled its lotus leaves. After the striped dragon disappeared, four gigantic demons slowly approached the vast demonic sea. One was a huge, 1-kilometer-long snake with its tail split into 9 parts. One was a ball-shaped demon with a size that wasn't inferior to that of the huge snake. This demon somewhat resembled a sea urchin, and its whole body was covered with needles. The other 2 resembled ordinary fishes, but they had 6 pairs of scaly claws on their body. The 4 colossal demons finally arrived next to the virtuous Golden Lotus, surrounding it and slowly moving around it. It seemed that someone had ordered them to protect the virtuous Golden Lotus and not allow the other demons of the netherworld to bring harm to it. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the virtuous Golden Lotus had managed to survive until the 21st century, he was still very worried for the lotus flower when he saw those 4 colossal demons slowly approaching it. The concept was similar to people still getting scared even if they knew in advance that they were going to watch a horror movie. Time passed by, and since there was no sunrise here in the demonic sea, Song Shuhang had no idea how many days had passed altogether. During this period of time, he carefully examined the various changes taking place inside the virtuous Golden Lotus. The Golden Lotus kept absorbing nutrients in the demonic sea and growing in size, and at this time, its volume had already increased by more than 3 times. As long as it kept absorbing nutrients, it would eventually mature and reach the same size as the Golden Lotus below the ground of the scholarly faction. At long last, it would create the world of the Golden Lotus thanks to its nucleus or key. However, if the Golden Lotus had already absorbed enough nutrients in ancient times, creating the world of the Golden Lotus, why did it still have the shape of a lotus flower in the 21st century when in the hands of the scholarly faction? Song Shuhang was confused. Was it possible that the golden and black lotus flowers failed to fully mature in ancient times? Or did some other change occur? Just in this fashion, day after day, Song Shuhang impersonated the Golden Lotus and kept growing in the demonic sea for a long, long time. During the process, the size of the Golden Lotus continuously increased, but its nucleus didn't change much. At this time, the Golden Lotus was solely accumulating the energy necessary to create the new world. There was nothing to research during the growing process, and Song Shuhang was unable to obtain any important information from it. Song Shuhang couldn't help but sigh to himself. My body has turned into that of a lotus flower, and I have to stay in this place for around 100 years, but how much time has passed already? His current situation was even worse than when he'd been dreaming of Lady Onion's life. After all, he could at least count days based on sunrise and sunset when he'd turned into Lady Onion. It would be nice to have a forward button, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Of course, it was just a vain hope. After living Lady Onion's life back then, he discovered that the dreamland did not have something as convenient as a forward button. Not only that, the option to turn the whole thing off was likewise missing, and Song Shuhang couldn't decide when to put an end to the dream. Just as Song Shuhang was fantasizing, he noticed that the 4 huge demons next to him started to move at a faster pace. At first, the 4 demons protecting the Golden Lotus were moving very slowly, lazily circling around the lotus flower. But now, it felt as if they had gone mad, and were moving very quickly. No, that wasn't it. The speed of the demons hadn't changed, it was the speed of the flow of time that had increased. At this time, even the body of the virtuous Golden Lotus was growing at speed visible to the naked eye. Time had accelerated. The dreamland actually had the fast-forward feature. At this moment, Shuhang's face was full of tears. Although he had no idea since when the dreamland had become so cooperative, it was great that he could use the fast-forward feature at this moment. 100 years were really too much, and he had no time to spare. Whiz, 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 time flew by after the scene in the dreamland sped up. During this period of time, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon never came to visit the Golden Lotus. On the contrary, it was that striped dragon with inverted patterns that would come over once in a while. During each visit, it would coldly stare at the virtuous Golden Lotus and even release a not-too-friendly aura, making the Golden Lotus shiver and instinctively curl its lotus leaves up. Only then would that striped dragon with black patterns alternating with white ones get satisfied and leave. Was that guy a sadist? The fast-forward feature was still at work, and the time in the dreamland was quickly flying by. In the end, the virtuous Golden Lotus managed to absorb enough nutrients, and its lotus leaves closed again, shrinking into the calyx. This time around, the Golden Lotus didn't produce any of those lotus seeds that granted an extraordinary skill to whomever ate them as it did in the 21st century. The lotus flower is about to mature. Next is precisely the process where the new world is getting created. Shuhang mustered his strength and carefully examined all the changes taking place in the Golden Lotus flower. The dreamland was very cooperative this time, and even switched off the fast-forward feature, allowing Shuhang to carefully sense each change happening inside the Golden Lotus. In the sky. Along with the virtuous Golden Lotus maturing, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon also made its appearance. However, it didn't come to look for the Golden Lotus with its main body, but used something akin to a 3D projection instead, appearing above the demonic sea. At the same time, that other striped dragon with inverted patterns also arrived above the Golden Lotus after tearing space apart. To distinguish between Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon and this other striped dragon, Shuhang quietly renamed the latter to Striped Dragon 2. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon looked at Striped Dragon 2 with a smile, and said, "Haha, you are finally willing to come out and see me, eh? Right, I must thank you for taking care of this Golden Lotus during the past 100 years. Humph." Striped Dragon 2 coldly snorted, and didn't reply. "Actually, I thought you would tear it to pieces," Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said in a soft voice. "After all, I've told you everything about my plan, not concealing any information from you. Therefore, you also know that you might disappear if my plan were to succeed." Humph. Striped Dragon 2 continued snorting. "Enough with this snorting. Sigh, when did you become like this? Can't you have a proper conversation with me?" Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon was getting a headache. Humph. Striped Dragon 2 snorted again. "Forget it. Anyway, since you didn't destroy the Golden Lotus within these 100 years, I'll consider it you tacitly agreeing to my plan. By the way, now that the Golden Lotus has matured, it's too late to destroy it even if you change your mind," Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said with a smile. Humph. Striped Dragon 2 snorted. Shuhang, who had taken possession of the body of the Golden Lotus, was speechless. Just as the duo was discussing, the Golden Lotus thoroughly matured, and its calyx bloomed again. In the meantime, its nucleus was also activated, and the 81 runes engraved on it started to quickly absorb the energy the Golden Lotus had stored within these 100 years. A tiny world took shape inside the body of the Golden Lotus, and Shuhang experienced this change firsthand. At this time, he was the Golden Lotus, and the Golden Lotus was him. When the Golden Lotus created the small world, Shuhang felt as if he was doing it personally. Song Shuhang had a sudden realization. So this is how a small world is created, huh? But right at that time, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said again to Striped Dragon 2, I'll give you one final opportunity. Since the world of the Golden Lotus has yet to fully take shape, you still have the opportunity to rethink your choice. If my plan succeeds, it's possible that I'll be able to free myself. On the other hand, if I free myself, you, whose life is interlinked with mine, will very likely disappear without a trace. Humph, enough chit-chat. You can go ahead and execute your plan. After all, you are the master, while I'm the subordinate. Therefore, I won't stop you from carrying out your plan. I've thought enough about this matter during the past 100 years. Striped Dragon 2 finally spoke. I knew you would reply like this, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said smugly. But I still wanted to ask you this question to lessen the guilt in my heart in case you were to disappear once my plan had succeeded. Striped Dragon 2. Song Shuhang. The info he'd obtained from this exchange between Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon and Striped Dragon 2 was huge. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said something about freeing itself twice, but what was it trying to free itself from? The Wielder of the Will was the master of all, and stood at the peak of cultivators, practitioners, monster, demons, ghosts, evil spirits, and myriad other creatures of the world. If there was something it wanted to free itself from, there could be only one thing, the responsibility of wielding the will of the heavens. However, carrying the will of the heavens was the ultimate goal of every cultivator, so why was Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon trying to free itself from the will of the heavens? Is it possible that my current level of strength is too low, and I don't understand enough about the will of the heavens? In that case, is Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon trying to free itself from something even scarier, something that even the Wielder of the Will is unable to cope with? Song Shuhang's brain was operating at full speed. He'd discovered another thing. Striped Dragon 2 wasn't a twin or a blood relative of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. From their conversation, it seemed that Striped Dragon 2 was an existence whose life was interlinked with Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon, and Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon was the boss among the two. It felt as if Striped Dragon 2 was an existence similar to a ghost spirit, but at the same time different. After all, a ghost spirit wouldn't randomly disappear. Just as he was in deep thought, Song Shuhang discovered that his body suddenly swelled up. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. It felt as though his body had suddenly turned into a balloon and someone had forcefully filled it with air. Moreover, this someone was madly injecting air into it, just as if they didn't even care if the balloon could possibly burst open. In the end, bang! Song Shuhang's body burst open. No, wait. It was the body of the Golden Lotus that Song Shuhang had taken possession of through his Dreamland innate skill, that burst open. As the body of the Golden Lotus burst open, its nucleus started to quickly revolve, officially starting the creation of the small world. Song Shuhang was experiencing the whole process with his very own body. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon and Striped Dragon 2 closely observed the Golden Lotus, watching as the embryonic form of the world of the Golden Lotus was taking shape. Congratulations, you've succeeded, Striped Dragon 2 said in a grave tone. Indeed, it's a treasure I've personally researched and devised, after all. Through this experiment, I was able to thoroughly grasp the principles behind the creation of a world. Everything was just as I imagined it to be, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said smugly. Striped Dragon 2 said, what about your main body? The one in the Netherworld realm was just a projection of the real, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. It's in the main world, looking at the other lotus flower. That other one is called Sinful Black Lotus, and it's very similar to the virtuous Golden Lotus. Now, keep looking down. The most important part is about to come, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon explained. While they were chatting, the embryonic form of the world of the Golden Lotus took shape. Then, it kept expanding until it reached its final form. At the same time, in the main world, the embryonic form of the world of the Black Lotus was also done expanding. Shuhang, who had taken possession of the body of the Golden Lotus, could faintly feel the presence of the world of the Black Lotus through his own world of the Golden Lotus. The two worlds coordinated with each other across a great distance, and a faintly discernible channel formed between the two. If a connection was established between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus, the two worlds would merge into one, and that was precisely Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon's objective. It wanted to free itself through this method. The second step was also a success, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said with a smile. Striped Dragon too silently nodded. In that case, let's wait for the third step. After the two worlds merge together, the plan will be complete. At that time, if the calculations aren't wrong, it would also be time for you to disappear, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon added. Striped Dragon 2 replied, actually, the two of us have passed so much time together, and I'm rather unwilling to part with you, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon added once more. Striped Dragon 2 nodded. Since the time of our separation is approaching, do you have any last words to say? Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon turned its head around and looked at Striped Dragon 2. No, too tired, Striped Dragon 2 said. If it had to disappear, it wanted to do so quietly. TSK. Sigh, you obviously have the same memories and experiences as me. As such, why did your disposition twist until becoming like this? Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon sighed with emotion. Because I didn't want my disposition to become similar to yours, Striped Dragon 2 said, disgusted. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon replied, boring. Striped Dragon 2 sighed. Yes, I feel the same way. Anyway, since the time of our separation is approaching, how about going on a date? Let's dance together. I remember that before becoming the Wielder of the Heavens Will, I really liked holding banquets and dancing. You and I have the same past. As such, this hobby shouldn't have changed, right? Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon asked. No, I don't have any interest in hugging another me of different color and dance, Striped Dragon 2 said coldly. Boring. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon extended its body, seemingly stretching itself. At this time, the world of the Golden Lotus was getting bigger and bigger, and the speed at which it was expanding was hundreds of times faster compared to the world of the Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction. Perhaps it was because spiritual energy in the world was more abundant in ancient times? Or perhaps because the evil energy in the demonic sea was of much higher quality? Anyway, in the span of a few sentences, the world of the Golden Lotus had almost finished expanding, and the small world had already started to take shape. At the same time, the connection between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus was getting stronger and stronger. The two worlds had started to resonate, and they were ready to merge at any time. But right at this time, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon smiled smugly and jumped upward. In the next moment, its body emitted a dazzling light. After the radiance disappeared, its body had changed into that of a human. This was Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon's human form. In this form, it had a tall and slender build, and it was wearing a pure white robe with a lifelike blue one drawn on it. The sleeves of the robe were relatively large, very suitable for dancing. Its face was covered with a dazzling layer of light, and Shuhang couldn't tell if the person was male or female. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon changed into its human form? Does that mean that human beings also existed back in those days? Shuhang thought to himself. Or perhaps what we call human form was just the preferred form of the various immortals and gods in ancient times? At the same time, Shuhang's vision moved to the lower part of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon's body. He was curious about a certain thing. After Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon changed into its human form, actually, it was unknown if human beings already existed back then, but let's just call it human form for now. how many legs did it have? The answer was, 1 leg. Even if it had assumed a human form, wielder of the wool-striped dragon felt more at ease while having only 1 leg. Therefore, it didn't bother adding another leg, which would just trouble it. At this time, wielder of the wool-striped dragon looked like a deformed merman. Anyway, after jumping in the air, wielder of the wool-striped dragon started to sing loudly. There were no lyrics, just single syllables that connected together and turned into a very pleasant song. Since it was so pleasant to hear, Shuhang quickly noted down the song wielder of the wool-striped dragon was singing. Human memory had a certain edge when it came to remembering songs. In the sky, after finished with the first song, wielder of the wool-striped dragon started with the second one. While singing the second song, wielder of the wool-striped dragon's body moved, and the long sleeves of the robe fluttered, with a folding fan sliding out of one of them. In the next moment, wielder of the wool-striped dragon stretched out its only foot and stepped in the air while singing, gently clapping its hands and starting to dance. The fan was opened and went to cover its face. Then, it was slowly moved to one side as wielder of the wool-striped dragon jumped upward one more time, looking incredibly graceful and handsome. When it started dancing, it felt as though the entire world was dancing along with it. Shuhang couldn't help but be mesmerized. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon had obviously only 1 leg, which should make it look strange. But as soon as it started dancing, Shuhang found the dance very beautiful and pleasing to look at. Art wasn't restricted by national boundaries, and dance couldn't be restricted by race either. Anyway, had wielder of the wool-striped dragon grown another leg and increased the number of dance steps, this dance would have looked even better. Since the dance was also very pleasing to the eye, Shuhang firmly noted it down as well. He wanted to note down the song and the dance steps and give them to the dance goddess of the 9 provinces number 1 group, Fairy Dongfang 6, after going back. It would look very pleasing to the eye to see a gentle beauty dancing according to these dance steps. Of course, he would first have to find the key to break out of his current predicament and safely escape from the world of the Golden Lotus. Just as Shuhang was in deep thought, wielder of the wool-striped dragon finished singing. Then, it closed the folding fan and finished with the dance steps too. How was it? Pretty? Wielder of the wool-striped dragon asked Striped Dragon 2, who was standing downward, with a smile. Striped Dragon 2 replied indifferently. Aha, did you find it so pretty that you didn't notice anything else? Wielder of the wool-striped dragon's body spun, reverting to its striped dragon form. What, anything else? Striped Dragon 2's dragon mustache danced in the air. Then, it opened its eyes wide, and said, You cut off the connection between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus? Aha, you seemed so bewitched by my dance that I thought you wouldn't even notice, wielder of the wool-striped dragon said smugly. After the song and the dance are combined, they have the power to cut off the connection between the 2 small worlds, allowing them to exist independently. Why? Striped Dragon 2 was confused. Didn't wielder of the wool-striped dragon research and create those 2 worlds so that they could merge into one and give it the possibility to free itself? And now that the experiment was about to succeed, it actually cut off the connection between the 2 worlds. It's very simple, the reason is that I have to further improve my research. These 2 worlds are still very rough and far from the perfect image I have in mind. I want to improve them some more, wielder of the wool-striped dragon said smugly. How was it? Did I scare you? You did get a scare when I told you that you were about to disappear, right? Striped Dragon 2. At this time, Shuhang was shivering from the excitement. I've finally found it. I've found the key to break out of that endless cycle. Chapter 785 Time is truly valuable. Happiness came too suddenly, just like those overbearing CEOs in love stories that wouldn't give the female lead any chance to fight back. After turning into the Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang had tried his best to find a way to break out of that endless cycle of death and rebirth, but little did he expect that the method would appear in front of him so suddenly. In addition, the method turned out to be very simple. He just had to dance and sing to cut off the connection between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus. I've finally found the key to break out of that endless cycle. Now, I just need to wait for the dream to come to an end, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After coming out of the dreamland, he would immediately start dancing in the world of the Golden Lotus and cut off the connection between it and the world of the Black Lotus. With that, the owner of that metallic finger would be unable to use the world of the Black Lotus as a springboard and attack the world of the Golden Lotus. At that time, he and all those that were trapped inside the world of the Golden Lotus would be finally out of danger. However, there was now another problem to solve. The song and the dance Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon performed were somewhat long. Therefore, he wouldn't have too much time to carry out his plan. The speed at which the metallic finger was killing the people inside the world of the Golden Lotus was getting faster and faster. Each time true Monarch Eternal Fire brought Song Shuhang and the others back to life, the metallic would unleash its wind-type magical technique and immediately put them to death again. Shuhang was different from those main characters in movies and manga that would become invulnerable whenever they were transforming, singing, or dancing. The owner of that metallic finger had the strength to kill him tens of times during that short period of time it would take him to finish the singing and dancing session. His liver felt very painful. Just how many times had he died today? Song Shuhang was operating his brain at full speed. How could he finish singing and dancing within such a short time frame? Why couldn't the key to breaking out of that endless cycle of death and rebirth be a simple command, rune, or gesture? Unfortunately, Song Shuhang didn't have the privilege to choose. As such, he would have to try his best to find an opportunity, and if he couldn't find one, he would have to create it. I can only hope that true Monarch Eternal Fire or some other member of the scholarly faction will buy me a little bit of time. After going back, I need to send true Monarch Eternal Fire a message and have him mobilize all the strength of the world of the Golden Lotus to stop the attack of that metallic finger, giving me a little bit of time, Song Shuhang thought to himself. The dream had yet to conclude. In the sky, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon and Striped Dragon too were looking at each other. Song Shuhang seized the opportunity to carefully recall the song Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon sang, as well as the human form it had assumed to perform the dance earlier. Although he had firmly recorded everything in his mind, he would remember it even better if he were to recall it a few more times. After coming out of the dreamland, he had to immediately start dancing and singing, and mistakes were not allowed during the process. After a short moment, once he finished recalling the scene, Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. He discovered that there was something wrong with his memories. The part regarding the song was fine, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, there was a problem with the part where Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon was dancing. He clearly remembered that Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon assumed a human form before starting with its dance. And yet, in Song Shuhang's memories, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon had the form of a one-legged striped dragon while dancing. In the scene, a one-legged dragon was wriggling in the sky and using its mustache to hold a folding fan. The scene was truly blinding. How could that be? Song Shuhang had completely forgotten the dance. The steps, the rhythm, everything had disappeared. The only thing left was the picture of a wriggling striped dragon. What was happening? Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and tried to recall the scene again. However, the scene where Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon was dancing had been entirely replaced with a one-legged dragon wriggling in the sky and using its mustache to wave a folding fan around. Song Shuhang. Just what was happening? If the memories related to Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon's dance had been altered, how was he supposed to break out of that endless cycle of death and rebirth? Or perhaps, he'd just been hallucinating when he saw Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon assume a human form and dance, and what he'd really seen was, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon, swaying from side to side with its main body? Is it possible that I have to mimic the one-legged dragon form of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon, and break through that endless cycle that way? Shuhang couldn't help but raise his head and look at Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. Would he get the chance to see Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon dance again during the next part of the dream? But right at this time, Striped Dragon 2 asked, "Do you want to keep these two small worlds that the two lotus flowers generated?" Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon smiled, and said, "Yes, let's keep them for now. I still have a lot of experiments to do. I want to improve my plan and get you out of the Netherworld realm as well when the time comes." Striped Dragon 2 coldly snorted. "Humph," Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said, "What, aren't you touched? Although you have such an awful disposition, I'm still willing to get you out of here." Striped Dragon 2 replied, "In the end, it's just you acting on a whim and creating all this trouble because you want to free yourself. Why should I be touched?" Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon forced a smile. "I've always wondered about something. Why do you want to free yourself? You already stand at the peak of the universe. Why do you want to give up everything?" Striped Dragon 2 asked in a grave tone. "I'm unable to reply to this question of yours at the moment. Since I have yet to free myself, things will get a little troublesome if I reply to this question of yours. However, I can give you a hint," Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon explained. "Think about something. Why did the Wielder of the Heavens will change twice if it's supposed to be eternal, everlasting, and indestructible? As you should know, I'm the third Wielder of the Heavens will." Striped Dragon 2 furrowed its brows, and said, "Is it possible that the Wielder of the Heavens will is also fated to die in the end?" "No, that can't be. It's impossible for the Wielder of the Will to die." "Indeed, it's impossible for the Wielder of the Will to die." Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon laughed, and didn't say anything else. It was still the Wielder of the Heavens will at this moment, and there were some things it couldn't say openly. "I think I've just heard another incredible piece of news," Shuhang thought to himself. Anyway, it seemed that Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon wasn't going to dance again. In that case, would the method to break out of that endless cycle recorded in his mind be still effective? Shuhang started to get worried. Just as he was in deep thought, in the sky, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon stretched out its claw, and an irresistible force covered the world of the Golden Lotus. In the next moment, Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon pulled up, pulling upward the whole world of the Golden Lotus. Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon thought for a moment, and said, "As expected, some changes will be needed. It's not suitable for the world of the Golden Lotus to mature in the Netherworld realm. Although its nourishment comes from the Netherworld realm, it's more suitable for it to create a small world in the main world. Striped Dragon 2 said, "You can just create a mini-demonic sea in the main world and plant the Golden Lotus there. Likewise, you can create a sea of light in the Netherworld realm and plant the Black Lotus there. What you say makes sense. After I'm done researching them, I'll destroy the two small worlds and make the two lotus flowers return to their original appearance, cultivating them from scratch. In that case, let us meet again," Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon said as it grabbed the world of the Golden Lotus, jumping forward and forcefully bringing the world of the Golden Lotus to the main world. As soon as Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon brought the world of the Golden Lotus back to the main world, everything before eyes of Shuhang, who had taken possession of the Golden Lotus, went black. In the next moment, he returned to the world of the Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction. In the world of the Golden Lotus, true Monarch Eternal Fire gritted his teeth and brought everyone back to life once again. Shuhang was currently lying face down on the ground. Above his head, the metallic finger pointed at them again, and a storm started to take shape above it, preparing to kill all the living things in the world of the Golden Lotus. Shuhang had just gotten up that the storm was already over his head. The wind was like a blade, capable of shredding to pieces all the things in the world. At this time, all the people in the world of the Golden Lotus looked devoid of life and energy. Even the various elders of the scholarly faction had stopped resisting. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but they had tried everything in their power, and still failed to achieve anything. Against the power of the metallic finger, they couldn't resist for even half a second. The difference in strength between the two parties was simply too high. It was like comparing the blazing sun to a small firefly. The absurd gap in strength had thrown everyone into the abyss of desperation. At this point, they were just listlessly waiting to die and then came back to life. But the one filled with the most desperation was Lady Onion, who was in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. "It's coming again. I'm going to be shredded to pieces again," Lady Onion muttered to herself. She wasn't afraid that her green onion sprout would get shredded to pieces. After all, it wasn't the first time that someone had cut off her green onion sprout. As long as her root was intact, she would be able to regrow her sprout and keep happily living on. However, the storm in the sky was simply too terrifying, and would directly shred her and Song Shuhang to pieces. Her root wasn't any different and also got cut to pieces. Lady Onion found the feeling of having her root turned into minced vegetables too terrific. What was even worse was that her root was getting minced again and again. Lady Onion couldn't endure it anymore. Anyway, staying close to Song Shuhang was truly scary. Although there was a lot of favorable chances, the calamities he would face from to time were also very scary. Moreover, these calamities were often apocalypse-level calamities. After coming out of the dreamland, Song Shuhang immediately looked for true Monarch eternal fire. Since he had yet to die, he seized the opportunity to quickly say via secret sound transmission, "Senior eternal fire, for how long can you block that metallic finger if you mobilize all the strength of the world of the Golden Lotus?" However, true Monarch eternal fire didn't reply to Song Shuhang's question. At this time, he had a dull expression on his face, and both his eyes were lifeless. The one that bore the most pressure in the entire world of the Golden Lotus was surely true Monarch eternal fire. At this moment, even his mind had become numb, and he was bringing everyone back to life again and again based solely on his unyielding will. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, "Damn it." The only one that could stop the metallic finger, true Monarch eternal fire, had fallen into apathy. Under those circumstances, even if he had a method to break out of this endless cycle of death and rebirth, he couldn't put it to use. How could he get out of this situation? Every second of time was worth an ounce of gold, but no amount of gold could buy time. There was a famous catchphrase online whose content was something like, "I wish I could trade my entire life for 10 years of your innocence." Hypothetically speaking, if the person that said this sentence could live for 100 years, they would be able to exchange that amount of time for 10 years. The conversion rate was 10:1. Basically, 10 years for 1 year. Such being the case, Song Shuhang was more than willing to trade all the time he had spent playing video games to obtain an hour's worth of time in the world of the Golden Lotus. No, he didn't even need 1 hour, 10 minutes were enough. 10 minutes would be more than enough for him to sing the song and perform the dance. But unfortunately for him, this hypothetical situation was nothing but a hypothetical one. In addition, he discovered another very important thing: he didn't have a folding fan. He wasn't a cultivator of the scholarly faction, and although he had always admired them for being rather cool, he'd never thought of buying a folding fan and bringing it around to show off. He had learned another important lesson now. Sometimes, it was better to carry around items that could help one show off in case there was an emergency. Who has a folding fan and can lend it to me? Song Shuhang looked at the surrounding scholarly disciples. Did any of these scholarly disciples have a folding fan with them? However, just like true Monarch eternal fire, the scholarly disciples were in apathy, their expressions dull. "Damn it," Song Shuhang said bitterly. Since he didn't have a folding fan, would he have to dance empty-handed? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the storm in the sky was already heading over toward their position, ready to kill everyone. As such, Song Shuhang had no choice but to make use of all his defensive methods and try his best to dance and sing at the quickest speed possible. Would he be able to create a miracle? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and prepared to throw all his defensive talismans in the sky. But right at this time, the projection of a golden lotus suddenly appeared beside him, firmly protecting him. It was true Monarch Eternal Fire's doing. Although true Monarch Eternal Fire was in apathy, he'd still heard the contents of Song Shuhang's secret message. Even if it took him a bit to react, he'd still mobilized all the strength of the world of the Golden Lotus he could mobilize to protect Song Shuhang. Finally, some good news. A happy expression flashed through Song Shuhang's eyes. Then, he shouted, "Does anyone here have a folding fan?" Unfortunately for him, the storm covered his voice, and no one was able to hear what he said. In addition, true Monarch Eternal Fire was busy using all his strength to resist the storm and condense the energy necessary to bring everyone back to life. Therefore, he didn't have the time to help Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang could only sigh. Such being the case, he had no choice but to dance empty-handed. He had no idea if the effects of the dance wouldn't actually weaken if he were to dance without a folding fan. If you want a folding fan, is this fine? But right at this time, Lady Onion suddenly popped her head out of Song Shuhang's clothes. She stretched out her hands and passed Song Shuhang a set of neatly ordered green, with a hint of red, onion sprouts. These green onion sprouts were part of the batch that Song Shuhang had harvested using the green onion unsheathing skill while Lady Onion was under the effects of the berserk technique. Just now, Lady Onion quickly grabbed a handful of green onion sprouts and put them on top of each other, stitching them together with a thread and manufacturing a very rough folding fan. One couldn't casually look down on Lady Onion. After all, she was a female monster that had learned the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and her needlework was top-notch. Amidst these 200 skills were also the how a female monster should become the male master's mistress and the 13 moves to fight the male master's harem. Amongst the 13 moves, there was one called Smart Tricks of a Virtuous and Intelligent Woman, which included the graceful in the guest hall, great in kitchen, and glamorous on bed skill. Needlework also happened to be included there, and compared to cooking, Lady Onion was more skilled in needlework. As long as she had the raw materials, it wouldn't be a problem for Lady Onion to manufacture a rough folding fan. Lady Onion had no idea why Song Shuhang was looking for a folding fan at this time, but from what she had understood after living with him for a while, she knew that whenever Song Shuhang was doing crazy things, it often was because he had found a way to turn the tide. She knew that whether she would be able to live on or not was all up to Song Shuhang's next move. Everyone was in the same boat at this moment. Song Shuhang took the folding fan made of green onion sprouts and gently nodded. This folding fan looked fine and usable. "Thank you, Lady Onion." "You're welcome. If you are really grateful for what I did, set me free a little earlier," Lady Onion replied. However, Song Shuhang didn't hear her words. After taking this special folding fan made of green onion sprouts in hand, Song Shuhang started singing. He opened his mouth and relied on his memory to carefully imitate the sound of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon singing, starting to sing according to the rhythm. There were no lyrics, just pure syllables that formed wonderful, heavenly sounds. Next, he stretched out his hands and opened the folding fan, raising his leg and gently jumping upward as he was clapping his hands. These two opening dance steps were the only thing that Shuhang was able to keep in mind after he was done looking at Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon dancing in its human form. In Song Shuhang's memories, all the following dance steps Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon performed were in dragon form, and not in human one. Now, he could only brace himself and imagine himself as a one-legged striped dragon and imitate the next dance steps. However, this was the same as asking him the impossible. Song Shuhang could reluctantly imitate the dance of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon while the latter was in its one-legged human form, but how was he supposed to imitate it in its dragon form? Was it possible that he would have to sway from side to side like a snake? Just as Song Shuhang was worried, his body started to move on its own. There wasn't any need for him to dance or sing. He just had to recall the scene of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon, singing and swaying from side to side in its dragon form, and his body would automatically imitate its movements. The heavens hadn't abandoned him. Just as Song Shuhang started singing and took a step, gently clapping his hands, the whole world of the Golden Lotus froze for a moment and resonated with his song. In the next moment, the sound of his singing spread to each corner of the world of the Golden Lotus. Now that Song Shuhang's body was in auto mode, it automatically performed the next steps of the dance. He opened the folding fan and covered his face, his eyes directly staring at the metallic finger in the sky. The Daoist robe he had traded from the Western monk was fluttering in the wind. At the same time, the projection of the Golden Lotus around him was firmly protecting him, completely warding off the winds of the storm. At this time, Song Shuhang looked extremely cool. The tide had started to turn. What's happening? In the sky, a confused voice was transmitted from the metallic finger. The ball of liquid metal felt that there was something wrong with this situation. The connection between the world of the Black Lotus and the world of the Golden Lotus was slowly weakening. With the connection between the two constantly weakening, the passage connecting the two worlds was also becoming more and more unstable, which caused the strength the ball of liquid metal could use to attack the world of the Golden Lotus to greatly diminish. The bodies of the disciples of the scholarly faction shook. That old scholar with a white beard and white hair suddenly raised his head and looked upward. Although he had no idea what was happening, he discovered that the strength of the storm the metallic finger had generated was reducing. Seal. The old scholar didn't hesitate to activate the page of the golden book in his hand, aiming at the metallic finger. It was a magical technique that the sage had left behind before his death to deal with ninth-stage tribulation transcenders. You are seeking death. An angry roar was transmitted from the metallic finger. The finger angrily pointed at the page of the golden book. However, the page of the golden book resisted with all its might, not hesitating to sacrifice itself to complete its task. At the same time, the speed at which Song Shuhang was singing was getting faster and faster. The folding fan made of green onion sprouts covering his face was moved aside. However, what appeared before everyone's eyes after the folding fan was moved aside wasn't Song Shuhang's face. When that old scholar with a white beard and white hair saw Song Shuhang's face, his whole body trembled as he shouted, "Sage!" But when a scholar of the true monarch rank standing next to him saw Song Shuhang's face, he shouted in surprise, "Demon Monarch Hejiao!" When the saber-wielding scholar Su Wenqu saw Song Shuhang's face, he opened his eyes wide. Father! It was a very strange phenomenon. Whenever someone gazed at Song Shuhang's face, they would see the face of a different person. At this time, it seemed as though Song Shuhang's face was the mirror to one's soul, and the person they saw was the one that had left the deepest impression on them. But right at this time, that metallic finger in the sky suddenly froze. White! You tricked me! You motherf*** king bastard, you tricked me! A howl full of anger was transmitted from the metallic finger. The face it saw after Song Shuhang moved the fan aside was that of Senior White too. Not even the ball of liquid metal was able to escape the effects of Song Shuhang's dance. After Song Shuhang's face, previously hidden behind the fan, was revealed, the passage connecting the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus became even weaker. In the sky, the destructive power of the storm was likewise weakening. Song Shuhang stepped in the air while still singing, heading toward an elevated place of the world of the Golden Lotus. Only fifth-stage spiritual emperors could walk in the air, but Song Shuhang had also managed to do it now that he had the assistance of the world of the Golden Lotus. It wasn't that he was trying to show off, but his body was moving on its own. The sound of singing got even louder and clearer, and Shuhang raised his folding fan while gracefully dancing. In addition, his dance steps weren't limited by the fact that, wielder of the wool-striped dragon, had only one leg in its human form. At this time, he only needed to recall the scene of wielder of the wool-striped dragon dancing in its dragon form, and his body would automatically move and perform the dance at its highest level. Our Shuhang had found a hard-to-come-by opportunity to show off. Too bad that the person everyone saw while looking at him wasn't him. White. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you, the metallic finger in the sky roared. It mustered all its remaining strength and attacked Shuhang, who was walking in the air. Even if the passage between the two worlds was about to close, it had to kill at all costs this trick that White had left here in the world of the Golden Lotus. At this time, the ball of liquid metal was firmly convinced that Shuhang was the method that Senior White too had left behind in this place to ruin its plans. Shuhang faintly smiled as he was dancing, gently lifting the fan in his hand to ward off the attack. Clang, loud sound echoed. The folding fan and the metallic finger bumped into each other. Under normal circumstances, Shuhang's body would have been turned into minced meat, but at this time, the whole world of the Golden Lotus, as well as the world of the Black Lotus on the other side, were the source of Shuhang's power. As such, it was the metallic that started cracking after the clash, starting to crack bit by bit from its fingertip. The ball of liquid metal released a deafening roar full of anger. The connection between the two worlds was about to disappear. Therefore, roaring like this was the only way it had to release its anger. Clap. In the sky, Shuhang closed his folding fan and wore a smile on his face. As soon as he closed the fan, the metallic finger that the ball of liquid metal had condensed there thoroughly crumbled, disappearing from the world of the Golden Lotus. They had managed to turn the tide. The great calamity was finally over. The whole world of the Golden Lotus returned to a state of quietness. After a long, long time, the cultivators of the scholarly faction finally cheered in a sign of victory, their faces full of tears. They had already accepted the fact that they were going to die, and they didn't expect that things would turn this way in the end. All those present raised their heads and looked at Shuhang, their savior. At this time, Shuhang's face was covered by a layer of light, which was gradually dissipating. It was precisely this dim layer of light that caused all those that looked at him to see either the person they thought of the most or the one that had left the deepest impression on them. In the sky, Shuhang gently patted the folding fan, hanging it around his waist. Then, he stretched out his hand and took something out of his clothes. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Let's drink to celebrate the occasion. After saying this much, he raised his head and completely poured the contents of the item he took out in his mouth. All of this was happening while his body was still in auto mode. These last actions, when he put away the fan and drank to celebrate the occasion, weren't actually under Shuhang's control. From the looks of it, this was the final part of the dance. After he was done drinking, Shuhang's body finally returned under his control. He forced a smile and looked at the item in his hand. It was precisely that vial of demodragon medicine he had partially consumed earlier, and now, he had poured all the remaining part in his mouth. Would his body be able to withstand the strength of the medicine now that he had drunk so much of it all at once? Just as he was in deep thought, the layer of light covering Shuhang's face disappeared, revealing his real features. All the experts of the scholarly faction were dumbfounded. Thank you, little friend tyrannical Saber. True Monarch Eternal Fire wore a weak smile on his face as he prepared to say a few things to Shuhang. The nearby old scholar also took a deep breath and prepared to thank Shuhang. But right at this time, Shuhang suddenly opened his mouth, and a white substance came out of it. The white mass started to float in the air of the world of the Golden Lotus, just as though it was a white cloud. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the experts of the scholarly faction, Shuhang turned his head around and started to spit out silk. At the same time, his waist twisted and swayed as he skillfully used that white cloud as a base to spin a cocoon. What is happening? Is he spinning a cocoon? An expert from the scholarly faction asked in puzzlement. The saber-wielding scholar Wenqu thought of jumping upward and propping Shuhang up. However, the old scholar stretched out his hand and stopped Wenqu, saying, "Wait. There is a chance that set of movements might not be over yet. Let's wait for a while." Just in this fashion, a group of experts from the scholarly faction sat in a row and looked at Shuhang skillfully spinning a cocoon in the sky with the silk he was spitting from his mouth. 10 or so minutes later, in the sky, a large and beautiful cocoon appeared before the eyes of the people of the scholarly faction. "Is it over?" a scholarly disciple asked. "There doesn't seem to be any other movement inside," an expert of the scholarly faction said. He could sense that Shuhang had fallen asleep as soon as he finished spinning the cocoon. It was likely because he'd consumed too much energy earlier. "Is there someone that knows who this little friend is?" that old scholar with a white beard and white hair asked. "It's a guest that was brought over by true Monarch Eternal Fire. Just now, he called him Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber," someone said. But when they turned their heads around to look at true Monarch Eternal Fire, they discovered that he was lying on the ground, asleep. He had consumed simply too much strength earlier. After all, he had fought against that metallic finger all alone from beginning to end, and the only reason he was able to resist up until now was his incredible will. But right at this time, the saber-wielding scholar Wenqu raised his hand, and said, "I know this little friend. His name is Shuhang, and Tyrannical Saber should be his Daoist name. He's Senior White and Senior Yellow Mountains Jr. I see, this time around, we must truly thank this little friend for saving us," the old scholar said. This little friend had saved the lives of all the elite members of the scholarly faction reunited here in the world of the Golden Lotus, and he had even prevented the world of the Golden Lotus from falling into the hands of the enemy. They owed him too much. Therefore, they had to use the power of the scholarly faction to return this favor. At this time, in the Netherworld realm, Senior White too was deep in thought. How were things proceeding on little friend Shuhang's end? Should he pull his consciousness to that infinite make-up test dimension in a while to chat with him a bit and ask him how things went? Right, there was also that vial of demodragon medicine he'd obtained from little friend Shuhang a while ago. He had to find the time to drink it and spin a cocoon. If sleeping inside that thing was really as comfortable as Shuhang had said, he would give him a reward the next time. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the world of the Black Lotus in front of him opened. Earlier, after successfully marking the world of the Black Lotus, the ball of liquid metal had immediately closed the entrance so as to avoid Senior White 2 getting inside and causing trouble. But little did it expect that it would see White's familiar face while launching an attack against the world of the Golden Lotus. "Oh, you finally came out, huh? Did you manage to successfully enter the world of the Golden Lotus?" Senior White 2 asked the ball of liquid metal out of curiosity. In addition, he really wanted to know if little friend Shuhang had succeeded or not. Whatever, in the end, it didn't really matter to him who won. "Kill, you," the ball of liquid metal said in a low and deep voice. Senior White 2 curiously looked at the ball of metal. There was something wrong with this situation. It felt as if the negative emotions of the ball of metal were out of control. "I'm going to kill you," the ball of liquid metal roared as it pounced towards Senior White 2. "Ahaha. Let me guess, you failed, right?" Senior White 2 smiled smugly, adding fuel to the fire. Die, 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 die. Thousands of blades popped out of the body of the ball of liquid metal. Afterward, it started spinning, and millions of lights exploded from its body. In the sky, a huge bell, a demonic cauldron, a black bridge, and so on suddenly appeared, and their strength then fused with the attack of the ball of metal. It was a sign that the ball of liquid metal was using its authority as the ruler of the netherworld and releasing its full power. You want to get serious, eh? Senior White 2 laughed loudly, and stretched out his hand, making a grabbing motion. In the next moment, a black flying sword appeared in his hand. Take this move of mine, reincarnation-defying slash. The sword slashed out, with the natural laws related to reincarnation getting reversed, and wrapped up the huge bell, demonic cauldron, black bridge, and other bizarre projections in the sky, making them disappear together with the attack of the ball of metal. The two of them had fought for tens of thousands of years already. Both were rulers of the netherworld realm, and they were very familiar with the moves, skills, and magical techniques of the other party. As soon as the two started their battle, all kinds of special effects followed. However, the battle between the two parties turned into a scuffle after 10 or so minutes. All their energy was concentrated in their fists, sword attacks, or saber attacks. On the other hand, the destructive power they were unleashing had doubled. Senior White 2 laughed, and said, "Today, you are really putting in a lot of effort. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." The ball of liquid metal was getting crazier and crazier as the fight went on. From time to time, a hideous and scary mouth would pop out of its body and try to bite Senior White 2. "Anyway, although you are giving your all today, for how long do we want to fight this time?" Senior White 2 was getting somewhat bored while exchanging blows. "I'm going to kill you, today, I'm definitely going to kill you. You unexpectedly dared to trick me, I'll never forgive you," the ball of liquid metal shouted in a frenzied state. After hearing these words, Senior White 2 paused for a moment, and then laughed smugly. Ahaha. You've finally discovered that it was me who tricked you? Ahaha. Senior White 2 thought that the ball of liquid metal was talking about the fact that he had taught Song Shuhang the marking dance. The ball of liquid metal clenched its teeth, and said, "I'll *CK you up. As expected, it was really you, there is no way I'll forgive you now. From today onwards, you'd better not think of getting any chance to rest. I won't allow you to rest, eat, sleep, or have fun. This time, it will only end after one of us falls." As expected, it was White's doing. "I won't rest until I've taken care of him. This time, I absolutely won't stop until only one of us remains. Anyway, it seems I'll have to implement Plan B. Since it is no longer possible to create a passage between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus, I'll try to find a way to seal that bastard White. As for where to seal him, the world of the Black Lotus seems a pretty good choice." The ball of liquid metal had once said that regardless of the success of its plan, only one ruler would remain in the netherworld realm later. As long as it could seal White in the world of the Black Lotus, it would become the sole ruler of the netherworld realm. "Ahaha, come at me if you have the skills. I'm not afraid of you." Ahaha, Senior White 2 laughed. These two rulers of the netherworld that had completely different styles started to battle again. For how many years were they going to fight this time? Perhaps our little friend Song Shuhang wouldn't have to worry about getting dragged into that infinite makeup test dimension for the time being. Scholarly faction, the White Cloud Academy. The filtering nets shattered, and the still-living demons trapped in the nets immediately escaped. The battle between the scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld realm had temporarily come to an end. At this time, at the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus, Venerable White was squatting down with a pensive look on his face. This world of the Golden Lotus is truly unusual. After the entrance was closed, not even my power of space was able to pierce through it. Just what had happened inside the world of the Golden Lotus? Afterward, Venerable White casually picked up a few glistening fragments lying on the ground and stored them away after examining them. The glistening fragments were a type of treasure that had taken a solid shape after falling off the world of the Golden Lotus. They were very good raw materials for creating space-related magical treasures. Although Song Shuhang had his size-reducing purse, the number of things he could store inside was too small. Perhaps it was the time to make him some special equipment while he was at it? Just as Venerable White was in deep thought, the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus opened. In the next moment, the experts of the scholarly faction carefully carried a large white-colored cocoon out of the world of the Golden Lotus. Fellow Daoist White? A seventh stage venerable of the scholarly faction waved at Venerable White after seeing him. We must really thank you, Fellow Daoist White. We were really lucky that you've brought little friend tyrannical Saber along with you. As expected, convincing Fellow Daoist White to stay behind was the best choice that the scholarly faction had made. Venerable White looked at the large cocoon and blinked his eyes. Once he finished spinning the cocoon, Song Shuhang activated the turtle breathing technique and fell into a slumber, starting to absorb the strength of the demodragon medicine. This time, Song Shuhang had drunk almost a full vial of demodragon medicine. As such, he wondered if he would turn into something like Hulk after breaking out of the cocoon. After falling asleep, Shuhang wasn't dragged into that strange dreamland related to the puppet curse of the Jet Black sect. He wasn't affected by his mental energy, and his dreamland innate skill didn't activate either. This time, he slept soundly. He had a good sleep, and the feeling of sleeping inside the cocoon was truly great. After waking up, Song Shuhang yawned listlessly. I can't even remember the last time I slept so well. As expected, the feeling of sleeping inside the cocoon is great. No wonder Senior White wasn't willing to come out. But right at this time, Su Clan 16th's voice was transmitted from outside the cocoon. Shuhang, you finally woke up? If you are already awake, quickly come out. You are just in time to eat dinner. I'm still in time for dinner. Did I sleep for such a short amount of time? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. He felt as if he had slept for a very long period of time. He. Yu Jiaojiao's voice was also transmitted from outside the cocoon. A short amount of time? You fell asleep on August 13th. That day, we were still in the White Cloud Academy, receiving the warm welcome of the scholarly disciples, and today is already August 18th. You have slept for more than 5 days already, little friend tyrannical Saber. Speaking of which, Song Shuhang's Dao name, tyrannical Saber, had spread in the whole scholarly faction. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide, and didn't dare to believe what he had just heard. After falling asleep, he had slept for more than 5 days? That was truly scary. The cocoon was absolutely terrific, and one would simply get addicted to sleeping inside if they were not careful. Song Shuhang asked, in that case, where are we now? How is the shooting of the movie proceeding? We've finished shooting the movie yesterday. Now, it's being edited, and they are dealing with things such as the storyboard, background music, etc., Su Clan 16 replied. After all the matters related to the movie came to an end, she would follow Su Clan 7 and leave the movie crew in order to transcend her heavenly tribulation. Does that mean that I've missed all the remaining scenes? Song Shuhang sighed, and then asked, right, 16 was that set of vehicle registration certificates of mine used during the shooting of the movie? Speaking of which, the main reason he had decided to shoot this movie was that Papa Song and the others had seen those vehicle registration certificates. At first, Song Shuhang had been just planning to shoot a small movie, the type that a bunch of friends could shoot on their own for fun, similar to those short comedies online. But later, Song Shuhang had had a sudden inspiration, and proposed to shoot a tailor-made movie for Venerable White in order to divert his attention. As a result, all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had also been dragged into it, and this matter related to the shooting of the movie kept getting bigger and bigger, just like a snowball rolling down a mountain. This movie, whose temporary name was Apocalypse War, was like a wild horse that wasn't under Song Shuhang's control anymore. Things kept getting more and more out of control, and the movie ended up being a big production. Yu Jiaojiao replied, "Don't worry, we used all those stage props. Everything went according to the script of your friend Gao Momu." During the part shoot in the city, a playboy carelessly bumped into the main character Ling Ye, who was drunk at the time. Nothing happened to Ling Ye, but the playboy died in the accident. That pile of certificates made its appearance during that scene. Afterward, that playboy became Ling Ye's sentient weapon through a series of coincidences. At first, your friend Gao Momu wanted to play this role personally, but after the shooting of the movie started, Gao Momu discovered that there was your name on all those registration certificates, Shuhang. Song Shuhang was speechless. At first, he was the one supposed to play that character. But little did he expect that he would end up cast as the death-seeking, senior brother Gao Sheng. "How did you deal with this matter in the end?" Song Shuhang asked. "Afterward, your friend Gao Momu got Venerable White's approval, and the name on the registration certificates was changed into that of Gao Momu," Yu Jiaojiao said. F***CK. Song Shuhang blurted out. Gao Momu really thought that those vehicle registration certificates were stage props. The problem was they weren't fake, but real. "You don't need to worry. After the shooting of the movie, the certificates were handed over to Cave Lord Snow Wolf. He will fix them and return them to you," Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Cave Lord Snow Wolf was a professional when it came to handling documents. If there was any fellow Daoist that had closed up for several hundred years, they could look for Cave Lord Snow Wolf to get all the documents they needed. P.S. Cave Lord Snow Wolf was also handling a company that changed spirit stones into RMB, USD, and so on. An ordinary spirit stone of the third stage could be exchanged for a large sum of money. At this time, Su Clan 16 reminded, "Can we talk about the movie later? Why don't you come out of the cocoon first?" Since he was already awake, what was the point of staying inside the cocoon? "I'll immediately come out." "You two move away from there," Song Shuhang said. After all, he wasn't Venerable White, and didn't have his charm. If he refused to come out of the cocoon as Venerable White had back then, Yu Jiaojiao and Su Clan 16 would definitely rip his cocoon open and drag him out. As such, Song Shuhang used his hand as a blade and pierced through the large cocoon. He slashed down with his hand and created a small hole in the wall of the cocoon, stretching out his hand and making the hole bigger. As soon as Song Shuhang's hand pierced through the large cocoon, a burst of rich aroma spread out. It was simply like an explosion of aroma. When Song Shuhang ripped open the wall of the cocoon, all the aroma stored within the cocoon exploded outside and spread everywhere. In less than a second, the aroma that propagated from the cocoon had spread out and reached even places that were very far from the room where Song Shuhang's cocoon was located. Outside, although the shooting of the movie had ended, there were still a few members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group that had nothing to do and were preparing to take a look at the scenes that had been just shot. Amongst them were True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, Fairy Lychee, Cave Lord Snow Wolf and his family, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, and Daodu. All of them happened to smell the rich aroma. Such a strong aroma. Woof, what a fragrant and rich taste, what might it be? Daodu sniffed lightly. Now that 5 days had passed, he'd already recovered from the effects of young Master Phoenix Slayer's innate skill. Cave Lord Snow Wolf likewise sniffed, and said, "It's the smell of food. I can smell many spices mixed within, and there is also the faint smell of green onion." One was a dog, and the other a wolf. They had the most sensitive noses among the cultivators present, and they were the first ones to smell the aroma. This aroma reminded me of Immortal Fairy Bishue's Immortal Feast. When Immortal Fairy Bishue took the lid off the main dish, a similar aroma spread in the surrounding area, filling the noses and all those present. Just by smelling the aroma, it felt that the immortal feast had been worth it. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said as he wiped the drool off his mouth. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at Venerable White and said, "Senior White, did you ask immortal fairy Bishwe to prepare a set of dishes for us? Among those present, only Senior White had the capacity to make the best immortal chef in the world. Immortal fairy Bishwe, come over and prepare some dishes for them. Venerable White turned his head around. The look on his face was one of surprise. From the looks of it, it wasn't Venerable White's doing. True Monarch Yellow Mountain took a deep breath. Is it possible that some immortal chef broke through? Woof, woof, stupid Yellow Mountain, you can keep following the editing of the movie. I'll go take a look and see which immortal chef broke through. Daodu jumped and headed in the direction the smell was coming from. Seeing that Daodu had already gone over, the other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were unable to sit still, and decided to follow him. But right at this time, Venerable White held his chin, and said, it might not be the dish of an immortal chef. Fellow Daoist White, did you discover something? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. Yes. Even if the aroma has become richer and more fragrant, I can recognize this smell after carefully inspecting it, Venerable White explained. Don't you feel that this aroma is very similar to the one little friend song Shuhang released when he used his lotus blossoming tongue skill the last time? Now that Senior White mentioned it, it's indeed similar. It's just that it is several times richer and more fragrant, and we didn't immediately link it to little friend Shuhang's innate skill, young Master Phoenix Slayer replied. It seems that little friend Song Shuhang has woken up. What kind of benefits did he obtain after sleeping for 5 days? Perhaps he broke through? True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile. Young Master Phoenix Slayer ridiculed him immediately. Have mercy. The speed at which little friend Shuhang is advancing is absolutely terrifying. Whenever I think about the fact that he might soon catch up with me in realm, I feel a lot of pressure as his senior. Let's go over and take a look, Venerable White said. Thereupon, the remaining members of the 9 provinces number 1 group also headed in the direction the aroma was coming from. In the meantime, Song Shuhang's friends were looking at the members of Jacob's production team editing the movie along with Great Master Swallow Cloud. Their room was somewhat far. As such, it took the smell a while before reaching their position. So good, what's this smell? Gao Mumu sniffed the smell, and his appetite was immediately stimulated, with his belly starting to grumble. The several people present looked at each other. Should we have dinner? Tubo suggested. Good idea, Great Master Swallow Cloud agreed. Crack, crack, crack. Song Shuhang ripped open the cocoon and stepped out of it. After coming out, he discovered that Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao were in front of him with surprised expressions on their faces. It seems I've turned into a muscular fellow again, huh? Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked at his body. He had indeed turned into a muscular fellow. He had bulging muscles all over the body, and his size had increased by quite a lot. His body had strengthened to the point of inducing despair. But, more importantly, there was a small problem with the color of his skin. Why is my skin green? What's happening? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Before spinning the cocoon, he'd ridiculed himself and wondered if he would turn into something like Hulk after breaking out of the cocoon, but why had the color of his skin also become green? Had he really turned into Hulk? When did the demodragon medicine obtain the ability to change the skin color of whomever drank it? Is it possible that it followed the trend, and started giving away stylish skins for free like those third-rate games? I got tricked. Who the hell would want Hulk's skin? Going around with this skin is truly frightening. No wonder Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao were looking at me with such shocked expressions. Song Shuhang ridiculed himself. I think you can call me Hulkhang from today onwards. Su Clan 16 revealed a bashful smile. Shuhang. On the other end, Yu Jiaojiao's expression was serious. However, not even Song Shuhang knew how he could tell that Yu Jiaojiao had a serious expression on her face right now. He looked at Yu Jiaojiao in puzzlement. You look delicious, Yu Jiaojiao said. Song Shuhang got a scare. He felt that at this time, Yu Jiaojiao was absolutely not joking, but was dead serious. This was something that scared him even more than the fact that he had just turned into Hulk. Jiaojiao, don't tell similar jokes again. The small boat of friendship must be carefully protected. Otherwise, it might capsize. Song Shuhang said seriously. Yu Jiaojiao nodded her head, and then added, however, I was speaking the truth earlier. You look really tasty. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, Jiaojiao, our friendship is over. Just as they were discussing, someone pushed the door of the room open. It was Daodu. At this time, Daodu was in his 3 meters long dog form. After entering the room, he sniffed, and his vision then fell on Song Shuhang's body. This green muscular fellow seems delicious, woof, Daodu, you idiot. It's me, Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said angrily. Woof Shuhang, how did you turn into this appearance? Did you owe money to someone, and they splashed you with green paint? Woof, woof. Daodu said in shock. It's possibly a new trait of the demodragon medicine. Anyway, I was already like this when I came out of the cocoon, Song Shuhang said. What a pitiful child, woof, Daodu said as he arrived next to Song Shuhang, starting to lick his hand in a friendly manner. Don't look at me with that gaze full of pity. Anyway, it seems you've finally recovered from the effects of Senior Phoenix Slayer's innate skill. Did your small Daodu also return back to normal? Song Shuhang asked. While speaking, Song Shuhang unconsciously stretched out his hand and patted Daodu's head. It was quite normal to pat the head of a dog while the latter was licking one's hand. On the other hand, from what Song Shuhang remembered, Daodu had never licked anyone before. He and Daodu had lived together for some time back then. However, although he'd stayed over for a while, Daodu never licked people like an ordinary dog. After all, he was a monster dog, and was rather different from normal dogs. Such being the case, why had Daodu suddenly decided to lick him? Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked at Daodu. Daodu started to lick his hand again. He wasn't sure if it was just his misconception, but he felt as if Daodu looked very hungry. It seemed as though his hand wasn't really the hand of a friend in Daodu's eyes, but a delicious pig trotter braised in soy sauce. Was it possible that when Yu Jiaojiao and Daodu had said that he looked delicious earlier, they weren't cracking a joke, but really wanted to have a bite of him? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, he saw that Daodu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he revealed his sharp teeth and prepared to mercilessly bite Song Shuhang's hand. At that moment, Song Shuhang remembered that time when Venerable White turned him into a fish so that he could personally experience the jump through the dragon gate, but Daodu, who was casually passing by, bit him to death and swallowed him down in his belly. Steel Hands Technique. Song Shuhang immediately displayed this technique that was used to work iron. Both his hands instantly assumed a jet-black color, with his arms turning into metal. After breaking out of the cocoon, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution was already approaching the peak of the 3rd stage, and when he used the Steel Hands technique, the hardness of his arms was comparable to that of an ordinary godly weapon of the 4th stage rank. But when Daodu bit him, he still left 2 rows of teeth mark behind. Painful, painful, painful. Daodu, you bit me for real. Our friendship is over. Song Shuhang shook his hands like crazy, trying to shake off Daodu. At the same time, he vigilantly looked at the not too far off Yu Jiaojiao. He was afraid that Yu Jiaojiao would also join the fray and take a bite of him. Yu, as long as you hand over your green onion-scented arm, there is no problem with our friendship being over, Daodu spoke with a lisp. Let go, you goddamn Chu Khan. I'm warning you, if you don't let go, I'll do everything in my power to make sure that your online wife, Chu Chu, and that black-haired Miss Chu Chu from the Chu family, start to hate you. Don't forget that it was I who went to chat with your online wife Chu family when you made that video call. Don't force my hand. Song Shuhang threatened. Daodu. After a while, Daodu unwillingly let go of him. You goddamn Chu-Chu-Con, look at how much strength you've used while biting me. If I hadn't promptly used my steel hands technique, you would have directly bitten off my hand. Song Shuhang glared at Daodu. No need to fear. Do you take me for an ordinary dog? I knew what I was doing when I bit you. Even if you hadn't used your steel hands technique, would have left behind only 2 rows of teeth mark, Daodu replied complacently. Why was he so pleased while talking about this matter? Song Shuhang shook his hand, and said, in a while, I'll need to look for Senior Medicine Master and ask him for a rabies vaccine. Would he have a version for cultivators? Daodu clenched his teeth, and said, I'll bite you to death. How can you mistake this dog god for a rabid dog? Tisk. Song Shuhang kept shaking his hand. Daodu indeed avoided using all his strength while biting him earlier, and the teeth marks quickly disappeared. Now then, what's the deal with this situation? What other change did I undergo aside from turning into Hulk? Is it possible that the demodragon medicine also granted me with Monk Tang's flesh aside from Hulk's free skin? Song Shuhang asked. The nearby Su Clan 16 explained, Shuhang, your body smells really good. This smell is similar to the aroma you've released the last time when you used your lotus blossoming tongue skill to create a lotus flower, just several times richer and more fragrant. In addition, compared to the lotus blossoming tongue skill, your body now has the scent of green onion too, Yu Jiaojiao added. This scent of green onion is really enticing, and it made me feel like giving you a bite as soon as I saw you. Why don't you let me take another bite? Don't worry, I can control the strength of the bite just fine and won't injure you. Just let me satisfy my craving, Daodu added. Stay away from me. Song Shuhang said angrily. Is he treating me as a teething rusk? Anyway, why is my body releasing the same aroma as my lotus blossoming tongue skill, as well as that of a green onion? Wait, the aroma of green onion, did something happen to Lady Onion? Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and looked for his size-reducing purse. Don't worry. Nothing bad happened to me this time. Lady Onion's voice echoed. This time, she didn't melt, and she didn't lose her green onion sprout, either. Moreover, as the medicinal liquid imbued with the strength of the demodragon medicine filled Song Shuhang's large cocoon, Lady Onion had also obtained a few benefits. Her constitution was now much stronger than before. In that case, what's the matter with the green onion scent? Song Shuhang asked. Do you remember that fan made of green onion sprouts that I've created for you in the world of the Golden Lotus? While you were absorbing the strength of the medicinal liquid, the fan melted inside the liquid. Perhaps this is the reason? Lady Onion guessed. Song Shuhang. So the reason he got this Hulk skin was that fan made of green onion sprouts. As for why your body became so appetizing, I have no idea either, Lady Onion said. Song Shuhang nodded and closed his eyes, operating the True Self meditation scripture and the 33 Divine Beasts technique to inspect the changes in his body. The first thing was his constitution. This time, Song Shuhang had drunk almost a full vial of demodragon medicine in one go. As such, his constitution was directly pushed to the peak of the 3rd stage realm. The physical body of a cultivator of the 3rd stage Battle King realm was very powerful. The body of the Battle King was the distinctive trait of cultivators of the 3rd stage, and also part of their path of cultivation. The body of the Battle King referred to the inner part of the body of a cultivator. To be more precise, to the 4 mysterious meridians that spread everywhere inside the body of a cultivator. The first meridian, dazzling star, the second meridian, overcast moon, the third meridian, blazing sun, the fourth meridian, immaterial king. In other words, these 4 meridians were the full form and manifestation of the body of the Battle King. After slowly opening these 4 mysterious meridians, cultivators of the 3rd stage could activate them during their battles to instantaneously receive a big boost in strength. With each meridian opened, the boost in strength would also increase. After opening all the 4 meridians, cultivators of the 3rd stage could display the full strength the body of the Battle King, attracting the heavenly tribulation and impacting the bottleneck to the 4th stage innate realm. Shuhang had just advanced to the 3rd stage realm, and had yet to open the 4 meridians inside his body. However, he had already managed to push the strength of his physical body to the same level as a cultivator that had opened their overcast moon meridian by relying on the body tempering technique, the steel hands technique, immortal fairy Bishui's immortal dishes, as well as the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. But, at this time, Shuhang's body had reached the same strength as a cultivator that had opened their blazing sun meridian, and glistening, pale golden light was covering every part of his body. He needed just a small step, and his body would then possess the same intensity as that of a cultivator that had opened their immaterial king meridian and unlocked the complete form of the body of the Battle King. After absorbing all the medicinal strength that had temporarily turned him into Hulk, the strength of Shuhang's body would increase even further, infinitely approaching that of a cultivator of the 4th stage. Anyway, the second thing was his realm. At this time, the dazzling star meridian inside his body was open. In other words, he had advanced a small realm. It was something worth celebrating. However, none of this was the key point. The key point was that Shuhang discovered something strange in his heart aperture. The heart aperture was the first thing that cultivators nourished. During the 100 days foundation establishment of a cultivator of the 1st stage, what they would nourish was their heart aperture. It was the starting point of a cultivator. At this time, Shuhang had discovered that there was something akin to a nucleus in his heart aperture. What was this thing? He had heard of gallstones, but he didn't know that calculi could appear in the heart too. Well, that wasn't quite correct. After all, there was some difference between his heart and heart aperture. Speaking of which, this nucleus-like thing looked rather familiar. Didn't he see something very similar not too long ago? Shuhang operated his brain at full speed. When he dreamt of the life of the Golden Lotus, he remembered that a similar nucleus had taken shape inside the Golden Lotus as Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon was cultivating it. This thing was the key that could allow the Golden Lotus to create a small world. Reference to Journey to the West, the flesh of this monk was said to make whomever ate it immortal. As such, beasts and monsters lusted after him and wanted to eat him. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tang_sanzang. Chapter 790 The Writing of the Sage. Shuhang. Why did this thing appear inside my body? When he dreamt of the life of the virtuous Golden Lotus, the latter developed that nucleus because Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon constantly cultivated it and poured the energy of the Wielder of the Wool inside its body. This was the reason the Golden Lotus had developed this nucleus or key that had the ability to create a small world. However, Shuhang had just dreamt of the life of the virtuous Golden Lotus, and hadn't personally received the energy of Wielder of the Wool-Striped Dragon. As such, why did this nucleus appear in his heart aperture? Anyway, what could he do now that this thing had appeared inside his body? Was it possible that he could grow roots like the virtuous Golden Lotus and take root in the unholy pond, blooming and absorbing energy to strengthen the nucleus, finally bursting open and creating Shuhang's world? No, he didn't want to take root and blossom. He didn't want to burst open, and neither he wanted to create a small world within his body, allowing other people to get inside him. More importantly, the fact that this nucleus was growing inside his heart aperture, was it a blessing or a misfortune? It wasn't going to influence the growth of his body, right? He would definitely inspect it for good whenever he had the time. Hopefully, it wouldn't bring him any harm. After taking a deep breath, Shuhang came out of the meditative state and stopped operating the 33 divine beasts technique. He opened his eyes and discovered that several seniors from the 9 provinces #1 group were standing beside him while displaying strange postures. Venerable White was squatting next to him, concealed behind his huge body, revealing only his head. Fairy Ling Ye was hovering behind Venerable White, also revealing only her head. Then, Cave Lord Snow Wolf was hovering behind Fairy Ling Ye, also revealing only his face. Daodu, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, and other seniors were all standing on top of each other like a human pyramid. As for Su Clan 16 and Yu Jiaojiao, they were standing next to Song Shuhang. The two of them hadn't reached the 5th stage realm yet, and didn't have a flight-type treasure like Daodu either, and thus couldn't hover like the others. Song Shuhang. What was the deal with these strange postures? What were the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group doing? Everyone stand properly. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Fairy Ling Ye used her spiritual energy to make her mobile phone hover midair, aiming the camera toward them and taking several pictures. Song Shuhang. Afterward, she took back her phone and quickly wrote a message. Today, we've met the real-life Hulk, and decided to take a group photo as a souvenir. Then, she glanced at Song Shuhang, and said, "Oh, little friend." Shuhang woke up. Song Shuhang. Northern River's loose cultivator said, "I didn't think that little friend would turn into Hulk this time around. This demodragon medicine is like the gift that keeps on giving." Actually, I didn't turn into Hulk only due to the demodragon medicine. It's because I also had those green onion sprouts with me. If you smell me, you will be able to smell the scent of green onion, Song Shuhang explained. We've already smelled you. Young Master Phoenix Slayer licked his lips. You look delicious. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Senior Phoenix Slayer, your joke wasn't funny. Little friend Shuhang, I recommend you to use the 100 Flowers Valley Body Shampoo. It's very good to get rid of smells. I use it when bathing my wolf cubs, and its effects are much stronger than those of the body cleansing talisman and the likes. Cave Lord Snow Wolf took a step forward and passed Song Shuhang a small bottle. I advise you to go take a bath. Otherwise, I'll keep getting hungry after smelling this scent coming from your body. Thank you, Senior Snow Wolf. I was also thinking about taking a bath, Song Shuhang said. It would be even better if he could wash off the green color too. Right. Shuhang, I have this thing to give you. True Monarch Yellow Mountain took out a classic book and handed it over to Song Shuhang. This is one of the thank you gifts that the scholarly faction has prepared for you. A thank you gift from the scholarly faction? Song Shuhang took the classic book with a curious expression on his face. True Monarch Yellow Mountain explained, this is the writing of the sage that belongs to the scholarly faction. It's a classic book that the sage personally wrote while he was still alive. It's not a magical technique or a cultivation technique, but the will of the sage is concealed within this book. Those filtering nets we saw in the airspace of the White Cloud Academy earlier were also arranged with the help of the 10 writings of the sage. At this time, the scholarly faction has only 10 writings of the sage left, and they are something incredibly valuable. I didn't think that they would give one to you. After a short pause, True Monarch Yellow Mountain added, now then, what did you exactly do while inside the world of the Golden Lotus? The scholarly faction is but one step from worshipping you, and the scholarly disciples have been spreading the mighty name of Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber everywhere, to the point that True Monarch Eternal Fire personally asked me to give you this writing of the sage, and this is only a part of the thank you gift that the scholarly faction is preparing for you. From the looks of it, the real gift is going to be even bigger. In addition, as long as you have any request, the scholarly faction is ready to go through fire and water to fulfill it. For the past few days, the scholarly disciples had been spreading Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber's name everywhere, but since the matter Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber helped the scholarly faction with was related to the world of the Golden Lotus and a few other sensitive things, the content that spread out was fragmentary. It should be because I saved the world of the Golden Lotus at the critical moment, Song Shuhang replied. Speaking of which, what was the current state of the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction? Would it be able to recover its energy? No wonder, the favor they owe you is a big one, true Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile. In that case, is there anything in particular you want, little friend Shuhang? True Monarch Eternal Fire said that if there is anything you want, the scholarly faction will try its best to give it to you. After hearing this much, Venerable White furrowed his brows, and said, "It seems that I've missed something very interesting, right?" Senior White, what you've missed was a calamity. Song Shuhang forced a smile, and replied to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, "Let me think about it." As for the things he wished to have, the method to cure Li Yinzhu's cold disease was one of them. However, he had no idea if the scholarly faction had a similar method or treasure at their disposal. In addition, if possible, he wanted a relatively well-hidden, immortal cave, where he could accommodate his family in the future. After saying this much, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and held the writing of the sage between his fingers. His muscles had inflated quite a bit at this moment, and his size was massive. In comparison, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was like a little bean sprout. Anyway, this book was one of the 10 classic books in possession of the scholarly faction that the sage had personally written. Although it wasn't a cultivation technique, it was a classic book that the sage had written with his very own hands, and had the will and the power of the sage within. It could be considered one of the most valuable treasures in the scholarly faction. When Song Shuhang took the writing of the sage in his hands, his huge body suddenly shook. Due to his body being so big, the shaking was rather obvious, and everyone noticed it. What happened? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked in puzzlement. "Brrr, I felt my whole body becoming cold earlier, just as though something was being driven out of it." Song Shuhang said. "What are you talking about? I didn't see anything." True Monarch Yellow Mountain had a confused expression on his face. At this time, Fairy Lychee closed her eyes and carefully sensed. There is indeed something that is being driven out of Shuhang's body. "I think I know what this thing is," Venerable White said. "Shuhang, do you remember that strange magical technique of the Jet Black sect, that curse-like magical technique that would quietly drag you into that nightmare? The thing that was driven out just now was very likely that magical technique. So it was that cursed nightmare." Song Shuhang finally became clear as to what was going on. He looked at the writing of the sage in his hand. It was something the sage had written with his own hands, and it was as amazing as him. He just had to touch it, and the will and the power of the sage concealed within the book automatically drove out that nightmare-like magical technique of the Jet Black sect. "It's a pity that it simply drove the cursed nightmare out of my body. That guy that put the curse on me will have it too easy this way. During the past few days, this curse-like magical technique has made me miserable. How wonderful it would be if there was a way to strike back at that guy through this cursed nightmare," Song Shuhang muttered to himself. If not for the fact that he'd met Senior White too inside the nightmare, he would have likely been trapped in it forever. Song Shuhang's voice had yet to fade when a pale light was emitted from the writing of the sage. In the next moment, that magical technique of the Jet Black sect that was about to be driven out of Song Shuhang's body wasn't actually driven out. Under the power of the writing of the sage, that magical technique was compressed into a circular black rune, which was then sealed into the back of Song Shuhang's right hand. It looked the same as a tattoo. Song Shuhang raised his right hand, and said, The writing of the sage didn't drive the cursed nightmare out of my body in the end, but decided to seal it instead? Is it possible that it heard what Song Shuhang has said just now and decided to seal it instead of driving it out of his body?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer said curiously. "That should be impossible, right? It's just a classic book, how can it be so incredible? Is it possible that this book turned into a spirit?" Daodu said with a smile. True Monarch Yellow Mountain stretched out his hand and gently patted Daodu's head with a smile, saying, "We can't be sure. After all, it's something that scholarly sage wrote with his very own hands, and there is a chance that it really turned into a book spirit or a monster book. Daodu was about to say something when a mist-like substance gushed out of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's hand. Daodu carelessly inhaled the mist and fainted on the spot. True Monarch Yellow Mountain indifferently grabbed Daodu and took out a cage, putting Daodu inside. Then, he turned toward the various fellow Daoists with a smile, and said, "It's just about time to bring Daodu back. Song Shuhang." At this time, the sound of footsteps was again transmitted from outside the room. At the same, the voices of Gao Momu, Tubo, and the others also echoed. They had likewise followed the aroma and headed toward Song Shuhang's room. After hearing Gao Momu's voice, Song Shuhang's complexion changed. "Seniors, Junior has to leave first. Excuse me for a while." Then, he took the 100 Flowers Valley body shampoo he got from Cave Lord Snow Wolf and ran toward the bathroom in his room. He didn't want to let Gao Momu and the others see him in this aromatic version of Hulk. He could conceal his Hulk-like build with the shape-shifting brooch. However, there was no way of covering his smell with an illusory technique. Therefore, he had to take a bath and get rid of this smell before meeting Gao Momu and the others. Now, he would have to take a look at the effects of this 100 Flowers Valley body shampoo that Cave Lord Snow Wolf recommended. Hopefully, it would be able to get rid of the smell, and if it could wash away the green color, even better. The bathroom provided along with the room was very big. After entering the bathroom, Song Shuhang stored away the Daoist robe he had traded for with the Western monk. Luckily, the Daoist robe was elastic enough, and it wasn't shredded to pieces after the muscles of his body swelled. However, the clothes underneath the Daoist robe weren't as lucky. Song Shuhang casually threw away the tattered clothes and prepared to get into the bathtub to bathe. But in the next moment, he suddenly stopped. He discovered that a woman with long blue hair was sitting in front of the mirror in the bathroom, seemingly applying makeup. The hair of this blue-haired female cultivator was very long, bushy, and soft. Her long hair was directly touching the ground as she was sitting on the chair in front of the mirror and applying makeup, looking like a cloak draped over her shoulders. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like a person of both Chinese and Caucasian origin. Her exquisite facial features resembled that of an Oriental person, but her build resembled that of a Westerner. Her eyelashes were also blue and very long, quite eye-catching. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. This woman was precisely that blue-haired female cultivator that had performed a divination for him in Venerable White's holiday residence. He suspected that this person was actually Immortal Master Copper Trigram in disguise. The person whom this appearance originally belonged to was likely the mysterious administrator of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Xian Nu Sect Skylark. But that wasn't all. The picture of this blue-haired female cultivator had appeared even in the memories of the amazing life of the sage he'd seen in the still pond of wisdom. Song Shuhang probed, "Senior Copper Trigram?" "Oh, little friend Shuhang." The blue-haired woman turned her head around and looked at Song Shuhang, faintly smiling. "It seems that the divination I performed for you the last time came true. From what I can see, you were successful in taking advantage of that stroke of luck." Song Shuhang. Successful in taking advantage of that stroke of luck? Wait a moment. Only now he remembered that Immortal Master Copper Trigram performed a divination for him that day, saying that he would have some good luck in the coming days. Song Shuhang had gotten a scare back then. Therefore, he decided that he would have to be extra careful from that day onwards. Whenever he was crossing a street, it was better to pay attention not only to the traffic lights, but to the incoming cars as well so as to avoid getting run over by some car that was going too fast. While taking a walk, he would have to pay attention to both the ground and the sky. A trap might suddenly appear beneath his feet and a meteor fall from the sky. However, in the end, it turned out that he was still too careless. He got trapped in the world of the Golden Lotus, and almost lost his poor life after getting all messed up there. That endless cycle of death and rebirth had left a deep trauma in Song Shuhang's heart. That time, he'd really barely escaped with his life. How was it? Were you satisfied with the divination I performed for you the last time? The blue-haired female cultivator turned her head around and looked at Song Shuhang with her beautiful eyes. Hee. Song Shuhang forced a smile. It was some scary luck. No matter how scary, it was still luck in the end. The benefits you've obtained in the end far surpassed your imagination, right? The blue-haired female cultivator smiled. Song Shuhang's heart trembled. Scary luck was still luck? In that case, was it possible that the result of the divination of this blue-haired female cultivator was actually correct? Such being the case, was the result of that divination related to Su Clan's 16 and Soft Feather's tribulation also correct? If that was the case, things didn't look too good. Senior, are you really Senior Copper Trigram? Song Shuhang asked. Why don't you try to guess? The blue-haired female cultivator smiled, and then took out a small white cap, placing it on her head. Song Shuhang took a deep breath. I think you are Senior Copper Trigram without doubt. Hee. Yes, your guess is correct. I'm indeed Copper Trigram. The blue-haired female cultivator stretched herself and blinked her eyes. Thank you for letting me borrow this makeup mirror. Right, it seems you are about to take a bath. Do you want me to help you? Thank you, but I refuse, Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. I don't swing that way. Hee. The blue-haired female cultivator gently laughed. In that case, do you want me to perform another divination for you? Song Shuhang asked vigilantly, Senior Copper Trigram, what do you want in exchange this time? I heard you've obtained several seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus from the scholarly faction. Unfortunately, I've missed the event, and I wasn't able to get my hands on any lotus seed. Therefore, I wanted one of those lotus seeds. Are you interested in the divination now? The blue-haired female cultivator sat down and leaned against the chair, narrowing her eyes in a smile. There isn't anything I want to know lately. Song Shuhang shook his head. On the other hand, I feel that you would definitely need a divination as of late. Today, I can see a black glow shining between your eyebrows. The death omen star one is shining brightly, the blue-haired female cultivator said with a smile. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang beamed with joy and said, doesn't that mean that I'll have a lot of good luck? You are too naive, little friend Shuhang, the blue-haired female cultivator said with a smile. I didn't perform a divination a moment ago. Even if my divinations are shady, I didn't perform one just now. It was just a conclusion I've reached after taking a look at your facial features, and can't be really considered as a divination. Therefore, the death omen star is truly brightly shining on you. Song Shuhang. With things the way they are, you will definitely not suffer a loss if I perform a divination for you. The blue-haired female cultivator continued urging him. How many lotus seeds do you want to perform this divination? Song Shuhang asked. He had a lot of seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus with him. If the price for the divination wasn't too high, he might as well go along and let her perform one. Don't worry, it's not expensive. 2 seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus would be enough. You are making a profit here. The blue-haired female cultivator narrowed her eyes in a smile. That's too expensive. 2 lotus seeds are equivalent to 600 demons of the 4th stage, Song Shuhang said. In the filtering nets, he had slashed demons until his hands became numb, and he had obtained only 3 lotus seeds in exchange. I guarantee you that the divination will be worth the price. If it's not, the payment can be cancelled, the blue-haired female cultivator said as she swayed left and right while sitting on the chair. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, Deal. After saying this much, he took out 2 lotus seeds, and he handed them over to the blue-haired female cultivator. A wise choice. The blue-haired female cultivator took the lotus seeds in her hand. Then, she shook them in her hand and gently threw them. The 2 lotus seeds rolled on the makeup table until they finally stopped. She directly used the 2 lotus seeds to perform the divination. The seeds can be used this way as well. The blue-haired female cultivator looked at the 2 lotus seeds and started contemplating. Then, she stretched out her hand and started to count on her fingers. After counting for a while, she asked, "Little friend Shuhang, who was the person that attacked you while you were inside the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction?" "We were unable to see who attacked us. We only saw a metallic finger pierce through the world of the Golden Lotus and unleash a storm that killed every one of us," Shuhang replied. The blue-haired female cultivator nodded, and continued counting on her fingers. After a short moment, she nodded again, and put away the 2 lotus seeds. "There's no mistaking it. It was just as I thought it to be. Senior Copper Trigram, is the result of the divination auspicious or inauspicious?" Shuhang asked. "The result of the divination is super-duper good." The blue-haired female cultivator laughed. That was definitely some bad news. The last time, she said he would have good luck, and he'd almost died. This time, the result of the divination was even super-duper good. Would he live long enough to see the next day? Shuhang said, "Under these circumstances, can I still be saved?" "Yes." The blue-haired female cultivator nodded. "You have to strengthen the light of virtue shrouding your body. Lead to the right path 100,000 resentful souls and make the light of virtue undergo a qualitative change. If you do that, you will have a chance at transcending this calamity. I feel that the 2 lotus seeds you gave me were well worth this piece of information." Anyway, that was all. After saying this much, she didn't wait for Shuhang to ask any other question and opened the small window of the bathroom, getting out of there. Shuhang. Several minutes later. Shuhang filled the bathtub with water and began soaking in it. Then, he filled a water ladle with hot water, and Lady Onion, who had grown small hands and legs at this moment, was likewise soaking in it. A super-duper good divination. Just what kind of calamity am I going to face this time? Shuhang muttered to himself. "I think it's going to be a deadly calamity," Lady Onion said while making bubbles. "Anyway, since you have yet to die, why don't you seize this opportunity to write a testament and distribute your property? The 2 of us have been together for so long, don't forget about my share." Shuhang. Shuhang automatically blocked Lady Onion's words. At this time, he was continuously wondering about how making his light of virtue undergo a qualitative change could help him cross this super-duper good calamity. Shuhang kept pondering and took the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus out of his size-reducing purse, starting to chew on them. He had 50 lotus seeds with him at this time. He got 3 lotus seeds for killing the demons of the netherworld and handing over their corpses to the White Cloud Academy. Later, he gave one of the seeds to Lady Onion, allowing her to awaken the 3 heads and 6 arms extraordinary skill. Afterward, he got 50 lotus seeds as a reward for teaching true Monarch Eternal Fire the bemarking dance. After that, he was promised 5 lotus seeds for attending the opening ceremony inside the world of the Golden Lotus along with Venerable White. However, he had yet to receive this reward. Just now, he'd used 2 lotus seeds to pay Immortal Master Copper Trigram for the divination. Therefore, he had exactly 50 lotus seeds left. Since he had enough lotus seeds, Shuhang decided to eat a few of them and see if he could upgrade his lotus blossoming tongue skill. 1 seed, 2 seeds, 5 seeds. After eating the 5th lotus seed, Shuhang felt his tongue becoming numb. He could feel it, his extraordinary skill was about to advance in rank. Lotus blossoming tongue. Shuhang activated his extraordinary skill. His tongue faintly moved as he gently exhaled a mouthful of air. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area started to condense on its own, until it turned into 4 white lotus flowers that floated before Song Shuhang's eyes. The lotus flowers were white, just like snow, and carried along an icy feeling as they calmly floated midair. It really created 4 lotus flowers, Song Shuhang ridiculed. Even if true Monarch Eternal Fire had already told him that the Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill would produce 4 lotus flowers after the upgrade, Song Shuhang still hoped that his Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill could make an extra effort and undergo a mutation. However, it seemed that his luck wasn't good enough, and after the upgrade, the extraordinary skill followed the established pattern and created 4 lotus flowers. Such being the case, let's give that thing another try, Song Shuhang said as he took out a blade of Saber intent condensing grass from his spatial equipment. Chapter 792 We will advertise so much that we'll reach the corners of the bathrooms too. The time to witness a miracle had come. Since his Lotus Blossoming Tongue extraordinary skill had now advanced in rank, would he be able to condense 4 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds after eating a blade of Saber intent condensing grass? If that was possible, he wouldn't waste the lotus seeds he'd eaten just now. Obtaining 4 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds in exchange for 1 blade of Saber intent condensing grass would be a big profit for him. On the other hand, if it wasn't possible, he would totally waste those 5 seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, suffering a big loss. Song Shuhang grabbed the blade of Saber intent condensing grass and took a deep breath. In the next moment, he swallowed it down into his belly. He had already mentally prepared himself before making this attempt to eat the blade of grass, but the pain of having his stomach cut by a blade still made him broke out in a cold sweat. It's so goddamn painful. Next time, it's better if I buy some special medicinal liquid from Medicine Master before eating the blades of Saber intent condensing grass. At least, I can lessen the pain that way, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as he was in deep thought, his tongue shook slightly, and the Lotus Blossoming Tongue extraordinary skill automatically activated. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, and 4 white lotus flowers appeared before his eyes. It was really happening. Song Shuhang had actually succeeded, and when his Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill automatically activated earlier, the piercing pain he'd felt in his throat disappeared. Song Shuhang rubbed his throat, and then stretched out his hand, poking the lotus flowers and issuing the order to deactivate the Lotus Blossoming Tongue extraordinary skill. Just like the last time, the white lotus flowers didn't disappear after the effects of the extraordinary skill were relieved. Instead, their lotus petals fell one after another, until only a lotus seed was left behind. 4 lotus flowers and 4 lotus seeds. He could feel the presence of Saber intent in all the lotus seeds. It was a success. Song Shuhang secretly clenched his fists. He had obtained 4 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds. Obtaining 4 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds from 1 blade of Saber intent condensing grass meant that he had profited big time. Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, the largest of the 4 lotus seeds slightly shone. Immediately after, it attracted the other 3 lotus seeds over just as though it was a magnet, and the other 3 were now glued to its surface. A beam of light flashed again. Afterward, the 4 lotus seeds combined into a single seed, whose size had increased, doubling. Song Shuhang. What the hell? Why the F***ck did they combine? Wasn't it fine to have 4 separated lotus seeds? Why did they have to combine into one? Song Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears as he held that large lotus seed in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he squeezed the lotus seed between his fingers and swallowed it down. He was curious to see what was special about this particular lotus seed born from the combination of 4 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds. In the water ladle, Lady Onion was making bubbles and fantasizing about the story of Fellow Daoist tyrannical Saber's sudden death, and the allocation of his $1 billion worth of property. Although Song Shuhang was just a small cultivator of the third stage, he had a lot of treasures with him. It's delicious. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and then said, it's even better than the immortal dishes that immortal fairy Bishwe cooked for us the last time. When Lady Onion, who was originally fantasizing about the story of Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber's sudden death, heard immortal fairy Bishwe's name, her whole green onion body shook. She just remembered about a certain matter. If they really went to calculate Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber's $1 billion worth property, wouldn't her cute and lovely self also be included? If Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber were to die suddenly, wouldn't she be considered a part of his property as well, and handed down to someone? And if she ended up in immortal fairy Bishwe's hands, wouldn't her green onion life come to an end? Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, you can't die just yet. You must keep living. Lady Onion suddenly screamed from her water ladle. Song Shuhang. Do you think I won't use the green onion unsheathing skill in a fit of rage? After Song Shuhang glared at her, Lady Onion made a hollow laugh and shrank inside the water ladle, continuing to make bubbles. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Afterward, he closed his eyes and began to savor the wonders of the Saber intent condensing lotus seed. Aside from being super delicious, the lotus seed also released a streak of gentle, Saber intent after ending up in Song Shuhang's belly, which then merged with his body. In the next moment, Song Shuhang felt as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment, and a lot of things about Saber intent that he didn't find too clear before were now completely within his grasp. When he'd first learned Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning flaming saber technique, he had seen the threshold of Saber intent, and now, his comprehension of Saber intent had advanced of another step. As long as I keep eating these Saber intent condensing lotus seeds, I'll be able to comprehend Saber intent very soon. Song Shuhang thought to himself. The effects of the Saber intent condensing lotus seed weren't over just yet, and Song Shuhang's comprehension of Saber intent was getting deeper and deeper. Now, he was also much clearer as to how to condense his own Saber intent. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes again, he discovered that it was already dark outside. How much time has passed since I ate the Saber intent condensing lotus seed? Song Shuhang asked. They were about to eat dinner earlier, and it was still bright outside. Then, in the time it took him to close his eyes and open them again, it had already become dark. In the water ladle, Lady Onion was still making bubbles as she listlessly replied, around 3 hours. This long? Have the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group left already? Song Shuhang quickly got out of the large bathtub. Splash, splash, splash. At this time, he still had Hulk's build, and when he got up, all the water in the bathtub was overturned. Lady Onion's small water ladle was like a lonely boat amidst the mighty waves, ready to capsize at any moment. Whoa! Why didn't you tell me that you were about to get up? At least I would have mentally prepared myself. Lady Onion shouted. With great difficulty, the waves in the bathtub finally subsided. Lady Onion grabbed onto the water ladle and said, during this period of time, Venerable White and True Monarch Yellow Mountain came to look for you, but since you were comprehending your Saber intent, they decided not to disturb you. Afterward, that monster fish called Yu Jiao Jiao and that other girl called Su Clan 16 also came to take a look at you. Then, they all left. Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, I didn't think that it would take me so long to comprehend the Saber intent after eating that Saber intent condensing lotus seed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have swallowed it down immediately. When he saw Venerable White eating the Saber intent condensing lotus seed back then, Senior White closed his eyes for just a moment to inspect the Saber intent. As such, he hadn't expected that it would take him 3 hours to comprehend this little bit of Saber intent. However, the results were nonetheless excellent. At this time, his understanding of Saber intent had increased by a notch. If earlier he was just someone that had seen the threshold of Saber intent, now he was someone with 1 foot above the threshold of Saber intent. Shuhang arrived in front of the mirror. In the mirror, he saw that his muscles had deflated a bit. Moreover, the green color covering his skin had been washed away as well. Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his Hulk skin was going to turn into his default skin. Had that happened, he would have had no choice but to use an illusory technique every time he met his family members or friends. Afterward, he took the Daoist robe out of his size-reducing purse and donned it. As for that cosmos bag he had borrowed from True Monarch Yellow Mountain earlier, he had already returned it. Next, he also wore that shape-shifting brooch and activated its illusory technique. Now, in the eyes of others, it appeared as if he had returned to normal. Let's go look for the seniors, and while we are at it, let's take a look at how the editing of the movie is proceeding, Shuhang said with a smile. Shuhang got out of the room and took the elevator downstairs. It was at this time that he discovered that he was inside a company related to movies. The name of the company was inscribed outside the large multi-storied building he was residing in with cubital letters, Yellow Mountains Movie Making Limited Company. It took him just a glance to determine that it was a movie company under True Monarch Yellow Mountain's name. After going downstairs, Shuhang heard the sound of singing coming from afar. The sound was very light, and he wouldn't have heard it if not for his incredible hearing. After listening to the voice, he discovered that it was likely Su Clan's 16th voice. Thereupon, Shuhang followed the sound of her voice and arrived in front of the recording studio of the company. So they were in the recording studio, no wonder the voice was so low. Along the way, no one tried to stop him. At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Venerable White, Northern River's loose cultivator, and other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were all gathered in the control room of the recording studio. Fairy Lychee was playing the piano and True Monarch White Crane the drums, producing a simple dub background music. Su Clan 16, whose small face was slightly red, was singing a song. True Monarch Yellow Mountain looked at Shuhang with a smile, and said, "Little friend Shuhang, you've finally woken up? I'm sorry, I didn't think that it would take me 3 hours to comprehend the Saber intent after eating that Saber intent condensing lotus seed," Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. "Senior Yellow Mountain, what are you guys doing at this time?" "We are singing the theme song of the movie. It's precisely that song that Dharma King Creation specifically wrote for us. When the time comes, we can use it to advertise the movie." "Right, the trailer of the movie is also ready, and the overall result was pretty good." Director Jacob said that they hardly had to add any special effects in the post-production phase and directly put together the parts that made up the trailer. After a few days, Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly and I, as well as a few other fellow Daoists, will join forces and advertise the movie all over the world, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. "You want to advertise the movie all over the world? Do we really have to do that?" Shuhang asked. "We have to. It's a movie that the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group shot after joining hands. Therefore, we must advertise the movie to each corner of the world. Even if people are going to the bathroom, they must see the ad of our movie," True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, full of confidence. In addition, True Monarch White Crane will be in charge of the operations in the West. At the appointed time, the movie will be simultaneously screened in China and several other countries in the world. Shuhang could only silently nod. At the same time, Su Clan 16's melodious voice echoed in his ears. "Love and hate mixed together. Time is merciless and swallows down all promises. Sadness conceals itself within disasters. I raise the sword and wash away my makeup. I have no regrets, and if there is a next life, I will climb up to the highest tower in the sky together with you, and overlook the flourishing world with a smile." "The song is pretty good," Shuhang said. "Indeed. It's a pity, though. 16's voice is a little bit too melodious," True Monarch Yellow Mountain said as he held his chin. A song that was little more cheerful would have suited 16 better. Song Shuhang nodded his head and looked at Senior White. Senior White was currently holding a book in his hand and was engrossed in it. Senior White, what are you looking at? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Chapter 793 Senior Brother Gao Sheng Must Die. Venerable White raised his head and faintly smiled. Then, he turned over the book and showed the title to Song Shuhang, self-taught director. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. There was no mistaking, the title was indeed self-taught director, and not self-taught actor. Did Senior White get the wrong book? If he was really going to read something, shouldn't it be related to acting? Or was it possible that Senior White was planning to change his profession? I didn't get the wrong book, in case you are wondering. Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang, and said smugly, I've made up my mind. I'm going to be a director next. PFFF. Northern River's loose cultivator sprayed all the water he was drinking out. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's arm slightly stiffened. The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth twitched. Song Shuhang glanced at Venerable White. Senior White looked very serious. Senior White, can I ask you something? What kind of movie do you want to shoot? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Of course you can ask. Venerable White closed the self-taught director book, and said, I was planning to shoot something like The Fast and the Furious movie series. However, we don't have to race with just cars. We can race with airplanes, ships, submarines, and so on. We can race with everything that is fast enough and add it to the movie. Speed is everything. This reply was very Senior White-like. Song Shuhang nodded. Just as he expected, the movie Venerable White wanted to shoot was related to racing. Little friend Shuhang, at the appointed time, will collaborate and try to win all the movie awards in the world. Venerable White's eyes shone, looking very domineering. Song Shuhang said, Sure. You can count me in. Senior Yellow Mountain, what about you? It was time to drag True Monarch Yellow Mountain into this mess as well. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was the founder of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. If he could get him involved, he would be able to drag along the majority of the fellow Daoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group too. True Monarch Yellow Mountain calmly nodded his head. Actually, whenever there was something big going on in the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain would always get involved as long as he wasn't in secluded meditation. Therefore, he was used to it. In that case, it's settled. Venerable White said happily. The next day. August 19th, Monday. Overcast with rain. Apocalypse War's editing was still going on. The trailer of the movie had been completed already, and only the background music was missing. They would be able to start with the promotion tomorrow or the day after. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, True Monarch White Crane, the far-off Venerable Spirit Butterfly, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, and other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had already made their preparations. They had made deals with TV stations and TV programs. Every popular website had reserved a good spot for ads for them, and every important app would send a pop-up message with news related to the movie. Even the ad spots at bus or train stops had been reserved. Everything was ready, and the only thing missing was the complete trailer. After that, they could start advertising the movie all over the world. Song Shuhang saw the slogan of the seniors in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, as long as people exist, they would be able to see ads related to Apocalypse War. Today, True Monarch Yellow Mountain and the others were very busy. Su Clan 16 and the others were also very busy. Even Gao Momu and the others were busy. As for Song Shuhang, he couldn't help them with anything. Thereupon, he decided to obediently practice, and continued to do so for the whole day, using all his saber techniques, fist techniques, and magical techniques once. Oh, today was really a peaceful and productive day. Night was falling, and Shuhang took out a pen and a paper. He was preparing to write down the righteous body tempering poem, which was part of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, to temper his body and speed up the assimilation process of the demodragon medicine. After he was finished writing, he was so exhausted that he directly lay on the table and fell asleep there. Just like the last time, his enormous body didn't have any problem in making the table collapse under its weight. The next day, August 20th, Tuesday. Overcast but gradually becoming clear. When Shuhang woke up, it was already noon. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. But right at that moment, he discovered that Apocalypse War's invasion had started. When he unlocked his phone and opened the instant messaging program, a pop-up message immediately appeared before his eyes. Several beautiful movie posters of Apocalypse War appeared in front of him, as well as a small synopsis and a small video. This small video was precisely Apocalypse War's trailer. Then, Shuhang casually opened the search engine and discovered that there was an eye-catching link on the main page, saying that the Apocalypse War movie would soon come out. Shuhang went into the news section from the main page of the search engine and saw that the lead story was still related to the movie. Mr. Jacob, a worldwide famous director, made his first attempt to shoot a Chinese cultivation movie with futuristic elements. Moreover, he was bold enough to use a Chinese actor for the leading role. During his interview, director Jacob stated that Apocalypse War was one of the most exquisite works of his life. He was proud of how the movie turned out to be. Just the name of the worldwide famous director Jacob was enough to make the box office revenue skyrocket. Let alone now that he had decided to shoot a Chinese cultivation movie. Even if he had decided to shoot something related to the animal world, there would be a large number of people ready to rush to the theater after hearing his name. Aside from Mr. Jacob's interview, there were also the stage pictures of the actors attached below. The first picture naturally belonged to the actor that cast as the main character Ling Ye, Venerable White. Next was the picture of an important supporting character, senior brother Gao Sheng, who was played by Shuhang. Afterward were the pictures of the eight-armed sword sage, played by true Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, the dragon god Fist, played by true Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, the female ghost Linger, played by Fairy Lychee, the sect master Daoist Priest Wu, played by true Monarch Fallout, the junior brother of the sect master Daoist Priest Wudao, played by Northern River's Loose Cultivator, and other characters that were played by the various seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Of course, Scholar Drunken Moan, who was cast as evil General Ling Ye, the biggest villain, and commander of the demonic army, couldn't be missing either. This crowd of beautiful women and handsome men was so dazzling that it blinded the eyes of the onlookers. They were all new actors that no one had seen before, but their looks were all incredible. Even if the pictures got beautified through Photoshop, everything would be fine as long as their acting skills were about half as good as their looks. In particular, if Song Bai, the person cast as the main character, Ling Ye, was even 1/3 as good-looking as in the picture, it would be more than enough to attract a large number of people. The funny thing was that the actor cast as the main villain was likewise handsome, but everyone ended up ignoring him. The whole internet was stormed. Shuhang rubbed his temples. After the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group put all their effort into a certain matter, the resulting effects sure were scary. In such a short time, the whole internet had been filled with news related to Apocalypse War. Hopefully, this aggressive campaign wouldn't backfire and attract the hate of the users. Things would develop in the opposite direction after becoming too extreme. Shuhang was somewhat worried. The seniors didn't limit themselves to advertising the movie on the internet. That sentence from True Monarch Yellow Mountain, it didn't seem he was joking when he'd said that even bathrooms would have ads related to the movie. Venerable Spirit Butterfly and True Monarch Yellow Mountain had come up with several ways to advertise the movie even before its completion. That day, no matter if people were taking a stroll, watching a movie, standing at the bus stop, eating a meal, or playing games, they all saw some ad related to Apocalypse War. The level of the ad really reached a global level. Afterward, the comments related to the movie also followed. F***ck, is this news real or fake? Director Jacob decided to direct a Chinese cultivation movie? And it's actually a large production? Why wasn't there any news about it before? Have you seen the trailer? It's really a large production. Those special effects aren't your run-of-the-mill special effects. They almost look real. Those monsters that appeared in the trailer were also very lifelike. They didn't even look as they were the product of computer-generated imagery. How much money did they pour into it to achieve this kind of effect? If the content of the movie is as good as that of the trailer, no, even if it's 2 tiers lower, I'll absolutely go to the theater to watch it. Did you notice? Even if the director of the movie was the famous director Jacob, all the actors are actually from China. Even the scriptwriter and the screenwriter are Chinese. Therefore, it's not wrong to consider this movie as a large local Chinese production. Did you hear the theme song of the movie? It's very pleasant to hear. I've heard that several actresses sang it together. I feel like melting after hearing their voices. Absolutely incredible. I'll buy 3 tickets for this movie. After a while, the movie started to become part of everyone's daily life. It didn't matter if people were surfing the internet or chatting with colleagues or friends, the movie would be inevitably brought up. Of course, it was also because the members of the 9 provinces #1 group were behind the scenes, fanning the flames. Still, I have to say that this senior brother Gao Sheng is really a piece of shit. In the initial part of the trailer, he beat up the main character Ling Ye so many times. Our Ling Ye is so handsome, how dare this senior brother Gao Sheng raise his hand against him? What he did was really cruel. I curse him to die a horrible death. That guy cast as Gao Sheng was really sly. He didn't put his real name in the actor list, and just used his stage name, Tyrannical Saber. Otherwise, would have written his real name on a wall and stabbed it with a knife twice every day. Senior brother Gao Sheng must die. Hopefully, we can see him die a tragic death in the movie. If he doesn't die, our anger won't be appeased. If senior brother Gao Sheng ends up surviving, I won't go to see director Jacob's next movie. Senior brother Gao Sheng's character had instantly become the main topic of conversation. On the other hand, the real villain of the movie, Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears, wanted to cry himself to sleep. Inside Song Shuhang's house. Papa Song and Mama Song were watching the TV in the living room when they suddenly saw some news related to director Jacob shooting a movie called Apocalypse War in China. As the list of the actors and the stage pictures appeared before his eyes, Papa Song and Mama Song saw Song Shuhang cast as senior brother Gao Sheng. Wife, was I hallucinating just now? I think I just saw our Shuhang, Papa Song said. Husband, I saw him as well. I also thought that my eyes had problems, Mama Song said as she rubbed her eyes. Perhaps it's someone that has a similar appearance? Papa Song said. Mama Song recalled, and said, that shouldn't be. Did you see the actor playing the role of the main character? Isn't that song by the same kid that Shuhang brought here during summer vacation? All those that had seen Venerable White's face would hardly forget it. Therefore, Mama Song needed but a glance to recognize this actor cast as the male lead of the movie. It was precisely that song by that came over as a guest to their place once. Didn't that Shuhang kid say that he was going to shoot a movie with a few friends that had similar tastes? How did it turn into a high-budget movie with director Jacob also getting involved? Papa Song stared at the picture on the TV and wondered if he was daydreaming. After the start of the trailer, the first scene that appeared before their eyes was the one where Song Shuhang was cast as senior brother Gao Sheng and was cruelly beating up the main character, Ling Ye. Well, it turned out that Shuhang was capable of such cruelty. After the end of the trailer, Mama Song put up a serious expression and said, "Husband, should we sever our relationship with our son?" "Sure. Let me give him a call," Papa Song ridiculed. He hadn't expected that Shuhang would play the role of a villain in the movie. It was a rather interesting turn of events. "There is no need. I'll send him a text message," Mama Song said as she took out her mobile phone, quickly sending a text message to her son. In Yellow Mountains movie making limited company. Song Shuhang had just got up, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. At this time, he was standing in front of the mirror and looking at his build. The effects of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha were truly incredible, and the volume of his huge build had decreased by another size. If he practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha every day before going to bed, his build should return to its previous state in a week at most. Well, this was surely good news. It's going to be time for lunch soon. I feel as if it's been ages since I last ate cooked rice. Yesterday, I was unable to make it in time for dinner, and even during the midnight snack, I didn't eat much. Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. After he was done eating, he would try to look for Senior White and see if he had some free time. If Senior White was free, he would ask him to research the nucleus in his heart aperture together with him. Hopefully, the nucleus wouldn't cause any harm to his body. Just as this thought flashed through Shuhang's mind, the sound of a notification was issued from his phone. Song Shuhang casually unlocked the phone and discovered that it was a message from Mama Song. He clicked on it to see the content. "Mom, tyrannical Saber Gao Sheng, from today onwards, we are no longer mother and son. Your father also agreed to sever his relationship with you. Song Shuhang, PFFF. What the hell is this tyrannical Saber Gao Sheng? The name of the character is Senior Brother Gao Sheng. Where did that tyrannical saber even pop out from?" Song Shuhang replied, "Ma, did you also see Apocalypse Wars trailer? Where did you see it?" "Mom, on the TV. In addition, don't call me Ma. We are no longer mother and son. Call me Auntie from now on." Song Shuhang. "Am I even your son?" "Mom, right, when are you coming back home? Mr. Li Yun next door frequently drops in and asks about you. It seems he has something to say to you." Song Shuhang had a confused expression on his face. Li Yun? Who was that? After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered a certain person, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist from the Penniless Thief sect. Several hundred years ago, he barged into True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave, and after stealing everything inside, he publicly taunted True Monarch Yellow Mountain, claiming the defenses of his immortal cave were too weak. As a consequence, the enraged True Monarch Yellow Mountain caught him and sealed him for several hundred years. Then, just as Cloudy Mist was sealed, True Monarch Yellow Mountain created hundreds of fake accounts and had some fun with him. Afterward, due to a series of coincidences, Song Shuhang also met Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Some time later, he settled down next to Song Shuhang's place and became his neighbor, changing his name to Li Yun. Didn't Senior Yellow Mountain say that he was planning to catch this Daoist priest Cloudy Mist and bring him back? But even after so long, he is still not in a cage? Song Shuhang thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he replied to his mother, "Should come back in a few days. After all, university is about to start, and there are many things I need to take care of. Mom, return a little earlier, and while you are at it, bring me Song Bai's autograph. I think you guys are going to become popular. If possible, I would like to have the autographs of every actor." Song Shuhang was speechless. Then, he wrote, "I can directly bring him back home. At that time, you can ask him for all the autographs you want." Mom. In Shuhang's far-off house, when Mama Song saw this message, she couldn't help but worry a little. After pondering for a moment, she attacked from the side and wrote, "Are you bringing back only Song Bai? What I mean is, aren't you planning to bring a few other friends back with you as well?" If you are, tell me in advance so that I can prepare you guys something delicious to eat. Song Shuhang, depending on the circumstances, several people might tag along with me. Anyway, I'll give you a call before coming back home. Mom, good. Anyway, it would be even better if you could bring back all those pretty ladies that visited us the last time too. Song Shuhang. Once he finished chatting with his mother, Song Shuhang wore the shape-shifting brooch and left the room. Song Shuhang went downstairs and prepared to take a look at the dining room and see if there was any delicious rice in there. But right at this time, the far-off Venerable White came over alongside Su Clan 16. Little friend Shuhang, you woke up. Venerable White smiled and waved at him. The nearby Su Clan 16 likewise smiled. Song Shuhang also waved his hand, and then said, Senior White, 16, good afternoon. I woke up only now because I practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha yesterday and consumed too much energy. As such, I directly slept up until now. Senior White, when will the movie be screened? True Monarch Yellow Mountain was thinking of releasing the movie on the 25th of this month. He said that more people are likely to watch the movie during summer vacation. However, summer vacation is also about to come to an end. Venerable White said. As for the premiere of the movie, it's scheduled to happen on the 24th of this month. I wonder how our movie will look once the editing is over and the music and special effects are added. I'm really looking forward to it. The nearby Su Clan 16 added, in addition, True Monarch said that we need to fix the dubbing in a few scenes during the post-production phase. Even in the worst case, the editing of the movie would have to be completed by the 22nd of this month. Senior Yellow Mountain and the members of Jacob's production team worked really hard. Song Shuhang said. It seemed they didn't have much time to finish everything. However, he felt somewhat excited after thinking about the premiere of the movie. The movie he had shot would be immediately screened. He still couldn't believe that it was happening. Right. Shuhang, are you free today? Venerable White asked. Yes, I'm free today. Senior White, are we heading to those ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea? Song Shuhang asked. Earlier, Venerable White had told them that he would bring them for a trip to those ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Inside those ruins were treasures that even Senior White labeled good. There is no rush to go to those ancient ruins. After the premiere of the movie is over, we can form a team and go there, Venerable White said. If you are free today, I was planning to bring you to a nearby treasure house of mine and collect some spirit stones. Some time ago, I promised you that I would lend you some spirit stones. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Senior White, you have a treasure house that is close by? Yes, it's not far from here. We can quickly reach the place if we ride a flying sword. Afterward, Venerable White glanced at Su Clan 16, and said, in addition, there is something I need to lend to little 16 as well. So let's go together, alright? Su Clan 16 nodded with a smile. Song Shuhang said, sure. In that case, should we set out now? Venerable White's treasure house, just what kind of appearance would it have? In comparison, eating a meal was nothing to speak of. He could simply use fasting pills to satisfy his hunger. In the worst case, he could create a lotus flower and eat that. It was very delicious, after all. Yes, let's set out then. Venerable White wielded meteor sword, and a layer of light appeared above the sword. In the next moment, both Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 jumped on the layer of light. Sit tight. Venerable White made a hand seal, and the sword light directly soared into the sky. Senior White, remember not to get distracted while flying. Song Shuhang repeatedly urged while on the flying sword. The last time he got on Venerable White's flying sword to head toward the grievance settling platform located in the territory of the Chu family, Venerable White decided to close up for a while, for 2 whole days, to be precise. Back then, Song Shuhang and the others were stuck on the flying sword and traveled around the world for 2 days. Venerable White. Senior White, careful. There is an airplane ahead, Song Shuhang also added. No need to worry. I saw it already, Venerable White replied. Actually, I was worried that you would see the airplane and get the impulse to race with it. Therefore, I thought of reminding you, Song Shuhang said in a low voice. Venerable White. In the next moment, Senior White made a hand seal, and the speed of the flying sword increased by around 50 times. Iowa, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 screamed. Venerable White smiled, very satisfied. Around 10 minutes later, Venerable White brought Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 along and finally landed in the center of a large lake. Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang supported each other and descended from the flying sword with soft legs. Su Clan 16 urged via secret sound transmission, Shuhang, on the way back, don't irritate Senior White again. I won't, Song Shuhang likewise replied via secret sound transmission. After he had said this much, he looked at the lake below, and said, what is this place? Song Shuhang's meaning was, in which part of China was this large lake located? This is my treasure house number 3453. Most of my spirit stones are stored inside this treasure house, Venerable White replied. Treasure house number 3453? Even if this treasure house was the last one in numerical order, it meant that Venerable White possessed 3,452 other treasure houses before this one. Song Shuhang felt a burst of a nouveau riche aura spread from Venerable White's body and oppress him, which made it difficult for him to breathe and stand up properly. Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang and laughed. Don't overthink it, I don't have that many treasure houses. Each time I find a spot where I can build a new treasure house, I name it after the number of the previous treasure house plus 1. However, many of the treasure houses that came before this one had either been abandoned or shifted to another location. Song Shuhang nodded, and asked, in that case, Senior White, how many treasure houses do you have? Little friend Shuhang, asking a cultivator the number of their treasure houses is the same as asking a female cultivator about their age, both are a big taboo. Venerable White said with a smile. Song Shuhang. He learned something new today. Now, there are 2 new entries in the list of big taboos in the world of cultivators. You too, stand up properly. I'll engrave a mark on your bodies. This mark will be the proof of your identity and will allow you to get inside the treasure house. Venerable White stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16's bodies. Afterward, 2 runes fell on their bodies. After receiving the empowerment of this rune, Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly shone. He saw that the entrance to the treasure house was concealed in the center of the large lake below. It was the entrance to a different dimension, and Venerable White's treasure house was concealed in there. Since the treasure house was in a different dimension, even if the surrounding area underwent great changes, like the large lake drying up, ordinary people and cultivators would be still unable to find the entrance to the treasure house. Next, Venerable White used his finger as a sword and gently slashed down, with the sword chi heading downward. The surface of the lake was cut open, with the water splitting into 2 halves and standing up like walls, not coming together for a very long time. Let's go inside. Venerable White took the lead and jumped downward. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 closely followed behind him. The runes engraved on their bodies shone, it was a sign that their identities had been confirmed. As such, they weren't blocked while entering that other dimension, and could successfully get into the treasure house. In the treasure house number 3453. The first thing that came into view as they entered that other dimension was a long and narrow tunnel made of stone. Song Shuhang thought that he would directly fall onto a pile of spirit stones after entering this other dimension. But now, it seemed that the defenses of Senior White's treasure house weren't that simple. Follow me and don't lose your way. I set up various traps in this treasure house before, and it would be dangerous for you guys to lose your way, Venerable White urged. After hearing his words, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 closely followed after him. The duo closely followed after Venerable White and advanced forward. No traps were activated along the way, but Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 had faintly felt the presence of over 500 deadly mechanisms, and these were the mechanisms that even mere cultivators of the third stage like them discovered. The real number was likely much higher. From the looks of it, even an elite disciple of the Penniless Thief sect would be unable to go back alive after entering Venerable White's treasure house. We have arrived. At this time, Venerable White stretched out his hand and pushed open a metal door. After the door was pushed open, a dazzling light seeped through the crack. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 instinctively stretched out their hands to block the blinding light. The treasure house number 3453 had almost exclusively spirit stones inside. There was a large pile of spirit stones inside that formed a small mountain. It filled the entire space, and had transformed the whole place into a sea of spirit stones. Amidst these spirit stones, the ones with the lowest rank were those of the 5th stage rank. The number of spirit stones of the 6th and 7th stage rank was also huge. The number of spirit stones of the 8th stage rank wasn't small either. So many. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Venerable White sized up his treasure house, very satisfied. Not bad. The spirit stones reproduced quite a bit. Spirit stones can reproduce? Song Shuhang had a confused expression on his face. Spirit stones could marry and have children? Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. Senior White, is it possible that there is a spirit stone vein concealed in this treasure house of yours? Your guess is correct, Venerable White said with a smile. However, there is also a special spiritual vein here that can do wonders when joined together with the spirit stone vein. Therefore, as long as it's carefully nurtured, the spirit stone vein can produce over 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage every year, and there is also a chance to produce spirit stones of the 6th, 7th, and even 8th stage rank. Senior White, how many spirit stones are there here in total? Song Shuhang asked. I can't remember the exact number. The number is simply too high, and I'm too lazy to count them all. I'll lend you a spatial magical treasure. You can pick up all the spirit stones of the 8th stage you can find and take them away. If you see spirit stones of the 9th stage rank, you can pick them up as well. At first, I was thinking of lending you all the spirit stones here, but it seems you don't have the means to take away all of them, Venerable White said. One could use this sentence to describe rich people. After their wealth had reached a certain degree, it would just turn into a series of meaningless digits. On the other hand, the number of spirit stones in Venerable White's possession had reached the degree where even digits had become useless. He couldn't even remember how many spirit stones he had. He only knew that they were more than enough for him to use. Thank you, Senior White, Song Shuhang said gratefully. With a spatial magical treasure full of spirit stones of the 8th and 9th stage rank, he would have a very large chance of buying everything he needed whenever Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue brought him to see that mysterious, almighty merchant. If the forbidden area that Daoist priest Li Tiansu had discovered didn't have the cure to Li Yinzhu's cold disease, he could only hope to buy something to cure her from that almighty merchant. You are welcome. Venerable White stretched out his hand while speaking and waved it. Afterward, a box flew over, landing in front of Song Shuhang. The box opened, and it turned out to be full of blades of Saber intent condensing grass. There are around 50,000 blades of Saber intent condensing grass in there. Shuhang, we can exchange according to a 5:1 rate. As such, 50,000 blades of Saber intent condensing grass are worth 10,000 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds. As for the extra seeds, I can buy them for a spirit stone of the 5th stage each. You can use your lotus seeds to pay me back. No problem, Senior White. Song Shuhang happily took the small box and stored it inside his size-reducing purse. The nearby Su Clan 16 blinked her eyes. She felt as if Song Shuhang had just sold himself into servitude to Senior White when he took that box of Saber intent condensing grass and that spatial magical treasure that he was going to fill with spirit stones. A spatial magical treasure full of spirit stones of the 8th and 9th stage rank, as well as those 50,000 blades of Saber intent condensing grass. Just how much time would Song Shuhang need to pay off this huge debt? First was that transaction for 10,000 Saber intent condensing lotus seeds. If Song Shuhang didn't do anything for the whole day aside from eating blades of Saber intent condensing grass, and ate 100 of them, it would still take him 100 days to complete this transaction. Then, there were all the spirit stones he had borrowed. Would he be able to clear this debt within 1,000 years? This was undoubtedly the same as selling oneself into servitude for the sake of money. Just as 16 was in deep thought, Venerable White stretched out his hand and waved it again. Afterward, a string of prayer beads fell into his hand. He gave the prayer beads to Su Clan 16, and said, "Little 16, this is the thing that 7 borrowed from me on your behalf. It's a precious Buddhist treasure called Sarira beads. From what I know, this thing is very valuable, and even the Buddhist faction doesn't have many of these things left. Wearing this thing will be helpful while transcending the tribulation. Thank you, Senior White." Su Clan 16 took the string of Sarira beads. "You are welcome," Venerable White said with a smile. To borrow these Sarira beads, Su Clan 7 had agreed to go to the land of extreme cold to look for the icy spring of the sea snake. The water of that spring was very tasty and good to prepare tea. After half an hour, Song Shuhang was holding a jade bracelet in his hand and wiping his sweat away. This jade bracelet was precisely the spatial magical treasure that Senior White lent him. The space inside had a surface of 100 square meters and a height of 10 meters. Even with Venerable White and Su Clan 16's help, Song Shuhang had spent quite some time filling up this bracelet, and now, it was finally full. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and said, "It's a pity that I can only take away this many spirit stones in one go." At first, he was considering buying a few things to Venerable White's liking from that almighty merchant whenever they met. For example, some treasures that had already disappeared from the world. If he could successfully buy them, he would be able to compensate Venerable White a little for this favor he had done him by lending him all these spirit stones. After hearing these words, Venerable White held his chin and pondered for a moment, saying, "Shuhang, if you feel that the number of spirit stones is still not enough, we can go to look for the raw materials necessary to forge a spatial magical treasure. I have some very good main raw materials with me, and if we add some supplementary raw materials, we should be able to forge a pretty nice spatial magical treasure. At that time, I'll bring you here again to pick up some spirit stones. How does that sound?" "Ah, Senior White, you're too polite. I was just thinking aloud. Actually, the number of spirit stones inside this jade bracelet should be more than enough for what I need to buy," Song Shuhang said in a hurry. "I see. If you really need a few more spirit stones, you can come looking for me. I've already lent you this many, so it's not a problem to lend you some more," Venerable White said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior. But the current number of spirit stones should be enough," Song Shuhang replied. Just as he was speaking, Song Shuhang's heart aperture shook a little. That nucleus inside his heart aperture had started to shake. Following, his heartbeat sped up. In the next moment, his forehead became icy cold, and all his body shivered. From the looks of it, something not too good was about to happen. Su Clan 16 looked at him and asked, "Shuhang, what happened?" Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to reply that a dazzling ray of light exploded from his chest. This ray of light was like a movie projector and projected the picture of a golden lotus in the air. Venerable White looked curiously at Song Shuhang's chest. What's happening? I think that the nucleus in my heart aperture received some kind of stimulation and was thus activated. Shuhang covered his chest and activated the 33 divine beasts technique in an attempt to subdue the shaking nucleus, or qi, in his heart aperture. After revolving his true qi, his heartbeat slowly returned to normal. However, the nucleus in his heart aperture didn't calm down. At the same time, that ray of light shooting out of his chest and projecting the picture of the golden lotus in the air was getting bigger and bigger. What is that? A golden lotus? Venerable White curiously stared at the golden lotus made of light. Then, he sniffed and said, "Is this thing edible?" "I don't think it is," Shuhang replied. "What's the deal with that nucleus inside your heart aperture?" Venerable White asked. "After coming out of the world of the golden lotus of the scholarly faction, I discovered that there was this nucleus in my heart aperture. As for its ability, it should be the same as the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction," Shuhang replied. "It has the same ability? Are you talking about the ability to create a small world?" Su Clan 16 opened her eyes wide. "Yes. However, I'm not the golden lotus, and I can't absorb the energy from the demons of the netherworld. As such, it's impossible for me to create a small world." Then, Shuhang also added, "Therefore, I was planning to look for an opportunity to research this nucleus that had suddenly appeared in my body together with Senior White and see if it would influence my practice, but it suddenly activated today and started to act on its own." Venerable White pondered for a moment, and guessed, the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction had to absorb the energy from the demons of the netherworld realm in order to create its world of the golden lotus. As such, if the nucleus inside your body wants to create a small world, it's also going to need a source of energy. A source of energy? Shuhang's gaze immediately fell on those spirit stones scattered everywhere. The secret appraisal technique was a rather troublesome skill, and Shuhang had to pay a heavy price every time he wanted to use it. In addition, once in a while, it would even activate on its own. However, he had ultimately managed to grasp the secret appraisal technique a little, and along with his comprehension of the technique getting better and better, there was bound to be a day when he would completely master it. As such, Shuhang was willing to keep this secret appraisal technique with him even if it was somewhat troublesome. On the other hand, this nucleus that had suddenly appeared in his heart aperture was completely not under his control, and it was very similar to a parasitic organism. Therefore, Shuhang felt that it was better to get rid of it as soon as possible. One day, if he found a way to control this nucleus, he would then put it back inside his body. Of course, the prerequisite was that Senior Medicine Master could dig it out first. If he couldn't even take the nucleus out of his heart aperture, everything written above was just empty talk. At this time, Venerable White was holding the sealed golden lotus in his hand. The sealing formation had the shape of a circular barrier, and the golden lotus was sealed within. Just as Senior White wondered how to research this thing, the sealed golden lotus quickly started to solidify. This golden lotus was something that was directly projected out of Shuhang's heart aperture, and it was thus an illusory object. But now, in just a few seconds, it had turned into a crystallized lotus flower. Its volume also quickly decreased until it reached the size of a palm. Interesting, this thing can actually assume a solid form? Venerable White said curiously. Perhaps it's because it absorbed too many spirit stones earlier? Is it possible that the quantity of energy was too high and that it became solid after the connection between it and the nucleus in my heart aperture was cut off? Shuhang guessed. It's possible. It absorbed a whole 48,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage earlier, and even if most of the spiritual energy was delivered to the nucleus in your heart aperture, part of it should have remained inside the golden lotus, Venerable White said. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand into the seal and touched the crystallized lotus flower. After its connection with Shuhang's heart aperture was cut off, the lotus flower had seemingly turned into an inanimate object. When Venerable White stretched out his hand and touched it, he felt as if he was touching a spirit stone. It wasn't all. When Venerable White's finger touched the crystallized lotus flowers, a burst of very pure spiritual energy was transmitted from the lotus flower back to his body. This burst of spiritual energy quickly replenished the strength that Venerable White had consumed earlier to display the sealing technique and the flying technique to bring them away from the treasure house. In the blink of an eye, all of Venerable White's strength had been restored. The speed at which he'd recovered his energy was much faster than when consuming medicinal pills specifically designed to restore spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was different from the spiritual energy found inside spirit stones, which cultivators still had to refine. Only after it had been thoroughly refined could cultivators make the spiritual energy inside spirit stones their own. This crystallized lotus flower is very interesting, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 both looked at Senior White in puzzlement. How can I explain it? The effects of this thing are similar to a type of pay-to-win item inside the game I was playing recently, the mana-restoring godly stone. As long as the player has this piece of equipment with them, they will continuously recover their mana, Venerable White explained. When I touched this thing just now, I instantly recovered all the spiritual energy I consumed earlier to use the flying and sealing techniques. Song Shuhang. There was no problem with Senior White's explanation. It was rather easy to understand, and the description was very detailed. The only problem was that this crystallized golden lotus was a pay-to-win item that he had bought in real life for 48,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. However, he felt somewhat strange after hearing Venerable White's explanation. Is the restoration speed of the spiritual energy really so fast? Even quicker than medicinal pills? The eyes of the nearby Su Clan 16 lit up. Such being the case, Senior White, are there any negative effects? How compatible is this spiritual energy with the body of the cultivator? If this thing really had the same effect as that pay-to-win item in the video game, it was really no different than carrying a low-quality ghost spirit around. No matter if one was fighting, adventuring, or transcending the heavenly tribulation, as long as they had this thing with them, they would always be able to keep the level of their spiritual energy high. I didn't discover any negative effect for now. The spiritual energy that was transmitted back was 100% compatible with my body, and there was no need for me to refine it. It was the same as the spiritual energy I produce while practicing. The feeling was pretty good, Venerable White replied. In that case, Senior White, how much spiritual energy is stored inside this golden lotus? Song Shuhang asked the important question. After all, how much he owed Senior White was at stake here. Perhaps there was a chance for him to decrease that debt of 48,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage that the nucleus had just absorbed. Wait a moment. I'll check immediately. Venerable White stretched out his hand inside the seal again. After a short moment, he replied, if we also add the spiritual energy I absorbed just now, the amount of spiritual energy stored inside is comparable to 20,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. However, the spiritual energy inside this thing is very pure, and is thus equivalent to at least 25,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. In other words, almost half of the spiritual energy is still inside the lotus flower? Song Shuhang heaved a huge sigh of relief. At first, he'd thought that the spiritual energy inside the spirit stones that the lotus flower had absorbed would be immediately transferred to the nucleus in his heart aperture. But now, it seemed that only half of the spiritual energy that the golden lotus had absorbed was transferred to the nucleus. Now that he discovered that his debt was halved, Song Shuhang was much more at ease. This crystallized lotus flower can allow cultivators to quickly restore their spiritual energy, getting rid of the time previously needed to refine the said energy. In addition, as you can see, 20,000 plus spirit stones of the 5th stage were compressed into this palm-sized lotus flower. Let's not talk about the quality of the spiritual energy stored inside, just the volume of spiritual energy that can be stored inside this thing far surpasses the one that is possible to store inside a spirit stone of the 9th stage rank. Therefore, if I had to properly estimate its value, it would be around 30,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. At this time, Su Clan 16 added, however, this is under the prerequisite that there are no negative effects, right? If it's like medicinal pills, and it can't be used repeatedly within a short period of time, its value would surely drop. What little 16 said makes sense. In that case, shall we give it a try? Venerable White said. How are supposed to give it a try? Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Do you still remember the limitless demon sect? Venerable White faintly smiled. Ah. I have a deep impression of them, Shuhang said. There was a deep relationship between him and the limitless demon sect. That young Master Hai was a madman that had dared to provoke even Su Clan 7. He and his companions, Demon Monarch Anji and Sheng, were all powerhouses ready to break through to the 5th stage realm. In addition, another guy called Branch Leader Jing Mo had chased after Shuhang for thousands of miles in order to kill him. If not for the fact that he'd timely activated Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique back then, he would have been done for. Then, after suffering defeat in the hand-guided tractor competition and getting sent to space for 1 month by Senior White as a punishment, Shuhang had once again got into a fight with the disciples of the limitless demon sect. Then, accompanying Senior Sister Ye Si outside for a stroll, he'd conveniently led to the right path the dying souls of a bunch of experts of the limitless demon sect, which allowed Shuhang to sharply increase the level of his virtue and condense his current light of virtue. Senior White, do you also have a grudge against the limitless demon sect? Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Speaking of which, the month before last, hadn't Venerable White proposed to the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group to form a team and raid the general headquarters of the limitless demon sect if there was an opportunity? A long time ago, the people of the limitless demon sect offended me. As for what they did to offend me, I don't remember too clearly, but I'm sure that they offended me. Thereupon, I don't mind giving them a little bit of trouble. It would only make me happy, Venerable White explained. We have been looking for the general headquarters of the limitless demon sect all along. We've got some clues lately, but we were still unable to find it. On the other hand, Su Clan 7 managed to find an interesting location that belongs to the limitless demon sect. This place is rumored to be one of the 4 great ancestral lands of the limitless demon sect. Its defenses are incredibly strong, and there is apparently a 7th stage venerable guarding it. According to Su Clan 7's calculations, even the Spirit River Su Clan would suffer great losses if they tried to take down this place. Therefore, he gave this news related to the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect to me. And as luck would have it, this ancestral land isn't that far from our current location. Senior White, are you saying that we should go to destroy the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect? Shuhang asked. We can't destroy it. There is a 7th stage venerable guarding the place, as well as several layers of defenses. However, we can make a surprise attack and see if we can borrow a few good things from them, Venerable White said. In that case, should we head there together with the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group? Shuhang asked. There is no need. I'll bring you 2 over there, and after finding the ancestral land, I'll launch an all-out attack to see if I can open a hole in their defenses. If I succeed, let's see which good things we can find. You 2 carry along those disposable flying swords I've manufactured, be smart and prepare to flee at any time, Venerable White said with a smile. Shuhang and Su Clan 16 nodded. Being smart meant, if there is an opportunity, try to get your hands on something good. If you don't find any, hide somewhere and keep watch on the surrounding area. If you get bored, consider using the phone to make a video. Venerable White single-handedly raiding one of the 4 great ancestral lands of the limitless demon sect, such a video would definitely attract a lot of viewers. Actually, the distance between this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect and the current location of Shuhang and the others wasn't that small. At first, Venerable White had been planning to bring Shuhang and 16 to some place at the bottom of the sea or somewhere else with no signs of human presence and launch several powerful attacks and consume his spiritual energy. Then, he would take advantage of the mana restoration ability of the crystallized lotus flower and see if there were any negative effects. But then, for some unknown reason, he'd suddenly thought about the limitless demon sect. Since he'd had this idea, he could as well make his move. As such, Venerable White made up his mind and decided to bring Shuhang and Su Clan 16 toward this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Meteor Sword quickly dashed through the sky. After flying for a while. Senior White, why do I feel that we have already flown for a distance comparable to that of a city? Didn't you say that this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect was close by? Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Huh. Venerable White made a hollow laugh. Then, he replied, it's just your misconception. It must be because I'm flying really slowly. Therefore, you got the impression that we have been flying for a long, long time. Meteor Sword, increase your speed. Speaking of sources of energy, isn't this very treasure house filled with spirit stones for the most part? Shuhang had a very bad premonition. The nucleus inside his body wasn't going to absorb all these spirit stones and use them as a source of energy to create its small world, right? But if the Golden Lotus was really planning to do so, how many spirit stones would it need to absorb? Damn, that would really bring him to his demise. One had to remember that the scholarly faction had to feed that Golden Lotus for thousands of years. They were forced to hunt and kill countless demons of the netherworld to fill the unholy pond with the necessary quantity of energy. Only after that did the Golden Lotus finally mature and blossom, creating their small world. If the energy accumulated inside the unholy pond through all those thousands of years was converted into spirit stones, it would reach an astronomical figure for sure. If the nucleus in his heart aperture really started to absorb these spirit stones, just how many of them would it need to mature? It was very likely that not even all the spirit stones inside this treasure house of Senior White's property would be enough. Additionally, if the Golden Lotus really absorbed all the spirit stones inside Venerable White's treasure house, Shuhang wouldn't be able to repay this debt even if he were to sell himself into servitude 1,000,000 times. Thereupon, he anxiously shouted, Senior White, let's quickly leave this treasure house. They had to leave now that the nucleus inside his heart aperture had yet to start absorbing the spirit stones inside Senior White's treasure house. Shuhang refused to believe that the nucleus in his heart aperture could keep absorbing these spirit stones even after they had left Venerable White's treasure house. However, it was too late. Shuhang's voice had hardly faded that the roots of the projection of the Golden Lotus suddenly extended, taking root in a pile of spirit stones present in Venerable White's treasure house. The projection of the Golden Lotus that had come out of his chest looked the same as a real and solid object. After taking root in that pile of spirit stones, it started to crazily gobble up the spiritual energy inside. In addition, the speed at which it was gobbling up spirit stones was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, all the spirit stones it had taken root into were sucked dry and turned into powder. Next to 600 spirit stones of the 5th stage rank were reduced to ashes in mere instants. Shuhang's face immediately whitened. It meant that he had instantaneously gained a new debt of 600 spirit stones of the 5th stage. Damn it! Why are the roots of this Golden Lotus that popped out of my chest this scary? They feel the same as a bunch of crazy tentacles. Couldn't they be the same as the roots of a normal lotus flower? Wait, this isn't the key point. Senior White, quickly bring me out of this place. Song Shuhang shouted again, looking very anxious. Venerable White tilted his head and asked in puzzlement, Don't you want to keep absorbing the spirit stones here? I'm very curious to know how many spirit stones the nucleus in your chest can absorb. In addition, I'm very interested in this matter related to the creation of a small world as well. No, I don't want to continue absorbing spirit stones. I don't want to absorb any more spirit stones. Song Shuhang said anxiously. While they were speaking, this illusory golden lotus that had popped out of his chest had already extended its crazy and evil roots to another pile of spirit stones. In the time it took him to say those 2 sentences, other 1,200 spirit stones had been reduced to ashes. The debt had already increased and reached 1,800 spirit stones. As if that wasn't enough, this number was continuously increasing. Don't worry, I won't apply any interest rate. As such, you can slowly return the spirit stones you've absorbed, Venerable White comforted him. Senior White didn't lack spirit stones, and even if Song Shuhang absorbed all the spirit stones in this treasure house, he still had a lot of other treasure houses with a large number of spirit stones inside. Therefore, no matter what happened, he wouldn't be short of spirit stones. Senior White, this thing can't be allowed to absorb any more spirit stones. If the nucleus manages to absorb enough spirit stones, it will create a small world, and my body would burst open during the process, Song Shuhang quickly explained. He didn't want to end up like the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction, which burst open after the nucleus inside it had matured, with its whole body transforming into the nutrients of the newly created small world. Is that so? After hearing this much, Venerable White sighed, and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. And here I thought I would be able to see the scene where a small world was being created. Unfortunately, I missed the creation of the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction back then, and I was thinking of seeing this scene now thanks to you. Song Shuhang. Alright, let's leave then. Venerable White took out Meteor Sword and placed it horizontally midair. In the next moment, a layer of light appeared above the sword. Venerable White gently stepped on the sword light. Afterward, Su Clan 16 laughed and pulled Song Shuhang onto the sword light. Let's go. Venerable White made a hand seal, and Meteor Sword whizzed toward the exit of the treasure house. As the trio moved further and further away, the projection of the golden lotus that had come out of Song Shuhang's chest also moved alongside them, following Song Shuhang to the entrance of the treasure house. Song Shuhang could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he made a few calculations. Before leaving Venerable White's treasure house, the projection of the golden lotus had absorbed a total of 6,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. It was an incredibly large amount of spiritual energy, and all this spiritual energy had been absorbed inside the nucleus located in Song Shuhang's heart aperture. But even after absorbing all this spiritual energy, the nucleus basically didn't undergo any change. It looked as if it had a bottomless appetite, and it was unknown how many spirit stones it would need to absorb to satisfy its hunger. Luckily, I managed to leave Senior White's treasure house in time. Otherwise, given the speed at which the golden lotus was absorbing the spirit stones, and how great its appetite is, the nucleus would have undoubtedly absorbed all the spirit stones there, Song Shuhang thought to himself and rejoiced. Splash, the sound of the sword getting out of the water of the lake echoed. Venerable White had brought Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 out of his treasure house, and they were now hovering above the surface of the lake. We are out. Shuhang, did your golden lotus disappear? Venerable White said. In the meantime, he turned his head around, looking at Song Shuhang's chest. In the next moment, he discovered that the projection of the golden lotus was still there. However, more importantly, the roots of the golden lotus didn't come back with them. Even if the body of the golden lotus had followed Song Shuhang when Venerable White dragged him out of his treasure house, the roots of the lotus flower didn't come back with them, but stretched infinitely. The trio could see that the other end of the roots of the golden lotus was still piercing the surface of the lake, it seemingly was still inside that special dimension where Venerable White's treasure house was located. It's not absorbing spirit stones even at this moment, right? Shuhang asked. Actually, it's still absorbing spirit stones. I can see through the magical technique used to monitor the treasure house that the roots of the Golden Lotus are still absorbing the spirit stones inside. Up until now, they have already absorbed 12,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage rank, Venerable White replied. Shuhang. Su Clan 16 suggested, in that case, how about we fly to a more distant place? Good. Venerable White made a hand seal, and meteor sword soared into the sky with the 3 people. A few breaths later, the trio had reached the clouds already. Venerable White turned his head around, and said, "How is it? Did the roots of the Golden Lotus finally come back?" Shuhang furrowed his brows and stared at the Golden Lotus in front of his chest area. Just like before, the golden hadn't disappeared, and its root could seemingly stretch infinitely. No matter how far Venerable White flew, the roots just kept stretching. As expected, this thing has some skills. After all, it's a treasure that has the ability to create a small world. From the looks of it, its roots can stretch infinitely, but I think that it might just be the power of space at work here. This should be a space-bending ability. No matter how far we get, the roots of the Golden Lotus just have to bend space, Venerable White guessed. After saying this much, he reminded Shuhang, at this time, it has already swallowed up 36,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. Such being the case, should we just let your Golden Lotus happily absorb those spirit stones? 36,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage? The speed at which the nucleus was absorbing spirit stones had increased. Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, "No, we can't allow it to absorb any more spirit stones." Then, it looked at the Golden Lotus and tried to give it an order. "Come back, stop absorbing those spirit stones." However, the projection of the Golden Lotus didn't react to Shuhang's order at all. Perhaps it didn't even understand Shuhang's order. Shuhang furrowed his brows and stretched out his hand, placing it above the location of his heart aperture. He didn't really like the feeling of having this thing growing inside his heart aperture that wasn't under his control. He couldn't control it, and it wasn't bringing him any advantage. Then, if it was going to absorb his nutrients too, what was the difference between this thing and a parasite? Senior White. Shuhang turned his head around and said, "Is there any way to get this nucleus out of my heart aperture?" Venerable White shook his head. "I can't even tell what kind of appearance this nucleus of yours has. I can see the projection of this Golden Lotus coming out of your heart aperture, but I can't sense the nucleus. Therefore, it's impossible for me to get it out of your heart aperture. Perhaps you can ask Fellow Daoist Medicine Master about this matter. He's specialized in this area." Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, "In that case, I'll go look for Senior Medicine Master later and have this thing taken out. This nucleus is living in my heart aperture like a parasite, and it's not even under my control. It will be a constant source of worry until it's extracted out." After saying this much, Shuhang asked again, "Senior White, in that case, can you destroy the projection of this Golden Lotus in order to stop it from absorbing any more spirit stones?" "Sure, I can give it a try." Venerable White stretched out his hand and engraved a very simple formation in the air. Using sealing techniques is the best way to deal with objects that are both illusory and real. Then, I'll thoroughly research it after I'm done sealing it. Perhaps I can infer from it the principle behind the nucleus in your heart aperture. Good idea. Shuhang approved. Venerable White's voice had hardly faded at the golden flower in the air suddenly froze. Afterward, its countless roots quickly retracted and returned back inside the body of the Golden Lotus. Then, the Golden Lotus started spinning, seemingly intent on drilling into Shuhang's heart aperture again. This guy was actually afraid? Was it able to understand the conversation between Song Shuhang and Venerable White? Or did Venerable White's sealing magical technique make it instinctively feel fear? Senior White, it wants to run away. You have to stop it from seizing this opportunity to escape. Song Shuhang said with a smile. At the same time, he operated the 33 divine beasts technique and made his true chi revolve around his heart aperture, preventing the golden lotus from returning in there. Don't worry, I won't let it escape. Seal. Venerable White lightly shouted. In the next moment, the sealing formation covered the golden lotus and sealed it up. The golden lotus bumped into Venerable White's sealing formation, but was unable to break through it. Ah, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Since it was possible to seal the golden lotus, there was definitely going to be a way to take care of that nucleus inside his heart aperture as well. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and placed it on his chest. He didn't want to keep this parasitic nucleus. He would keep it only if he could control it and make it his own. Whiz meteor sword happily increased its speed. A person with certain interests would forge a flying sword with similar interests. As such, just like its master, Meteor Sword loved racing. Two voices, one masculine and one feminine, echoed throughout the sky. This time, I didn't even speak heedlessly. As such, why did Venerable White suddenly increase his speed? I just asked what was the distance between our location and the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Song Shuhang's face was full of tears. My acrophobia and tachyphobia are going to become incurable at this pace. In a desert within China's borders, one of the ancestral lands of the limitless demon sect was hidden. However, the ancestral land had almost fallen into ruin at this moment. A century ago, this place was still filled with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds, as well as with ample quantity of spiritual qi. As such, it had become one of the head altars of the limitless demon sect. But now, the whole place had changed into a vast expanse of desert, and the altar had been moved somewhere else as well. As a result, the status of the place was changed, and it ultimately became one of the ancestral lands of the limitless demon sect. The bad living conditions of the land turned it into a place that the disciples of the limitless demon sect could use to temper themselves. In addition, a few experts of the limitless demon sect that didn't have much time left to live decided to enter into a state of deep meditation there, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in this situation where their life and death was at stake. As such, the limitless demon sect hadn't thoroughly abandoned this ancestral land. Daoist priest Weiwei was one of the people in charge of managing the formations of this ancestral land, and even if he was just a cultivator of the fourth stage realm, he was rather talented when it came to formations. As such, the higher-ups of the limitless demon sect had assigned him to this ancestral land, giving him the duty to control, manage, and maintain part of the formations of the ancestral land. Although life was difficult in this ancestral land, the formations here were very big and complex. As such, Daoist priest Weiwei's formation-related knowledge had increased by leaps and bounds after becoming one of the people in charge of the formations here, to the point that he would make progress every day. Once he had gained the skills to control all the formations of the ancestral land by himself, he would be recalled to the head altar of the limitless demon sect. At that time, his prospects would be limitless. As a routine, after he finished testing the defensive and core formations under his jurisdiction, Daoist priest Weiwei decided to take a break. He took out his mobile phone and went online to take a look at the recent news. Daoist priest Weiwei sighed with emotion, and said, "Luckily, science and technology developed quite a bit in recent years. With that, even cultivators like me that have to stay in this godforsaken place can find a little bit entertainment." Without the entertainment that science and technology brought them, he was unsure if he could really bear to stay in this place. After all, he was just a cultivator of the fourth stage realm, and a demonic cultivator on top of that. Willpower wasn't his strong point. He would probably go crazy if he were to stay in this ancestral land in the middle of the desert for tens or hundreds of years. After I'm done looking for recent news, I'll continue gathering formation-related knowledge, Daoist priest Weiwei muttered to himself. After unlocking his phone, he found Apocalypse War's trailer on the main page of the search engine. It's director Jacob's new movie. I'm really fond of his movies. One time, I even got several formation-related inspirations thanks to him, Daoist priest Weiwei said with a smile as he kept fiddling with the phone. This time, director Jacob decided to direct a futuristic Chinese cultivation movie? Is it because he wants to get into the Chinese market? After scrolling downward, he saw the list of the actors. Male lead, Ling Ye, actor, Song Bai. Senior brother Gao Sheng, actor, tyrannical Saber. Dragon God Fist, actor, tyrannical flood dragon. Eight-armed sword sage, actor, tyrannical lake. Feng Chuanzi, actor, tyrannical medicine. Murong Hua, actor, tyrannical riverly. Daoist priest Wudao, actor, tyrannical river. Daoist priest Wuwei, actor, tyrannical fallout. Ling Ye, actor, tyrannical lychee. Traceless Saber, actor, tyrannical Su. F***CK. What's the deal with the names of these actors? Isn't the word tyrannical appearing a little too much? Tyrannical river, tyrannical lake, tyrannical riverly, how come there is no one called tyrannical sea? Only the name of the male lead, Song Bai, was somewhat normal. But returning to the original topic, if one ignored these ridiculous names, they would notice that each and every one of these actors was very good-looking, much more good-looking than the ones that had appeared in movies within the last few years. In particular, the actor that was cast as the main character of the movie Ling Ye, Song Bai, was incredibly handsome and delicate, just like an immortal that had been banished to the mortal world. It's a shame that I can't leave the ancestral land for now. Otherwise, I would have definitely gone to the cinema to support this movie. That actor called Song Bai alone is enough for me to buy a ticket. Daoist priest Weiwei muttered to himself. If that Song Bai was even half as handsome as he looked in these promotional pictures, the price of the ticket would have been worth it. This guy is really good looking. I really feel like printing these promotional pictures and hanging them in the room, appreciating them every day. The actress playing the role of the female ghost, Ling Ye, is also very good looking. It feels as if she was born to stay in front of the camera. While in front of the camera, she automatically positions herself in the best way possible. As such, all her pictures are taken from the best angle possible. Since when did so many good-looking celebrities appear amidst ordinary humans? After swiping on the screen of his mobile phone, Daoist priest Weiwei finally clicked on the link of the trailer. A few seconds later, Daoist priest Weiwei was thoroughly enraged, and roared, "Senior brother Gao Sheng must die." The nearby disciples of the limitless demon sect that had come to the ancestral land to temper themselves got a scare. Among them, a disciple that had a good relationship with Daoist priest Weiwei asked out of curiosity, "Senior brother Weiwei, who is senior brother Gao Sheng? Is there someone with this name in our limitless demon sect?" Haha, Daoist priest Weiwei laughed awkwardly. No. There is no one called senior brother Gao Sheng in our limitless demon sect. I was talking about a movie. Have you seen the latest work of director Jacob, Apocalypse War? It's a movie full of Chinese flavor, and there is a character called Gao Sheng in the movie. If you have some free time, you should also take a look at the trailer of the movie, it's great. Anyway, this senior brother Gao Sheng must die. It's a pity that the name on the actor list, Tyrannical Saber, is definitely not his real name. Otherwise, I would have used a cursing technique to put a long-distance curse on this Gao Sheng fellow. Of course, the reason true Monarch Yellow Mountain didn't put Song Shuhang's real name on the list of actors was to save his poor life. Otherwise, myriad of people from China and all over the world would have cursed Song Shuhang on a daily basis. After Daoist priest Weiwei had wholeheartedly suggested everyone to watch the trailer of the movie, the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect likewise took out their phones one after another, watching it. The "Senior Brother Gao Sheng Must Die" slogan played continuously. The theme song is very pleasant to hear. These actors are really good looking. Senior Brother Ling Ye is too handsome. The female ghost Ling Ye is also beautiful. Wait a moment. I find this actor that plays the role of the eight-armed sword sage somewhat familiar. He looks the same as a true monarch-level cultivator of a Daoist sect opposing our limitless demon sect. You are overthinking it. In this world, how can there be a true monarch that is so bored to participate in the shooting of a movie? Now that you mention it, I discovered that this little Lolita that plays the role of Traceless Saber also looks somewhat familiar. Right, did you see the online live stream of that Dharma King creation from the Warring Buddha sect the last time? At that time, there were a few fairy maidens dancing and singing in the background, and among them, there was one that resembled this Lolita. As such, the disciples that had been previously practicing were now discussing the plot, theme song, and cast of Apocalypse War. It's really good to be young. Daoist priest Weiwei gently sighed with emotion. At the same time, he swiped on the screen of his mobile phone, carefully saving every stage picture of Ling Ye. It's a shame that I don't have the means to go to the cinema and watch Apocalypse War. Otherwise, no matter the price, would have definitely tried to find a way to attend the premiere of the movie and see the actor starring as Ling Ye with my very own eyes. Daoist priest Weiwei muttered to himself. Just as they were discussing, someone trespassed the set of defensive formations Daoist priest Weiwei was in charge of. Daoist priest Weiwei suddenly jumped up and shouted, "There is an intruder." He quickly ran to the control room of the formations he was in charge of, and activated the monitoring formation at the quickest time possible. I really want to see who has the gall to invade the ancestral land of our great limitless demon sect. They are simply seeking death. Daoist priest Weiwei said coldly. Is it possible that some cultivator barged into our place by mistake? In the past, it happened more than once that someone got into our ancestral land by mistake. A nearby cultivator, who was also in charge of managing the formations, said with a smile. How do we proceed if it's someone that entered the place by mistake? Daoist priest Weiwei asked. It doesn't matter if it was a mistake. All those guys that dared to trespass the boundaries of our limitless demon sect already have grass growing on their grave mounds. That other cultivator in charge of controlling the formation sneered. Daoist priest Weiwei nodded and stretched out his hand, tapping on a mirror-shaped magical treasure. Let's see who this person that has the gall to barge into our ancestral land is. The surveillance magical treasure lit up, and the silhouette of the guy that had trespassed the defenses of the ancestral land appeared in the mirror. The picture of a silhouette riding a flying sword had appeared before their eyes. The silhouette had long black hair that reached until their waist. Their hair was hanging loose, fluttering in the wind. The silhouette was incredibly delicate and pretty, looking the same as an immortal that had stepped into the world of mortals. A charm that words alone couldn't describe was oozing out of their body. When Daoist priest Weiwei saw this immortal-like silhouette, he opened his eyes wide. He felt as if the whole world had lost its luster, and the only source of light left in the universe was this silhouette. Ling Ye. Daoist priest Weiwei called out. What? The nearby cultivator, who was likewise in charge of managing the formations, was confused. It's the main character of Apocalypse War, Ling Ye. Daoist priest Weiwei said. At the same time, he was now in a dilemma. He hadn't expected that Ling Ye was actually a cultivator. But why had he come to the ancestral land of their limitless demon sect? Was it possible that he had trespassed the boundaries of their ancestral land by mistake? What to do in that case? Did they really have to kill him? Just as he was in deep thought, he saw Ling Ye holding his hands high up in the sky, grasping the air. In the next moment, streaks of sword chi exploded from his hands, condensing into a lifelike golden sword. In the starry sky, a large amount of spiritual energy turned into particles of golden light that continuously converged and fused with the huge sword. Sword chi kept accumulating and getting stronger, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a huge 400 meters long golden sword. How dazzling! So dazzling that the eyes of the onlookers were about to get blinded. At the same time, Daoist priest Weiwei discovered that Ling Ye hadn't barged into the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect by mistake. The opposite party had come here to attack their base. Enemy raid. The main character Ling Ye wants to attack our base. Daoist priest Weiwei roared. The fact that his idol had now turned into an enemy made Daoist priest Weiwei's heart wince in pain. 1 second earlier, he made up his mind and decided to regard this actor as his idol. 1 second later, that very same idol came over to attack their sect. This feeling was really strange. Even if he followed the dark path and had done a lot of bad things, Daoist priest Weiwei felt as if someone was twisting a knife in his heart when he saw his idol coming over and attacking them. But right at this time, in the sky, Ling Ye had already started his attack. Venerable White held that dazzling 400 meters long golden sword made of sword chi high and suddenly tilted his head. Right. Shuhang, 16, how should I call this move? Behind Venerable White, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were protected by a defensive barrier as well as a formation that had turned them invisible. After hearing Venerable White's words, the duo was dumbfounded. It seemed that Senior White wanted to use a big move. However, he had yet to give a name to this big move. What to do now? They urgently needed an answer. Such being the case, how about calling it Holy Sword? Song Shuhang said as he looked at the huge 400 meters long sword. If he, too, could swing around such a huge golden sword one day, he wouldn't have lived in vain. Holy Sword? It doesn't sound that awe-inspiring, but whatever, let's just use this name. Venerable White nodded his head. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his hands and grabbed the sword, slashing down and shouting, "Holy Sword!" The 400 meters long huge golden sword mercilessly slashed toward the defenses of this ancestral land belonging to the limitless demon sect. What a good feeling! As expected, one would find true happiness only after shouting the name of the move loudly. Boom! The huge sword crashed against the defenses of the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, creating layers upon layers of explosions. The golden sword chi churned, and the defensive layers of the limitless demon sect shrunk continuously. The golden sword chi ultimately dispersed. Crack, 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 crack started to appear one after another in the defenses of the limitless demon sect. Daoist priest Weiwei, who was in charge of managing the formations of that area, got a scare. F***ck, Ling Ye isn't the main character for nothing. A single one of his sword attacks turned out to be this powerful. The powerful defenses of the ancestral land were now full of cracks. Ling Ye had at the very least the strength of the 6th stage true monarch realm, no, perhaps even that of the 7th stage venerable realm. He was a very strong enemy. Daoist priest Weiwei moved his fingers at high speed, activating the spirit stones below the formations of the ancestral land. Countless spirit stones started to burn up, with their energy merging with the defensive formation and patching up the various cracks. However, the formations were still recovering when Ling Ye started to accumulate energy again, preparing to launch his second attack. Just as before, he raised his hands high and made a grabbing motion. The sword chi started to condense and finally formed a lifelike sharp sword. In the next moment, spiritual chi from all around turned into golden particles of light, rushing over and merging with the sword. But this time, the sword chi didn't inflate and turn into a 400 meters long huge sword. On the contrary, it was continuously compressed, turning from a 2 meters long sword into a half-meter long short sword. Ling Ye held the short sword high once again and took a deep breath. Shuhang, how should I call this move? Venerable White asked again. Again? Senior White, what I use is the Saber. Aren't you making things difficult for me if you keep asking me to pick names for sword techniques? It was unclear when it happened, but Shuhang had finally accepted the fact that he was someone that used the saber. He thought for a moment, and said, how about Mystic Sword? Venerable White turned his head around and looked at Su Clan 16. Little 16, what do you think would be a good name for this move? How about Immortal Slaying Sword? Su Clan 16 said. You guys, your naming sense is so bad, Venerable White said with disdain. After he had said this much, his mobile phone flew out of his pocket and automatically unlocked, with a web page suddenly opening. It was the web page of a game, and what was shown in this page were the statistics of Venerable White's in-game character. At the end of the page was a list of skills. Shuhang immediately recognized the game Venerable White was playing. It was a second-rate mobile game made in China. It was precisely the type of mobile game that had rough characters but very cool technique names. In addition, the scenes of the characters displaying the moves were gorgeous. However, all these cool technique names and gorgeous-looking moves were actually imported goods. The developers changed the spelling a little, as well as the colors, and implemented them in their mobile game. Soon after, Venerable White took a step forward and shouted, Excalibur, Sword of Promised Victory. Su Clan 16. Shuhang. Senior White, don't say it out loud. It feels strange if you shout such a name loudly, and there is that unspeakable sense of shame too. At this time, Venerable White had already slashed down with the small sword in his hands. To be more precise, he directly threw it downward. The half-meter-long small sword ruthlessly slammed into the defenses of the ancestral land, which were still full of cracks and had yet to recover. Although the sword was small, one couldn't underestimate its power. A lot of strength was compressed in its small body. In fact, the energy within the small sword wasn't inferior to that of Holy Sword, the 400 meters long golden sword. Boom, boom, boom. After Excalibur, Sword of Promised Victory rained down, the defenses of the ancestral land couldn't hold any more, and shattered as if they were glass. When it came to formations, Venerable White was among the very best in the 9 provinces number 1 group, and his 2 sword attacks from before directly targeted the weakest points of the defensive formation of this ancestral land. Therefore, it took him only 2 sword attacks to easily breach their defenses. Bad news, the first defensive layer was broken through, the second defensive layer was compromised, and the third and fourth defensive layers were affected. The intruder, Ling Ye, is a cultivator of the 7th stage Venerable Realm. In addition, he's someone that excels at formations. Each of his attacks from before targeted the weakest points of our defensive formation. Our defensive formation won't last for long. Quickly notify Elder Lushan Street and make him come out of secluded meditation. Only he can fight against this intruder. Daoist Priest Weiwei shouted. Elder Lushan Street, whose Daoist name was Demon Monarch Lushan Street, was a powerful figure of the 7th stage Venerable rank. After a careful look, one would notice that his Daoist name was Demon Monarch Lushan Street, and not Demon Monarch Lushan. Some of you might remember that Shuhang almost ended up with Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street, as his Daoist name once. The Daoist name of this Elder Lushan Street was of the same series. Actually, his hometown wasn't really in the Lushan district. It was just that he'd once lived in a place called Lushan Street. As such, he decided to call himself Demon Monarch Lushan Street. Later, when he'd advanced to the 7th stage Venerable Realm, he had once thought of changing his name into a cooler one, but, unfortunately for him, it was no longer possible. When all the cultivators in the world already called him Demon Monarch Lushan Street, it was pointless to change his Daoist name. Demon Monarch Lushan Street didn't have much left to live. Therefore, he decided to enter a state of deep meditation in this place that was once the head altar of the Limitless Demon sect and now one of its 4 great ancestral lands. He had entered into deep meditation in an attempt to wrestle for a new lease of life. As such, unless it was absolutely necessary, the people of the ancestral land wouldn't request Demon Monarch Street to intervene. Anyway, start the counterattack formation. The disciples of the ancestral land have already completed their preparations and are ready to counterattack at any moment. We must resist until Elder Street comes out of secluded meditation, a cultivator next to Daoist priest Weiwei said in a grave tone. Senior White, their defensive formation still has several layers left. In addition, they are about to operate their counterattacking formation. Su Clan 16 said. Don't worry. Let me recover my mana first. Venerable White stretched out his hand into the seal, touching the crystallized lotus flower to recover his mana. As soon as he touched it, a burst of extremely pure spiritual energy was transmitted from the crystallized lotus flower back to Venerable White's body. Soon after, all the spiritual energy that Venerable White consumed to fly here, as well as the one consumed to display the Holy Sword and Excalibur, Sword of Promised Victory attacks, was replenished. Venerable White had instantly returned to his peak condition. I'm back to my peak condition. Let's see for how long can the defenses of this ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect resist. The next move is Milky Way Obliterating Sword. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions continuously echoed, and the second defensive layer of this ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect was about to collapse. World-destroying special beam cannon. Boom, 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 in the next moment, the second defensive layer of the ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect was broken through. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Senior White, what you threw toward the ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect was sword chi. Was it really fine to call this move special beam cannon? Venerable White tilted his head. In that case, why don't you suggest a few good names for sword techniques? The meaning was, if you don't like it, why don't you find something better? Just as they were discussing, the defensive system of the ancestral land started the counterattack. Countless talismans, sword chi, saber chi, magical dragons, and fire phoenixes exploded toward Venerable White's position. Most of these attacks were group attacks. Under normal circumstances, a similar attack would be used only if hundreds or thousands of cultivators were sieging their base. But now, they were using it against the lone Venerable White. This concentrated attack made the onlookers feel as if there was no way of dodging it. No matter how incredible one's footwork was, they would be still finished by such a large AoE attack. But right at this time, Venerable White stretched out his right hand and opened it. Sand materialization. In the sky, a large amount of spiritual chi condensed and transformed into sand that was to keep the attack off in front of Senior White. At the same time, the sand on the ground was also affected and started to float, mixing with the sand that Venerable White had created. My goal is to check the speed at which the crystallized lotus flower can restore spiritual energy and see if there are limitations on its uses or negative effects of any sort. Therefore, I can use all the spiritual energy I want. Venerable White explained. Boom, 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 the counterattack of the Limitless Demon sect crashed into the sand barrier. Nevertheless, the sand of the barrier was continuously generated. After it was burst open and transformed into spiritual energy, new sand would take its place and blend into the barrier, continuously warding off the counterattack of the ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect. The attack continued for around 15 breaths without interruptions, and only then was this sand barrier that Venerable White had condensed destroyed. But when the sand barrier was destroyed, the trio hiding behind had already disappeared. Careful, the opposite party slipped away and changed location. Daoist priest Weiwei shouted. Clang! But right at this time, the defensive formation above his head lost 2 of its layers. Venerable White was stepping in the air and holding meteor sword in his right hand. At this time, he was no longer borrowing those bizarre names from games, but was attacking seriously. How is this possible? Even if he's a 7th stage venerable, it should be impossible for him to destroy 2 layers of the defensive formation of this ancestral land with just one slash. Daoist priest Weiwei opened his eyes wide. Each of the defensive layers of the ancestral land was stronger than the previous one. Let alone a 7th stage venerable, not even an 8th stage profound sage could destroy 2 layers with just one sword attack. It's the power of space. At this time, a true monarch of the limitless demon sect saw that there was a special power attached to the sword chi as Venerable White slashed down. It was precisely due to the strengthening effects of the power of space that the defenses of the ancestral land were getting broken through again and again. This smell is the smell of treasures, Venerable White said. The smell of treasures? Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Yes. I can sense that there is some treasure stored inside that place, Venerable White said while gazing toward a certain place in the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. The place he was gazing at was a very ordinary-looking multi-storied building, no different from the residences of ordinary disciples. However, Venerable White's intuition was telling him that the most valuable treasure in this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect was hidden there. Senior White, how many layers of the defensive formation are left? The next wave of counterattack of the limitless demon sect is about to come. If we want to barge in there to steal the treasure, we must make haste and quickly destroy this defensive formation, Su Clan 16 reminded. Venerable White said, about this defensive formation, it's better not to destroy it for now. Let's directly get inside. Earlier, Senior White had still wanted to test how quickly the crystallized lotus flower could restore one's mana, as well as its effectiveness, and potential side effects. But now, he was finished with the testing. He had determined that the ability of this crystallized lotus flower was the same as that P2W mana restoring stone in the game he was playing. It could restore the spiritual energy of the user at any time. In addition, there was no need to refine this energy, and one could directly absorb it. It had no cooldown, and he hadn't found any side effects for now. Since he was already finished with the testing, unless there was something else in this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect that could pique his interest, Venerable White would just use a few other big moves to consume his spiritual energy, and then leave with Shuhang and Su Clan 16 before the arrival of the Venerable of the enemy camp. But now, he had detected the presence of a hidden treasure in this ancestral land, which aroused his interest. Therefore, Venerable White decided to take a look at the treasure first. How are we supposed to get inside? Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Shuhang had just finished asking this question when Venerable White grabbed him and Su Clan 16, teleporting away and disappearing from their original place. Then, just as Shuhang's eyesight recovered, the trio had already arrived inside that ordinary-looking pavilion. He had almost forgotten that Senior White could now use the power of space. In addition, he had gotten much better at making use of it as of late. Now, he could already bring 2 people together with him while teleporting. Success, teleporting for a short distance while bringing 2 people along turned out to be quite easy, Venerable White said. Shuhang said, Senior White, is it possible that you didn't have any assurance of succeeding before teleporting? No need to fear. Before teleporting, I had already made the necessary preparations, making sure that nothing bad would happen to us even if the teleportation failed, Venerable White guaranteed. Su Clan 16 and Shuhang felt that they could only believe in Senior White. In the meantime, where are they? They disappeared just like that? Where did they go? Daoist priest Weiwei stared at the surveillance screen, unable to find Ling Ye's figure anywhere. Damn it, where did they go? Be on alert, the last 3 layers of the defensive formation won't be able to stop the opposite party for long. Has Elder Lushan Street not come out of secluded meditation yet? Daoist priest Weiwei asked the nearby cultivator in charge of the formation somewhat anxiously. The disciple of the limitless demon sect forced a smile, and said, Elder Lushan Street didn't reply to the call at all. He has probably reached a critical juncture during the meditation process, and there is a chance he might not come out this time. Sheet, Daoist priest Weiwei said as he clenched his teeth. Then, he stretched out his hand and continuously switched the pictures on the surveillance screen. However, Ling Ye had simply disappeared into thin air, and couldn't be found anywhere. Perhaps he had just left? If the opposite party had really left, it was perhaps the best conclusion for everyone. After all, Daoist priest Weiwei had just decided that he would regard Ling Ye as his idol from now on. In the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, within that ordinary-looking pavilion, Venerable White swept the pavilion with his gaze. His intuition was telling him that there was a treasure here. However, he was unable to determine the exact location of the treasure. Let's split up and look around. There is a great treasure concealed in this pavilion. If we manage to find it, we will divide it amongst ourselves. Venerable White said. Su Clan 16 asked, Senior White, what type of treasure are we looking for? If she was supposed to look for some treasure, she wanted some information about it first. Just look for it. It should be a very good treasure, the type that we can't afford to miss, Venerable White said. How is this supposed to help me look for it? Su Clan 16 thought to herself. But right at this time, Song Shuhang suddenly said, Perhaps I know where the treasure is. Shuhang, did you discover something? If that's the case, when we get the treasure in a while, you will get the bigger share, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang pointed at the ground, and said, I feel that there is a huge dimension beneath our feet. This dimension lies between illusion and reality. In addition, it gives me a very strange feeling. It feels very familiar. Su Clan 16 asked, Very familiar? Yes, to be more precise, it feels as if it is resonating with me. In the meantime, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and carefully operated the 33 Divine Beasts technique. As the liquefied innate true qi inside his body started to revolve, the response he was getting got stronger and stronger. When Song Shuhang started to operate his cultivation technique, Venerable White stretched out his hands and arranged a formation to prevent Song Shuhang's aura from leaking and betraying their position to the disciples of the limitless demon sect. Afterward, he asked, How deep in the ground is this dimension located? I will directly teleport us there. Song Shuhang shook his head. I can only feel that it's very, very deep. However, I can't tell for sure how deep it is. Venerable White. Su Clan 16 rubbed her temples. She felt exhausted after making a trip to this place. Venerable White said, In that case, you too, come over here. I will carry you with me with the earth-crossing technique. We will directly pass through the ground. Senior White, this is the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, right? Didn't they put some sorts of restrictions here? Can we really pass through the ground? Song Shuhang asked. The whole territory of the White Cloud Academy was full of restrictions, and it was impossible to pass through the ground there. Therefore, things in this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect shouldn't be any different, right? In addition, Song Shuhang had been scarred for life by this earth-crossing technique once. The last time, when Yu Jiaojiao had carried him with her while using the earth-crossing technique, he ate loads of dirt. Just thinking about this old matter was enough to make him panic. There are indeed some restrictions, but they cannot block me, Venerable White said, full of confidence. After saying this much, he used his left hand to grab Su Clan 16 and the right one to grab Song Shuhang and activated the earth-crossing technique. Afterward, the trio directly sank into the ground, just as if they had entered into a pool of water. The earth-crossing technique had been active for a dozen of minutes already. However, the trio had yet to meet any of the restrictions of the limitless demon sect. This is very strange. From what I've observed earlier, the restrictions of the limitless demon sect were placed within a range of 10 meters below the ground, and yet, I didn't bump into them even though we have been submerged in the ground for so long. Venerable White was confused. The only possibility was, that someone had tampered with those restrictions of the limitless demon sect below the ground of this pavilion. After submerging for another half an hour, there was finally a change in the underground world. Venerable White and the others ultimately fell into a huge cavity. It was an underground cave. There were powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy inside this cave, and the spiritual chi was very rich. The spiritual chi there was so rich that it had condensed into particles of light, embellishing the place just like a myriad of fireflies. Venerable White looked all around, and then asked, "Is this the place?" The whole cave was colored red and reeking of blood. "It's precisely this place, there is no mistaking," Shuhang said with a nod. However, it didn't feel as if there was anything special about this cave. The whole cave was clean, without any object inside. Where was the treasure hidden? Clan 16 pondered for a moment and took out a handful of fried beans used for between-meal snacks from her pocket. Then, she stretched out her hand and scattered the beans in every corner of the cave. The majority of the beans bumped into the walls of the cave and fell to the ground. However, in a place at 2 o'clock from the trio, all the beans that bumped into that area disappeared without a trace. Ripples were generated in the air as that handful of fried beans disappeared into nothingness. So that was how it was. It's an illusory reality, Venerable White said. It was the signature move of 7th stage Venerables, the illusory reality. Venerable White's own desertic world was a type of illusory reality. Shuhang said, "Does that mean that the 7th stage Venerable of this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect is here?" "That should be the case," Venerable White said. "However, this illusory reality before our eyes might not be something that 7th stage Venerable of the limitless demon sect has arranged. There is a chance they borrowed the strength of some type of magical treasure. Otherwise, would have definitely detected it. In addition, I can feel that the treasure is definitely here." After saying this much, Venerable White took the lead and headed toward the place where the fried beans had disappeared. Shuhang and Clan 16 closely followed behind him. Ripples were generated once more, and the figures of the trio disappeared amidst the ripples. In the next moment, the trio appeared in a boundless grassland. The spiritual chi in the grassland was even richer than the one present in the blood-red cave. When the spiritual chi blew against their faces, Shuhang and the others felt as refreshed as if they had been washed by a moist spring breeze. It's a good place to practice. The level of the spiritual energy here isn't inferior to some mini-spiritual veins, Venerable White said. Just as they were discussing, a burst of melodious and tender laughter echoed in the surrounding area. The sound of laughter seemed to belong to several women that were having fun together. However, the sound was coming from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact source. Shuhang silently operated his cultivation technique, maintaining his body in peak condition. Not too long ago, that blue-haired woman performed a super-duper good divination. The result of the divination was so good that it had thrown him into the abyss of desperation. As such, no matter what was going to happen next, he would have to be extra careful and be prepared for it. Otherwise, a calamity even worse than the one that had taken place in the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction might befall upon him. "What is that thing ahead?" Clan 16 suddenly said at this time. Multicolored light appeared from the direction her finger was pointing in. Within the radiance, one could faintly see the forms of a dozen white-clothed celestial women slowly walking over. The women were laughing and talking while walking over. It seemed they were the source of that melodious laughter echoing in the surrounding area. After taking other 10 or so steps, the celestial women suddenly started to take off their white clothes. They had decided to show them a good spectacle without saying a single word? Song Shuhang was somewhat embarrassed. After all, Venerable White and Su Clan 16 were still standing next to him, and it was rather embarrassing to witness this forced spectacle under these circumstances. However, Song Shuhang's embarrassment didn't last for long, because when the white-clothed celestial women started their show, it went from ecchi to horror really fast. When they took off their clothes, what appeared before their eyes wasn't snow-white skin, but snow-white bones.